You've been down far away. I think that it might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away, and we'll never have to stay. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. Hey, I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet won't touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. We could make a break for greener grass. I know that the weight is on your back. Yeah, but it's just what we're waiting for at last. And I like it just like that. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet won't touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. I don't wanna lift you up. I don't wanna take too much time. I don't wanna lift you up. I just wanna make you mine. I don't wanna lift you. I just wanna lift you up. I just wanna lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet won't touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dream it day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Here we go now. Here we go now.
I'm here to win a championship and put out a good game for the spectators.
做青岛决赛，我们有更大的信心，可以拿下这次的冠军。
Percaya itu dia mencari peta. Peta yang pertama untuk WCS ini.
The WCS all over Southeast Asia, and the WCS MYSG is no exception. Your conductor of fun, Leonard Omo. I'm his more sensible counterpart, Brandon. We'll be bringing you guys the action today as we ramp up for our finale between Resurgence and SEM9.
That's right, and I like the fact that you mentioned it's the final days for all the regions around Southeast Asia as well. We've got the grand finals coming in for Philippines, Thailand, Masters, Indonesia, and of course, Malaysia and Singapore. Like Brandon said, I am your conductor of fun. We're just here to have a great time. But these teams, they're the ones that really have to buckle down and decide what's going to happen here today. What are the results going to determine for C finals, Brandon?
Yeah, because we only get that one C. We're looking for representatives here, and depending on how our performance does this year, that's going to dictate how many seeds we get going into the future.
You're thinking too far ahead. Let's not stress ourselves about this.
This is exactly what I'm looking forward to. This is what I'm trying to figure out. If you guys back home and want to join into the conversation, you know, you guys know the drill at this point. We've gone through, what, 8 weeks more? We started at the end of February. It's been a very long time. Right, we're going deep into it at this point. So for you guys back home and want to join the conversation, you know what to do. Join us using the hashtag WCS MYSG. As well as sending in your memes, because we actually have a couple lined up already, but we're looking for more. We're looking for some good quality content. You know how it is. Leonard's brain can't stay with the stale for very long. He needs new, refreshing information. So if you guys want to have some fun there, use the hashtag.
Yeah, I've already looked through all our memes. I think some of them are decent, but not all are quite up to par. So if you've got some good ones, send them in. I'm always looking for something a little bit more quality. Of course, follow us at Wild Rift Esports MYSG, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, I think, as well. Whatever your platform of choice is, just no TikTok. And of course, Brandon and myself as well. I'm sure our socials are somewhere. You can find it.
Yeah, when you saw the little banner at the bottom, it was right there.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, it was right there. I don't
know.
Well,
I'm blind.
Yeah, apparently, right? And
yeah.
You know, that's
Look,
just
I've
how
got
it is.
this in front of my face. I can't really see.
No, that's just how it is. And if you guys aren't aware at this point, you know, Leonard has 2 great loves in life. It's alcohol and memes. So.
Wait, hold on. I will not be slandered here on this cast. Let's take a look at the format video instead.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
Always complain when I hear that video because that voice just nags me in the ear, and now it's coming at me from right next to me, Brandon.
Oh yeah, all the time, 24/7. It's like half my job scope actually, right? That's why I have the most sensible counterpart. You know, I've got to keep us in check and keep us in line. And you know what else we have right here?
What is this?
We have playoff brackets.
Nice.
We've had many weeks of play, double round robin group stage. Went into playoffs. And you look at SEM9's hit match history, man, this is a scary team, right? They 3-0'd Resurgence, RSG the last time around. Now RSG is playing against them again.
Yeah, and I think what's curious to me as well is if you look at the brackets, you look at how a lot of these matches shaped up. SEM9, they dropped the game to P6, but Resurgence, RSG, not a game dropped. RSG 3-0'd this time around. They're coming in, came up from the losers bracket. They 4-0'd P6, and that's kind of the point I want to bring up here as well. You see a bit of a discrepancy here between the top teams. P6 3-1 against UCE. They seem to cut above the rest. And when they played against RSG, wasn't even close. 4-0. When RSG played against SEM9, wasn't even close. 3-0. Hopefully today here for the grand finals, we see a bit of a fight out of RSG.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see that. RSG, I mean, there is no need to speak of this. There is no schedule. It's one series. It's a best of 7. Winner takes all.
That's the kind of schedule I like to see.
Yeah, fair enough.
You see one banger matchup, That's all you got to pay attention to. You don't have to think about what do we have on the docket for today. Nothing. Just this one matchup. Sem9, RSG. Who's going to represent us at C Finals? Let's find out.
And that is actually like a huge talking point for me, thinking moving
Massive.
forward, right? Because they go straight into the playing stage.
Yes.
Oh, not from the playing stage, straight into like the group stage, I believe, right? So you start playing throughout. The playing stage will be for some of the other teams that so
not as good as us.
MYSG does not get to have multiple seats. We don't get to have
right.
multiple teams going into the play-ins, but we will get to have the group stage directly, and so they get to start playing from there. And realistically, we actually get to send a lot of teams over to Icons. I'm just thinking about that.
The guy in the playoffs video was saying just now.
Yeah,
four teams.
4 teams. 3 of them will go to the play-ins, but that's still something.
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Once you get to Icons, you're there. You're at the Global Championships. Doesn't really matter from that point out. You can't get FRO'd. I mean, I'll be happy if our reps make it to Icons just to get FRO'd. I'll be smiling inside.
All right, fair enough. You get a longer vacation, bigger trip. Let's take a look at our first contenders for the championship title today. It is Sem9.
This on your screen right now, Sem9, the Titans of Malaysia and Singapore, the juggernauts of the region. They've only really dropped a handful of games throughout the entire split. They lost the one series to UCE and they said, never again. This is a team that has only lost one match on your screen right now. Our Hedge, Zorvaki, Chili, Sagi, Winter. They've got 2 subs as well. I mean, we won't touch quite on them right now unless they get subbed in later on today, but I feel like you look at the main starting 5 of this roster, they don't have a need to sub players in and out. They're just too good, these 5.
Yeah, really realistically do not have to change players very much at all. You talk about how good they are. Well, our Hedge had the 2nd most number of MVPs tied with Vendetta in the group stage. We don't even have to talk about their playoff MVPs because they won all their matches, so they don't have to have multiple MVPs. Think about that though, because they were so far seeded up, had the bye round, went straight past everything, won 2 matches to go to the grand finals. They don't need to have multiple MVPs.
I mean, Sem9, they took the road less traveled. They took a very quick path directly to the grand finals. They didn't even have to play that many matches. And I love that you brought up our Hedge as well. I'll touch on that a little bit. We'll go into more detail later on. But our Hedge, this guy, he's been popping off throughout group stages, throughout playoffs. You see how he developed as well throughout the season, and I think it's just incredible. This guy, he started off playing a lot of Darius, started off playing a little bit more utility, tank focus for his team. Now we come into playoffs, and he's basically Camille, Fiora, Jace, carries every single game. He's winning lane, he's stomping team fights. It seems like no one can challenge the guy.
Let's not forget, he had a bit of a phase. He was playing Yumi top at one point.
Everyone was playing Yumi top at one point.
He had a bit of a phase, but he was the one that introduced it first to the MYSG region. He was patient 0. It infected everyone in the region. Now everyone starts playing the same champion. Everyone got to that point. So we have to keep that in mind a little bit when we think about the story of our Hedge. The way he started out, he was an enchant. He played enchanters. He played tanks. He was there to facilitate. Zorveki was that big carry. But as we started to go deeper into the competition, once we started to hit playoffs, Jarvan was a big contender for Sem9 or Zorveki. Stuff like Kha'Zix was still played, but then we saw Sinjao play a lot more. Gragas play a lot more. No longer were we looking at hyper carries in the jungle alone. Now it was down to the rest of his team to also execute on that level.
He definitely still pulls off the carries. He pulls out the carries as well.
When he feels like it.
When he feels like it, he can. And that's the good thing about a team like Sem9. You saw on your screens as well how diverse the team comps they like to play with. Anyone can carry. Anyone can play utility. And I think that this is the makings. These are the markings of a great team in front of us. And I hope, if Sem9, if they pull it out here today, if they have a decisive series, I'm going to have a lot of hopes for them at C Finals. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We have to look at their competitors across the rift for the grand finals here today. It's going to be RSG.
The hounds at their heels, it's RSG chasing after, always there. Whenever you turn around, take a look back, RSG is a team that's close as mine. The question is, how close can they get?
And it's crazy to see how the narrative has changed from the start of the season until where we are right now. We started off the season saying Sem9 or RSG. Frankly, anyone could take it, and I was leaning towards RSG. I thought they had more firepower in their roster with Tipper, with Rich, coming in from Esports over in Thailand. But as the season developed, you see how cohesive cohesive as a unit, how good as a team Sem9 are. And I feel like, you know, like you said, right, RSG just always that one step behind.
And when we think about our heads, we also have to look at that counterpart. We're thinking a lot about Tipper coming into the competition early on, the impact that he was going to bring, how he was going to have this gap over every other barrel laner. But Sem9 is one of those teams that has been able to match him. In fact, win lanes against Tipper sometimes.
That's the big thing as well, right? We talk about how RSG want to win games, and it is firepower. It seems like, you know, Sem9, they can match the firepower and then some.
So I have a question here, because RSG got that 4-0 over P6. They look so much better after that best of 7 series. How they feel coming into this one?
Okay, Grandin, first of all, don't lie, we didn't watch that matchup. We were flying to Kuala Lumpur yesterday, so we didn't see the matchup. We saw a bit of the VODs yesterday, but that's about it. I mean, I feel like RSG in this series against P6, they really fleshed out the ideas that they were developing in the upper bracket finals against Sem9. The theories weren't quite fleshed out yet. You could see we kind of want to play this comp, we kind of want to play this champions, but how do we make it a cohesive team composition? And yesterday against P6, they had a much better grasp of it, at least to me, right? Whether it's because they were against a weaker caliber of opponent or whether it's because they have truly figured it out, I guess we'll find out today.
Here's the thing with me though, P6 and drafting has been a major problem for RSG, a pain point for them against Sem9. Let's take a look at our featured matchup. Like we were alluding to this entire time, it's our heads versus Tipper in the Baron lane. I mean, look at these two guys. I mean, Tipper doesn't even play the game with the rest of his team most of the time. 40%, 47% kill participation. He is like off in somewhere else.
Yeah.
He's taken a flight. That's why he's in Thailand. He is literally on an island by himself.
Exactly. And I think that's something that you always have to consider when you talk about imports as well, right? Rich is someone who has a little bit better English. He's gelled a bit better with the team. He has a bit of a history with them. They've played together on a previous roster known as Alliance back in 2021. But Tipper, this is his first time playing on a primarily English-speaking team. And you can see in the gameplay as well, sometimes he's stuck on an island. He's always trying to find 1v3s. You always see this guy get ganked, get away from the gank, and dash right back in. He loves to take these fights, but it can be a bit disconnected from his team. It can be disjointed as a 5-man unit, whereas our head, what can I say about him that we haven't already said, right? He's fantastic as a team player. He does it all. He can carry, he can tank, he can be utility. I feel like our head has a bit of a step up coming into this matchup here today, which is something I didn't think I would say.
So we bring this back into context and we think about this now because Tipper and Rich have both made the move over from the Thailand region. And you think about this, now both EVOs as well as BRU have qualified into the WCS.
You gotta rub the salt
into the WCS finals. If they don't make it, this is a step down for them. This is a downgrade for them.
Exactly right, and that's the big thing as well. They were from EVOS. EVOS have qualified. EVOS are playing the finals today. Same thing for these two players, right? Your former teammates are playing the finals today. Let's be real, EVOS are probably not going to win against BRU, but RSG here today, can they qualify? Can they match up against their former teammates at the C finals?
Because I think when they initially came into the region, they were expecting a bit of a wash. They were expecting the competition to not be as strong. But once they started facing off against Sem9, they realized, hey, actually, there is this major barrier for us compared to if they were in the Thailand region right now, for example. Just on the verge of making it into the finals, they would have gone into the WCS finals as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one of the region gaps there is, right? And I love the point that you brought up as well. They were expecting it to be a bit of a wash, and I do kind of agree with that as well. Honestly, if you look at the rosters coming into the WCS MYSG, if you asked me from the start of the split, which you did, which teams would have the most firepower, which teams would be the best, I would come out and say, you know, Sem9, they would be very competitive, they would be top 2, they would be contenders, but because they would be a better team than RSG, formerly known as LFO. I never once expected them to out-firepower, outgun RSG. But that's exactly what we're seeing. Sem9, they are the better team, and they're showing that they might have the better players as well.
Let's talk a little bit about the players here then, because interesting stat I had, looking at the matches played by RSG in the playoffs, Rich has the most number of unique champion picks in his role. For better or for worse, he has played 11 games. That's 1-1, 11, right?
Are you counting the games where he played Jungle?
I'm counting the games that he's played in general, right? So he's played 11 games total so far in the playoffs, right? He's played 8 different
in playoffs.
And he's played 8 different champions over the course of those 11 games. The only champions that have seen overlap have been Gragas and Alistar.
So those are the only champions he's played twice.
More than Alistar has played 3 times, Gragas twice. Every other champion he's only ever played once.
That's kind of unique, actually, because I don't feel like Alistar is favored by many other teams. It's picked here and there, right? We see it from UCE, we see it sometimes from Winter and Sem9 as well, but it's not really a priority pick. And to Rich, it just seems like a prio for him.
Exactly.
It's interesting, right? I feel like he feels like a lot of the burden to be the engager, to be the main guy pulling the trigger, especially when you look at a lot of the drafts that RSG have played throughout the split. But it really puts a lot of burden on him because I feel like these champions, they're not tier 1 right now, and we might see that in play later as well. Sure,
let's take a... We've had a lot to say about these two teams. Let's take a look at our predictions going into today's matchup, the BO7.
I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to be a biased caster coming into this as well. I was trying to be on the copium as well, but... It's run out. It's run dry. The well's run dry. Look, every single time these two teams have faced off, not only have Sem9 won every single matchup, I think they've looked dominant. And with that in mind...
Which is so interesting, because against some of the other quote-unquote weaker opponents, that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case.
Exactly, and I feel like there's a lot to be said about what are the weak points of Sem9 as well. How does that get attacked? But I feel like, you know, RSG, they haven't quite cracked the code, which is why do you have RSG here today, Grandin?
Well, because RSG, I feel like, have not been able to have that full experience against them, right? I feel like the matches have been cut a little bit too short every time they start to pick up tempo against Sem9. And this is what I feel like is most necessary. Like you mentioned, it's about tempo. When you talk about how Rich has felt like he needs to have that engager, I've also felt like the meta hasn't quite well aligned with RSG, and also because they haven't been able to read it as well. And I think that is a big difference between having that support staff, having that excess time to be able to sit down and start to understand things. You take a look
Gaming House
Winter. Gaming House gap, honestly, right? And you can tell whenever we have interviews with Sem9, you can just see how cognizant all the players are about the current meta. When we have interviews with Sagi, for example, he's able to break down things so well. That's exactly because
he's taking my job next split, by the way.
And that's exactly because they all can have that discussion there. They can all sit down most of the day, right, have that discussion there going and figure out exactly where things are moving, what's strong, what isn't, and that's why I think Sem9 have been so dominant up until this point. And maybe RSG, you know, they can siphon some of the information away, steal that information away, make it work for themselves.
Honestly, today, the better team will win, the better players will win. I think it's really as simple as that. I won't quite count RSG out, but I've been telling people, I think the predictions, like genuinely speaking, RSG can win the series, but I think it's a 20% chance. I think at most it's a 30% chance. And those are extremely low
I'll take those odds.
You take those odds?
I'll take those odds.
You voted for RSG every step of the way, and to be fair, so have I until now. The final step, I faulted.
Well, I voted for at the end of group stage, I voted for Sem9 to be on top of RSG, which was correct in the end, right? So you can't fault me for that. I was just making the correct decision. and now I'm gone into the end of playoffs, and I told SSK, you guys are gonna come in second in group stage, but you're gonna win playoffs. So
there we go.
What can I say?
Let's see if that actually pans out. I have my doubts about it. I feel like Sem9, they're just too good as a team.
And what's your prediction rate, by the way?
Can we not bring this up? Can you not attack me like this on air?
No,
I've been making a lot of fun predictions, and I've also put too much faith in RTP, which has bitten me more times than I can count.
We don't even have to count group stage. Let's talk about playoffs. What's your prediction rate there?
I think pretty good.
It's lower than mine.
Is it actually? Did you count our predictions rates?
Yeah.
That's how insecure this guy is, by the way. He went back to look at our prediction rates to see he was higher than me.
No, I just had to have that ammunition, you know.
I think after today, we'll probably be tied then. Because I'm going to win this one for sure. Just like Sem9, I know the boys are going to bring it home. We're in Kuala Lumpur right now. I've swapped teams. I'm cheering for the Malaysian home team. What more is there to say?
All right, well, I mean, that is truly a testament of what we can kind of expect then, right? With Sem9 coming in, being as strong as they are, you know. We talked a lot about Rich. We talked about Rich in the bot side in the support role. But we need to talk a little bit about Winter, right? Because on the opposing end of the spectrum, right, Winter has actually played a lot of this. He's played a bunch of different champions as well. But he has defaulted back to the same few quite a bit, and especially now in playoffs, the main champions that he's been on have been mostly stuff like Lulu, Karma, the Shen when available. It's been this priority, focusing on the enchanters, enabling the rest of his team to get things going, as opposed to being that engage himself.
Yes, and I also want to call back to the point that the engage that he's played has been super effective. We always see him working in tandem with Vaki when he picks up champions like Rakan, my personal favorite champion for him. I think it's his best performing champion. And like the Shen as well, he's very good at enabling his team, being aggressive, being proactive. Look at the timer, Grandin. You want to call us in?
No, I do not. But 2 more seconds before we jump into Champion Select.
Yeah.
RSG and Sam9. Sam9 will start us off on the blue side. They're staring into our souls, Omo.
Yeah, they're right. Oh my god, they're right here actually. We should swap sides because Sam9 is there and RSG is here.
Eventually team.
Oh, that's true because it's based on side choice, right? That's a good
based
point.
on side choice, so eventually things will swap around. They'll be on the right side. They got me in their corner.
So no more speculations about champions. We're gonna see it up front and personal right now. Sam9 yet again banning away the Lee Sin from SSK. If you told me at the start of the split that Lee Sin would be permabanned against SSK, I would laugh at you, like frankly. But this guy, he's had some very good performances on it. He always lines up the multi-man Dragon Rages.
You know what this is, Omo?
What is this?
This is that meme where he says like, I don't even play Lee Sin, but because he's trolling about not playing Lee Sin, he ends up playing so much Lee Sin, he actually becomes good at it. Right?
Yeah, it's the meme that you're so bad at this champion, you practice a million games of it, you become a main, right?
Yeah,
and you look at the bans, this is kind of what we expected as well. The Lee Sin Gragas double ban is very standard for Sam9 here, but the Shen, that was a pick that you brought up as well.
Yeah, the Shen focus, not only just because he can go on to Winter, but also because he has that flexibility, right? He can go on to multiple roles, you don't really want to have to deal with that. But that being said, RSG in a tough spot now. There are so many things they need to get rid of, stuff like Lulu, stuff like Set. These picks have been in such high priority, especially for teams like Sam9.
Yeah, and if you've identified that Winter's been playing a lot of Shen, a lot of Lulu, you can bet that RSG identified that one as well.
I say that I can't do good analysis?
Your words, not mine. But the bans are out here for RSG. Last ban, Olaf coming in from SM9 as well. This is something that SSK has played to varying degrees of effectiveness. He's pulled it out in their matchup as well. He did pretty good with it, but you got to keep in mind what Olaf always does. He's strong, and he falls off a cliff. He runs into 5 people. He gets popped like that. Sam9 is saying we don't want to take the risk with the early game of the Viking. We're going to ban that one away. And Fiora, how insane is it? Another thing that I wouldn't believe at the start of the split, Tipper will be banning Fiora away from R-Hatch. Sure, it might go over to Vaki, right? But R-Hatch, he's been predominantly playing the champion. He's been winning a lot of 1v1s with it. I think the bans from RSG are very good. I think they make a lot of sense. But Sam9, this means they will get to snatch away the Camille. And I think that's one of the biggest power picks in the current meta.
I mean, Camille has one of the highest pick ban ratio in any, pick ban percentage
the
in the entire competition.
Well,
the competition. Yeah. And it forces your opponents to start thinking about if they need to take Galio away because you don't want to have that combo given to your opponent.
Exactly. Now with the Senna picked up, this could very well, there we go, Senna Galio.
You kind of have to go for it.
Deny the Camille Galio combo, plus you get the ability to funnel the farm, the gold in the bottom lane over to the Galio. RSG showing their hand very early, and the last time they played the Senna set matchup against Winter and Sagi, do you remember what happened?
No, what happened?
They played it into the ash trash of Winter and Sagi. They got over aggressive at level 1. They died and they bled out.
I do remember what happened.
They lost the game entirely from that lane because of how well Sam9 played it and because of a slight mistake. Now keep in mind, last time these two teams faced off in the upper bracket finals as well, Raven and Rich, they were prone to making little careless mistakes, and these little careless mistakes, they were jumped on by Sam9. Sagi and Winter did such a good job at punishing it. If this comes out today with a matchup like Senna Galio, if they mess up, if Sam9 get the counter pick, this could be very dangerous.
I mean, Sam9 look like they're starring their way there, right? Like, Ziggs might not have that kill threat per se, but once you start going to the mid to late game, the AoE damage, the wave clear, everything has so much tempo, can match very well against the Senna Galio.
Yes.
And on top of that, like we mentioned earlier as well, Resurgent, RSG have so many things they have to ban away that they have to try and get rid of. They don't have the option to get rid of the set, so Sam9 get to pick that up for themselves.
Yeah, and on 2-3 as well, you get to pick up a Ziggs over there. That's a great thing. It's a fantastic.
Huge value.
Sam9. Huge value. You lose the Camille Galio combo, but it's fine because you have a new combo, Hex Stack Mega Inferno Bomb. That's something that someone on the side of RSG is gonna eat regardless. There's no getting out of that one. And if you ask me, it's probably gonna land on the head of Rich. I like the bans coming in here. You ban away the Tipper Riven. It's something he plays every single game. He doesn't care about the matchup. It's his most preferential champion. I think he's played like 80%, 70% of games on it at least. And of course, RSG, they're just targeting the support pool of Winter. But he might have already shown his support. It might very well be that set.
Exactly, right? There is still that flexibility there. The Karma is also a bit of an indicator. They don't want to allow RSG the chance to scale up with this Jax here, especially since Lulu was banned out on the RSG side. Now, without the introduction, without Yuumi in play, there's very little option for them, and RSG try to force their hand with the Garen pickup.
Is this going to be a Garen support or something? I don't know if Tipper's going to be playing Garen here. It doesn't seem like his type of champion. He doesn't play tanks. The man is all about the carries. He's about the big damage. And you also keep in mind, if he plays Garen into set, that's a rough matchup.
If he tries to play Garen into set, so we'll have to see if what S9 have
Okay.
for us here. Okay, so Winter is going to go for the Braum instead. Decides that they're not going to pull that one into it. So yeah, like you mentioned, Set likely going to go into the Baron lane, Camille into the jungle, which means if they force this Garen into the top side with Tipper, not going to be a fun matchup.
Okay, this is looking like a very rough situation for RSG to be in right now. You're on red side, and what does red side normally mean? You get counter picks, right? They're on red side, and they've lost both side lane matchups. Garen into Set, there's not much to talk about. That's one-sided. It's pretty brutal. Senna into Varus is something I've talked about a lot in the past, and I think Braum is one of the best laning champions into Galio as well. It just seems like Sem9, they have very good side lanes, and with that pressure, with that priority, the Camille on the hands of Reserve Veki is going to get a lot of space in the map to play, and you know what Sem9 can do when you give them space on the map.
I really like how much safety they have with the Braum, you know, giving them some space there to get that disengage to Set as well, but they also have multiple forms of engage, because now they have this the Varus, you know, that's a lot of safety allowed to them, right? So you can use the Varus ultimate first, and you can have the Camille flank, or the Camille can silently split push. You know, just a lot of flexibility in the Sam9 composition, whereas RSG have looked to go for a much more hard scaling composition. They say, we want to play into this late game. We want to win the team fights. That is our win con, and nothing else is going to stop us from getting there.
There really is one clear win con on the side of RSG, and that is SSK's Jax. Yet again, they've put all their eggs into the Jax basket. Hold on, I have a follow-up point to that, right? Because if you look at the rest of the comp, what does it really do? What I do like about the Garen here is you're great at blocking the poke. You stand in front of the Varus, you eat his arrows, you eat the Zig's bombs, and if you press W before the corrupted chains, the chains of corruption comes in, you're gonna be in a great spot. You tank all these spells up. But the problem is, when you're standing there trying to block all the skill shots flying at you, what does that set up for? You know the answer to this one.
The Set ultimate.
Set's gonna come in, power bomb you into your team, and then what happens? It's just a recipe for disaster.
So just don't build HP with Garrett.
Okay, and then just get one shot by Varus, right? So it's a lose-lose situation.
No, you build full armor, full MR, and just have no HP.
This is actually a build for Sat back in the days on League PC where you don't build any resistances to get max value.
Mathematically correct Set.
Yeah, but it's just a meme, right? So like, let's all that aside, let's come back to the game we have in front of us here. Honestly, yet again, I think Sem9 have just won draft.
It is going to be a bit of an issue here, right?
Yeah.
It is very one-dimensional for RSG, but I do want to preface this by saying that RSG have tried before. They've gone and said, let's try and play this game. Let's try and go into draft with different ideas. Let's try and vary ideas, you know, try and really catch Sem9 off guard with something else, and it hasn't quite worked out for them.
Yeah, no,
now they've gone for a purely one-dimensional, straightforward. We're lined on the tracks. You know, the railroads are there, running it down the tracks. Right? It's either you're running it down in lane, or you're running it down the tracks. Either way,
you see,
it's a one-dimensional composition. Force a play to work and hope that it does.
The problem is, right, if even with that in mind, it just doesn't seem like they have a good option. You have one option, but it's not even a good one. If your win condition is Jax, think about what Jax is jumping into here. Set and Braum are both extremely happy to fight against Jax. You have a lot of CC, you have a lot of ability to stand there and make his life hell. Jax is a tanky boy, but he doesn't do well against all the stunts, all the crowd control coming in from the side of Sem9. Hold on a second here. It's not Set Baron lane, it's Azura Veki on the set, and I think that this really indicates the direction that Sem9 are taking. They just want Veki to fill a very facilitative role, because honestly, Arish has been playing out his mind. Give him a carry, let him carry.
No, but here's the thing as well, right? And this is going to sound counterintuitive for me because I want RSG to try and win this, right? But looking at this as well, I mean, the Ari feels very difficult to try hit a charm, especially when you have this constant kill pressure coming in. You know, whether that's going to be the Camille ulting you, and there's no way you can dash out of it. Whether that's going to be with the Varus, with the Chains of Corruption, or even just having the Set, an opportunity to use the face breaker and try and jump in the showstopper. You know, there's just so many things that are putting the pressure in on RSG here. Let's get ready to jump into game number 1 of the Grand Finals of WCS MYSG.
Galio telah pun tiba. Tahu kepada 3 pada masa yang sama. Terus saja dia keluar. Mereka terus saja pergi pada SSK. Tahu sempat untuk diaktifkan dan Arish dalam bahaya.
Wait no longer. Sem9 and RSG kicks off game number 1 with Sem9 on the blue side. RSG, well, they need to find their entry back into this. SSK, he's going to take an interesting, clearer path of this. So I know, Mo, talk me through this a little bit. Why is he on Crux?
He just wants the full clear. You can see already the goals of the junglers are very different here. Of course, the set, he wants to play for the team. He wants to gank. He has a lot of good avenues to gank as well. Well, I say a lot, but it's really just the Baron lane he wants to play for RH, and you will very likely see him pathing up there. SSK is going to go for a full clear. He's going to farm his way down. He's going to guard his bottom lane.
How's this different from when my junglers go into game and they're all farming the jungle for the entirety of it, you know, ignoring all my lanes? How is what SSK doing any different from what my junglers do?
It's pretty similar, honestly. But the thing is, you're playing on a pro team. You can count on your laners not to die. At least in theory, you can count on your leaders not to die. RSG, they've had a problem with isolated deaths in the past. They've made careless mistakes in lanes. That's something I've constantly emphasized. As a team, they just need to clean it up.
And with S9's side, you can actually look at what Zervek is doing right now. He's gone down to the bottom side, and he's also looking for that bottom side clear, that full clear. But the difference is CWJ managed to get that ward down early.
Yeah.
So now they know where he is. So he's just going to walk in lane, help his mid laner clear the lane.
And that what comes back down to the fact that Tipper was in the mid lane as well. He gets jumped on, though, a bit in trouble.
I mean, RH just looks like he's winning this trade.
Yeah.
A little more damage onto Tipper than he took. And he's going to be happy about that one.
Really nice trade in there from RH, and you see the development of this player throughout the split. He's honestly developed into the best Baron lane, I would say, in MYSG. But Raven and Rich, they've stabilized their lane, and that's going to be a huge sigh of relief for RSG. This is supposed to be one of their strong points. This is supposed to be a focal point that they can attack. And granted, Winter and Sagi have been phenomenal this split as well. But they've been outperforming Raven and Rich. It's good to see them in Game 1 have a breath of fresh air.
And we talked a lot about RSG's win con, going to the late game, scaling, having the Jax, having SSK, carry, pop off. How about Sam9? How's their late game compared to RSG's?
Honestly, I would say that Sam9's late game is even better than RSG's because RSG has one tool. That's the Jax. Sam9, you've got Camille, you've got Ziggs. Situationally, Set can be a great late game champions as well. And this is one of those situations. You have two beefy juggernauts in front of you that you have options to team fight around. You have a lot of plays you could possibly make here. A little bit of a botch gank attempt there, wasn't it?
You're not giving me a lot of confidence in my prediction right now.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, it's difficult for RSG to win because Sam9 does so many things so well. This is not a one-dimensional team. This is a multifaceted team. They used to be one-dimensional, I would say, at the start of the split, but they've developed extremely well. And this team right now, I mean, any lane can carry. In any draft, they can have many options to flex their picks around, and it's the same thing that we're seeing here right now.
Look at his presence from Zervek. He's gone to the mid lane, he's gone to the Baron lane, now he's in the Dragon lane. He's gone to all three lanes. He's made a world tour.
He's made a world tour, but it comes at a cost. He's had to pay the flight tickets, and that is while he's been doing all this. Look at the camps on the map. He has 3 camps up, while SSK has 1 camp up. He's just been power farming on this Jax. He will be stronger than Ozarveki, sure, but as a champion early on, Set is just way too strong. He just has way too much power that he doesn't mind sacrificing a bit of farm.
4-minute mark coming up soon. The first spawn gonna happen. It's
Rift to break.
The Rift to break. Well, we'll have to see what these guys intend to do when that happens. We can start to see the recalls channeled by RSG, trying to prepare for themselves, trying to set up for that. But Sagi and Winter already made that recall earlier. Are they gonna go for it again? They do.
Yeah, this is a very standard play here, but I feel what's interesting is considering the fact that you have both the Ziggs and the Varus, you have no clear pressure to put either one of them in mid lane. Whoever you put there, it's gonna be fine. The clear win condition for Sam9 right now, get mid priority. You get mid priority, you control the river, there's no play for RSG since SSK gets jumped on.
They try and jump on SSK, double man stomp, they actually come in with the Dawning Shadow, a little bit more damage from Tipper, they try and jump in again, SSK is gonna get rooted up, loses a lot of health quickly, first blood over the Chili with the ultimate, and now RSG, Raven, he flashes over the wall, but Sagi's waiting for you, 4 kills to start the game off.
Is this not a recurring trend here for RSG? You see them take a team fight, it looks good for a second, and then you realize, hold on a second, they're missing a member. And it's CWJ this time. He's down in the bottom lane. He's down pushing the wave. RSG, they take it. Honestly, these kind of situations are always hard, right? Because who do you blame? Do you blame the player who's not there in the first place? Or do you blame the team for going in when the player's not there? Can you really blame the team, though? Because this fight looks good. It looks like they have RH, but he stays alive for so long here. And look at the combo. Look at how good Sam9 are at team fighting. You chain the chains of corruption into the Glacier Fissure, into the Super Mega Inferno Bomb. Where can you really go?
RSG will try to alleviate a little bit of that loss by picking up the turrets on the side lane, but it's gonna be tough. You can see Rift Herald committed in the mid side as well. Will open up the map tremendously for S9.
We take those considering the fact that we just got 4 for 0. RSG, they get the first turret. But of course, we've talked about this. Ziggs plus Rift Herald equals 1 dead tower.
Yeah, you gotta pay the ultimate price though. So RSG, I mean, still losing that turret. Hopefully we don't get to see the Rift Arrow charge. Thankfully gets blocked by the end of that, but the Dragon should go over to S9 at this point. If they had a tough fight the last time, the second time coming is not gonna be easier.
Yeah, and Tipper just recalled, so this is definitely gone here. Sem9, they picked that one up. RSG, they need to just calm down. They need to just take a breather. They need to scale. It's clear that Sem9 are stronger
Are you
right
calm,
now.
Momo?
I'm a little bit hypey right now. This is a big matchup here, Grandin.
It's game 1 though.
Yeah, it's a best of 7. We're in it for a while, very likely. Well, it might be a 4-0. I predicted a 4-1, but it might very well be a 4-0. In that case, it wouldn't be a while. For Sem9, of course. We talked about this. I've jumped ship here.
Good riddance, to be honest.
I do want to point out as well, we talk about RSG scaling, but you look at Sem9 scaling too. The Tear of the Goddess here going into Seraph's Embrace for the Ziggs. You got the Mana Mune for the Varus. They've got scaling of their own. They're not happy, they're not upset if this game goes late. They have the Sunderer Camille, who does that against the Garen.
Yeah, it is just such an easy matchup for them, and I feel like with Sem9's composition as well, I mean, it kind of forces RNG to have to build into some pretty strange, or not strange, but pretty unideal active item enchantments, right? Because you need a lot of those hourglasses to make our hedges engage not so effective, Azor Vecchi's engage not so effective, and to some extent also survive against Chili's ultimate. You know, there's just a lot that you have to invest in to make your play slightly more valuable. Look towards the bot side now. Rich takes a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness.
The coordination from the team. Ultimate out from Chili's. He's chasing after the kill. Raven's going to stand nearby. Gets the initial taunt off. SK tries to walk forward as well. They're under turret, trying to make a bit of a play. Gets the counter-strike locked and loaded. Charm connects in as well. Tipper, he's bought the teleport. He's rushing in on the turret. Flash away from Raven. But look at what Azorveki's doing to them. He's just killing them all.
He's just killing them all, but the TP is in. Does Tipper pick up anyone? He does get Chili.
Alright, they get taunt over onto Winter. Ultimate coming back in from Rich. He's gone for so long. He joins back into the fight. Flash away from Saki out of the taunt, and they get the stun back onto Rich, stopping RSG's re-engage.
But Brandon, look at the mini-map here. All this while, He's wailing away on the top tower with his Divine Sunderer. Sem9, they can do no wrong. They're winning on every single front. RSG, they try to trade, but the trades are always coming up short.
Just finds so much value on the opposite end of the map, and now building a 3,000 gold lead at 8 minutes, it does look quite nice.
3,000 gold lead, but scaling advantage, it seems pretty even. I struggle to even say that the Jacks will outscale here, because honestly, you look at the team comps. You saw a preview of that, I guess, in the last bottom lane fight. He jumps in, he gets CC'd, he gets knocked back into his team. It's so difficult to play out this game, and even though Vecchi, he hasn't been farming a lot, he's been helping his lanes a lot, because they've won those last 2 skirmishes. He's 1 level up, he's 1,000 go up, he's happy with the game state.
Let's talk a little bit about SSK then, because he's gone for the Triforce first, knowing that he's going to have to be the hyper carry. Triforce versus Divine Sunderer.
Triforce for sure. Jax, I would say, is one of the few bruises that you would highly prefer Triforce on because of the attack speed. And here we go.
I think this should be a bad fight for RNG. I mean, look at what happens here. Raven just takes so much damage over to the back line, flashing in for the counter-strike onto Sagi, going golden, buys a little bit of time. Winter acting as that front line, watch to the back. Arhenge takes out Raven before they know it. Zorbeki traded back for that. They're still trying to trade a little more. Tipper! He's on to Sagi,
he did ignite Sagi.
He wasn't able to take him out. The ignite, was it up?
I don't know if it was up. I think it was up, but if he ignited him, that would clearly be a kill here. And this is the name of the game so far. The fight looks good for RSG. The fight looks good for RSG. And then you realize, Sem might have one more player. And that's exactly the same thing in this team fight. RH came in from the back, cleaned up the kill into Raven. And that's what we talked about with the power of the set in this game as well. You pick a Garen into set, you pick a Galio into set. He just has so many targets to powerbomb. And Raven, he's half HP every single team fight when the fight starts because he just gets a teammate slammed into him. He's not safe.
There is no safety in this. There's no safety to be had here. You look at the itemization. Like we mentioned, the active item enchantment is going to turn out to be the Hourglass on SSK. Going to be the Hourglass on Rich. Not totally strange, but maybe not the idea for SSK. And he gets his blue buff stolen away. Zorbeki, come on, man.
Zervaki's gonna get his blue buff, very likely gonna get the dragon here as well. They can't walk into the river. Look at where the Braum is, look at where the Varus is, look at where the Ziggs is. You just don't have options. Once you cede control to Sam9's team composition, they will maintain that control and not give you any avenues. That's exactly what happened here.
And you know what else, Omo? We talk about scaling and all that. You know, the number one thing for me when it comes to scaling is just having all the dragons.
Yeah,
just having all the dragons just gives you so much more additional scaling, because you think about it, once you're at 5 items and
what a controversial statement, Brandon.
Right? Once you have all your items, what makes the difference? What gives you additional stats over your opponents? It's the dragons.
It is indeed, right? And they've got 2 of it. They've got the item advantages. They've got the gold advantages. They still have the Rift Herald here in the pockets of Chile, so they can just plop that down wherever and run it down. They have the siege to back it up as well. Use Rift Herald to lead the charge. Use your poke champions to go in, make it hell for RSG to try to defend the turret, and then if anyone steps up to try to clear the Herald, to try to engage in your poke champs, your set is there, your Braum is there, and that's exactly what Sam9 are doing right now.
Pairing the Rift Herald again, like you mentioned, once we see that Ziggs plus the Rift Herald turret definitely goes down. Nothing you can do to really stop that one.
Oh,
they're even gonna just look at what happens with the Ziggs damage. Full on clear.
Look, I just don't think that champ is balanced. And it's good that Sam9 are prioritizing it, because someone has to prove the point here.
Well, they went for it on their second rotation of picks. RSG let that one through. I mean, just a lot of tempo here. Sam9 have already found themselves 4 turrets in this game. Looking at potential 5th the bomb side as well.
They try to get a charm, it doesn't quite land, and they will just be able to back away from this one. But the poke is the name of the game, and with this much poke in the game, what recost does RSG have? We talked about this. What catch do you have? What RE charm? What sort of engage do you have? What, like a Jax is gonna jump in, a Galio is gonna jump in? It just seems like a difficult draft to play out yet again for RSG.
I'll tell you what, put this into context. Now Tipper has gone for the Howlbreaker. He's looking for that play.
He misclicked.
Oh my goodness, Reg is gonna get intercepted by RH, caught off, and it just looks like Sam9 are prepared to close this one off if they can. Looking for the stun on the SSK, Counter-Strike prepared. The exhaust lands onto the Jax, a little bit more damage on the Blighted Arrow. Won't finish him off, but it does send him back to base one way or another. Sam9 at the doorsteps of RSG's base.
At the doorsteps, and what really tells the name of the game there, CWJ, he hits a 4-man orb of deception. He didn't even take a bar of health off anyone. They're just so far behind. Look at the items, Roar into Ludens. You're not gonna do damage here on this Ari. Whereas on the other hand, Chile, he has the death cap. You see what he can do.
RSG are in a bad spot now with the Baron spawning in 10 seconds. They have no real way to fight this. 5,000 gold might not seem like a lot, but you think about what S9's composition has, what RSG's composition has. Frankly, no good team fighting answer, especially now with his Hallbreaker on Tipper. He's off in the side lane. He doesn't want to be in with his team.
He's off in the side lane. He's tanky enough with the Hallbreaker. He's pretty good in 1v1. He has a TP.
What does he have, a 40%, 47% kill participation again?
That's exactly why, because this guy loves to play side lanes. Honestly, in this game state, I cannot blame him for buying a Hallbreaker. Because you think about it, how do you win a game? Like, okay, it's not a philosophical question. It's not that deep. It's not how do you win a game in general. How do you win this game?
First, what do you define a game as?
So this game, Hellbreaker's not going to win him the game, but it's going to help him not lose the game immediately, because Camille has won. It's kind of an arms race as well. You got Hellbreaker, I need a Hellbreaker to match you, and honestly, with the TP in his pockets, with the TP in both their pockets, both of these guys, they're going to be side laning likely for the rest of the game until a big team fight erupts. But given the nature of how this is going to play out, I have to say I favor RH. And you look at the map control for Sam9 as well. His teammates are always going to move first. You saw Vaki pathing down already. They have full control. And that's been the name of the game between these two teams for basically every time they faced off.
I think that's the thing that counts for even more than having additional gold, right? It's the control that Sam9 have over RSG, because 2 turrets on RSG's side, both in the side lanes, makes it so that there's no easy open target for you to try and get a gold influx again. You're constantly watching as S9 is sending waves in against you. They're shutting you down, clearing out your jungle, your side of the map. You just don't get much opportunity to play. That's how it feels like for SSK right now. Look at what he's doing.
He can't even farm. He has nowhere to farm.
He's running and looking for scraps.
Yeah, you're looking for scraps. That's exactly the way to put it. And RSG, honestly, I think you stop looking for scraps and you start looking for a drawing board, because that's what you need to go back to. You need to reassess the draft. You need to reassess the situation. And you need to think, how do we win game 2? Because this draft, this game plan, it's clearly not it. You are outgunned in every measure of the draft. There's no scenario in which I would say RSG has a winning draft. The only way they win this game from level 1 is if Jax randomly gets 2 kills, randomly gets 3 kills, and hype carries it. But that's never going to happen against a team as disciplined as Sem9. They won't make these careless mistakes. They won't give you these opportunities to take random leads.
All right, RH, you know, he doesn't really care about Tipper having any items, Hullbreaker or not, Black Cleaver or not. Just walks in, gets tactical sweep on, says, all right, I'll take you out for half your HP.
And I think we see a bit of a kerfuffle here.
I'm not sure this is looking like a good one. Rich already loses 80% of his health bar. Instead, Raven falls first. The marksman and the support go down together. Tipper baited in by the team. A double kill for Becky.
And it's just a disaster. It's just a wash right now. RSG, they have to go home. They know their base is in danger, but can they even do anything? I think the answer is going to be no on that one. This game 1, Sem9 domination.
Running in onto the base at this point. There's 10 more seconds, 20 more seconds on Rich and Raven. 5 alive from S9. SSK looking to cut the wave, but he's not going to be able to do so. Flash away from CWJ. Down in the back line. Counter-Strike business out. Sem9 dominate game number 1 in this best of 7 series.
Complete domination, frankly, from the get-go here in game 1. There was like no recourse for RSG in that whole game. It came down to the Rift Herald fight. It looked close for a second, and then you realize it's a 4v5. RSG has one less person here.
Look, whoever's doing the draft with them is like a 6 player. They have like, it's a 6 versus 5. RSG are feeling that pressure.
Definitely. And in game as well, they look disjointed, frankly. And that's every game that they play against M9. When they play against lesser teams, they can count on their firepower. They can count on their innate talent to pull them through. Their experience to pull them through. Well, Sem9, they have experience too. They have firepower as well. And on top of that, they are a cohesive team unit. With all these things in mind, it's no surprise to me that Sem9 just destroy them in game 1.
I mean, what's happening? Is it a mental block, like facing off? You see the logo, you see the colors, and you're like, man, I can't.
I think they just make little mistakes. Honestly, both of these teams make little mistakes, but RSG's little mistakes are getting hard punished and exploited by Sem9.
Well, we're going to go into a quick break. When we come back, game number 2 of this best of 7 series will resume. If you ever wanted to know how to win a game in a grand finals, I think Sam9 have just given you a very good textbook definition on how to do so in such strong fashion. I'm Grant, and with me here is Omo. We're taking a look at this series, the conclusion of the WCS MYSG today.
It's looking to be the start of a very fast conclusion. That's the kind that I like. Quick and to the point.
Quick and to the point. Sam9 have come into this with so much experience, such a rich backstory in their previous pro player career. But now all of that means nothing. It's the start of a new... I'm sorry to say.
Nothing is a bit of a stretch.
It means nothing. And off.
His words.
Means nothing because now they've come in looking absolutely dominant. First things first, they want to close out this series with a strong presence.
Yeah.
So going into WCS finals on, I would say on a really good start, and then hit the ground running and really demonstrate just how good they can be.
Yeah, I love that point, and we'll come back to revisit the new chapter of Sam9 if they win the next game, if they win the whole series. But let's take a look at the live trivia first of all.
The questions have been getting harder.
The questions there've been some tricky ones, and I like that they try to throw in. Okay, but see, this is not a tricky one.
This is.
We're not supposed to give it away. Production scolds us when we say the answer on air.
But I never say the answer.
I always do.
You always say the answer because you're playing the game yourself. Like I'm like, oh, I'm audience.
Yeah.
I'm audience member.
I am an audience member, right?
I'm audience member over.
I'm one of you guys. I'm one of you guys. We're the same. This guy is like, he's an elitist. You know, he's like, I'm above you. I'm not gonna partake in the trivia.
What do you mean?
That's your words.
I care about.
That's literally what you told me last night.
Video game law.
Didn't you tell me that audiences are dumb and you would never partake in trivia like us? Monkey brain audience members. Wasn't that what you said last night?
I think you had something planted in your head, maybe like a hypnotic suggestion by yourself somewhere down the line.
Yeah, so which champion says, imagine if I had a real weapon, the answer will be coming to you after this break. Don't go and Google it because it's very obvious. If you don't know, you don't know.
No, but so these kind of questions, right? Yeah. You're not a nerd for knowing. You obviously
it's very obvious. The champion says it like 6 times.
You know the answer, right? But when I know video game knowledge, I get flamed on. Well, let's take a look at some of the things that you guys have been talking about. Enough about what we've been seeing. Let's take a look at the first meme that we've had in store for us. I haven't seen this yet.
So we gotta give a score, right?
I haven't seen these yet. So
yeah, I actually haven't seen it yet as well.
We're gonna rate your memes.
Yeah.
Whatever they're gonna end up being.
And I have a PhD from the University of Mimeology.
Yeah, which is why I say
this is the part where Twitch chats are saying it's cringe.
Your two great loves in life, right? Memes.
Okay, let's see. What is this? What if Coffee joins Todak next season?
Why would Coffee join Todak?
I don't get it. I don't get it. It just went right above my head. It's definitely a reference that we are not getting. Because I'm pretty sure it's like they were on a team together or something, right?
Yeah, it's like some kind of like connection there.
We're just trying to piece the puzzle pieces together, but we don't quite...
So what's your rating?
Wait, is that a pun? I don't understand. Is that a pun?
What's your rating?
I just feel so dumb right now. I can't rate it without knowing the context.
Yeah,
that would just be unfair, wouldn't it?
So so based on your PhD in memology, right? What are we getting?
Production is saying move on. We're dumb. We don't know anything. Let's go take a look at the post game.
We've given up on Omo.
I'm sorry.
He's failed us as the PhD.
I'm sorry. I should have done better here.
Conductor of fun, forget it.
Look at the assist numbers coming in from the side of Sam9. I don't know how it was a Zoraveki on set that picked up 6 kills, but Chili, Sagi, Winter, they're just such a good team, aren't they? Number of assists, basically the same as number of KP. They function as a unit, 13 kills in total. You know, what is that? 11, 12, 13. It's basically the whole team of Sam9 except for the Baron laner who's on an island. They are participating in all of these fights.
And we were talking about this like during the break between games. I was asking you like, what am I supposed to look at Sam9 side? Yeah. And you couldn't give me an answer. Everyone just looks so good, working cohesively. There's no individual star player because there's no need to. Everyone's performing their function really well. There's no weakness that needs to be patched up through another player, through another lane.
And that's not to say that there's no individuality, there's no standouts, there's no carries.
Sure.
It's just everyone is carrying, everyone is standing out. So amongst the team of standouts, who do you pick as a standout, right? That's the question you basically posed to me. And I can't answer that. It's too difficult. And if you look at the side of Sam9, even Chili's performance that game, I think was just amazing. Azoravaki did his job fantastically. RH was a bit quiet that game, but I think that's completely fine because he didn't need to do anything. He did his job extremely well.
Why
that's
quiet?
I want to point out how broken that Ziggs Varus team comp as well with the double front line was from the side of Sam9. I feel like this is what I've been saying the whole split long. Ziggs Varus combo, finally it's getting prioritized, and of course it's by Sam9, the team that has the best handle on the meta and how to draft around it, honestly.
I mean, look at what happened. Most of their HP were gone in the first 2 seconds of the fight. Raven nearly got one shot off of the back of just the Ziggs alone. And there's really nothing else to be said. Apart from that, the Ziggs was such an impactful piece. We go into Champions Select now. RSG with the first ban onto Shen.
Now, with the side swapped up, I'm curious to see if Sam9 will keep... Oh, there we go. Sam9, my boys, I'm rooting for you guys here today. I'm in your corner now, rather. Let's see if this is... Let's see if maybe I'm the curse here. What if Sam9 loses when they're on my side? What if I'm the jinx?
RSG, come on, guys. Pick blue.
So whoever's on Grandin's side might just win here today. We'll see if that plays out. Sam9, I'm curious to see if they'll change up their bans now, considering they're on the red side. Because will they want to ban something away instead of the Olaf? Will they want to be giving the Olaf over? RSG determining that set is a big problem, and I say you're right to determine that, because look at how he played that game. One of Vecky's best performances, I would say, in playoffs.
I haven't quite fact-checked this yet, but I think statistically, actually, red side wins more.
Actually?
I think so. So far, what we've seen from the WCS, not in all regions. For example, in the Korean region, blue side wins more. But in the WCS, in the regions that I do follow, kind of, like PH region, MYSG, and like TH, red side tends to win more.
Huh. Okay, we'll see if that's the case here. Let's see if red side can maintain the win rate as 7. Oh wait, no. RSG was red side last game. Let's see if red side can redeem their win rate this time around. And Sam9, they're the ones banning away the Lulu this time. Not going to be banning the Olaf. What will RSG snatch on the first pick here? That's going to determine how the draft shapes out for them. Camille's going to be the clear answer, because you look at the Camille last game, she could really do it all. She didn't need to carry. She didn't need to get to the point where she was the hyper carry 1v9 because the team was playing so well. But keep in mind, the Camille factor is always there, especially with Fiora banned away.
It's effectively both sides. They've switched sides, but RSG have gone for the same bans.
The bans are different, right?
Well, the bans are the same, just on different teams.
Sure, I mean, you change up a little bit, but basically,
the set was banned. The set was banned as opposed to what we saw before.
Look at this!
But
what is this?
You just have Sam9 going for the ribbon.
Our head throws down the gauntlet. He says, whatever you can do, I can do better. Let's see if that's indeed the case. I think this is very likely going to be an RH pickup, and now the Ziggs to follow up. By the way? No, I will not.
You will not?
I will not.
Well, that's unfortunate.
We'll see. Maybe at C-Finals.
You're not very fun.
Maybe at C-Finals.
Maybe at C-Finals. The Ziggs comes through from Sam9 again. So still getting to have that really powerful combo. Still have that front line. I mean, that's what happens when you have that 2-pick. Sam9 had previously banned away the Olaf, correct? Right, which is why we didn't get this. Oh, no, I think it was RSG, right?
No, Sam9 banned away the Olaf last game.
Sam9 banned away the Olaf against RSG, and so they get to go for it again. Now they get the Karma, they're trying to look for that boost, and so still sticking to that same ideology. You know, he got in the head to last game and said, Jax wasn't the answer, we still have this Olaf as a try-though.
Much easier game to play out this time, much easier draft to play out, but I gotta say, I'm liking the draft a little bit better from the side of RSG right now. The Graves as a counter pick to the Olaf. This is gonna get picked up for Zorvaki. He had a great performance last game. Let's see if he can keep it going, but very different roles.
I mean, we gotta talk a little bit about why Graves is a counter pick, right? Because he's got that smoke screen.
That's part of the reason. Another reason is he's great at kiting you, and he does a lot of damage. You think about what Olaf does, he loses his resistance buff. When he pops Ragnarok, he runs at you. You just pop him. That's basically what Sam9 does with their team comp right now. They have a lot of damage. They're not lacking for damage. And something you got to keep in mind as well is if Graves builds a bit of lethality, he's basically a poke champion as well. And then you say, what? Using your ultimate to poke? That's pretty much it, right? And that's something you see people do a lot in League PC as well with lethality builds. That's the good thing about Graves. You can build two ways. You can go AD carry style. You can build life steal. Or you can just go poke with lethality, and Zorvaki, he will have the options here depending on how they want to play it. Because honestly, with this team comp, they could do both.
And with this second rotation of bans, you know, coming through, we see like the Thresh, we see the Braum, you know, support pool being whittled down a little bit. Rich, we have to talk a little bit about the guy here because last game he went on the Galleon again with the same mentality. I need to be the one to initiate. I need to engage for my team. They need to follow up with me. I will bring us into the fight. Maybe this time around, if Karma doesn't go into the mid lane, Rich might have to opt for that play instead.
And Karma is a pretty good lane bully champion as well. We'll see if there's anything that RSG wants to combo with it. But keep in mind that Sam9, they could easily save support counter pick till the 5th pick on the red side. Whoa. 2 picks at once. Gentleman's agreement going on between these two guys here. Okay, I think we had a bit of a... Oh, there we go. That makes a lot more sense, right? It was a bit of a spectator bug. That's fine. It's going to be the Galio picked up. I'm surprised, actually, that dropped so far down the draft because you want to deny the Camille Galio combo.
Yeah, you already have like the Ziggs coming through. And, and with RSG, they were forced to prioritize for their Galio, you know, trying to go for something like that.
Yes.
Unfortunately for them, actually, both tools taken away from RSG's side, right? You think about the Hextech Ziggs ultimate, Hextech Galio ultimate, both those things gone.
But I guess it's fine as well, because if it's gonna be Tipper playing the Camille, he's never gonna be with his team anyway, so you're not gonna need those combos anyway, right? But very interesting draft coming out, a very active bottom lane, Dragon lane matchup, and that's what I want to look out for this game, right? Sure, you got the Camille against Riven, that's gonna be high feed, that's gonna be big, but you've got Lucian Galio against Jin Rakan now in the Dragon lane. For both of these side laners, I think this is gonna be a very impactful matchup on how this game plays out as a whole. We talked about how Raven and Rich, they seem to be a little bit more consistent in the last game, but it's only game 1. Maybe Sagi and Winter put them back in their place here.
I mean, by the time we got to the mid game, Sagi and Winter ended off the games with...
Oh, they played amazing,
I mean, Winter had like 12 out of 13 kill participation.
Yes.
I think Sagi was like looking at 4 kills, 5 assists. I mean, I think he had the second most kills or most kills in that game.
6 kills, I think. 605 or something like that.
Something
it was
along
insane.
those lines, right? Like by the mid game, right? He was like 405 or something like that. And so I mean, it just goes to show like they don't need to have a good laning phase.
Yeah.
As long as they survive laning phase, they're gonna come out of it and they're gonna come out of it strong.
And that's the thing, right? In this matchup, if you look at Sam9 versus RSG, I think you almost never see Sam9 explode in lanes, lose games rather, true lanes.
Which is what RSG are hoping for.
Well, RSG constantly do that, right? They constantly make little mistakes, whether they're trying too hard to find leads or they're just messing up, and they get punished for it every single time.
And you were talking about how Sam9 and RSG are both making mistakes, but
Yes.
RSG are getting punished harder for these mistakes.
Way harder.
What is RSG supposed to do? Where are they supposed to look for these errors in
They just
Sam9's
need
gameplay?
to play as a team. It sounds easy, but it really is not.
This is
the clear
the
answer
kind
here.
of motivational stuff that says, "Man, I'm feeling down. You know, I'm feeling sad. Just don't be sad.
Do you know what the best way to win the championship is?
Win."
Don't lose a match. Just win 4 games. Win 4 games here today and you lift the championship. You go on to C finals, where you just need to win, what, like 2-3 series, and you go on to Icons. That's it. It's really not that hard. And then you go to Icons, win your groups, and then just win like 2-3 series in playoffs,
this is, right?
and
This
you win
is-
the whole world.
he
You
is-
win a global
he
championship.
is
It's
the
not that hard, guys.
Backseat analyst, right? While all the players
Yeah.
out in the world are out here playing the game and actually making an impact, we're out here standing here,
Standing here,
sitting
here.
and, you know, just talking about
How easy it is to
almost
win a
talking-
championship.
You know, I can sit down and be like, yeah, this is that easy. I pull out my phone and then I just start playing Wild Rift. You know, right? That's Omo in a nutshell.
That's exactly why we're here and we're not the ones competing for the title right now. It's between Sam9 and RSG. Game 1, Sam9 were dominant.
But here's the
RSG,
thing.
I think they have a much better draft this
But
time.
Omo, you've had that insight working with some of these guys,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
you've
you know,
on RSG
you know.
side, and even before this, you've had a lot of contact with the players from Sam9 before.
Sure.
You've had a lot.
Well,
of
maybe not a lot.
Well, but quite a decent amount, right? You've
I
definitely
played against
known
them a couple times.
Yeah, you've definitely known a little bit about them.
Yeah.
You know, because this is that BO7 series, you know, that is that full 7 game. RNG won 4 games in their match against Phantom 6. They didn't feel that fatigue yet. But now, if this game goes the distance, I don't know how you feel about these teams' odds in a long series.
I think fatigue is less of a factor, and it's more about the potential to mental boom if you play long series. On the side of RSG, I don't think that's something that will affect Sam9. They seem to have a very good team dynamic going on there. I feel like all of these players are old enough, experienced enough that they won't quite be too fatigued. It's more like, you know, boom, mental boom, and then that's game. Let's go next. Look at the matchup. I want to point out really quickly, I don't like this swap here between Chili and Sagi. You're swapping the Lucian into the mid lane to lane against the Karma. That puts a lot of pressure on him to be a lane bully, to control the lane, but that also means that you have a double marksman mid and jungle. Who's gonna be the setup? How are you gonna like really play around this? And this just comes down to a dynamic where you have to be dominant. You have to control your lane. You have to out-mechanics your opponent because it's a hard duo to play. But I feel like Sam9, this is a show of confidence here for them. And if they win this mid-jungle matchup, if they snowball the game from it, that confidence is going to carry over for the rest of the series.
And that's exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see Sam9 come in with that confidence and keep that momentum going, really
Well,
start
this
to
is a show of
dominate
confidence.
things, displaying that, exactly, and hoping that Tipper is going to punish, well, RH is going to be able to punish Tipper here and beat him with his own Riven. you know, I think that is like a great thing to watch out for.
This is a mental game here from Sam9. If they win this game too in dominant fashion, not only do they win the game, I think they win the whole series just because of the nature of the draft.
Talking about Game 2, we have Game 2 lining up right now. RSG and Sam9, they may have swapped sides, but the score is still the same. Sam9 hold the lead here. 1-0 to start this one off. And like you mentioned, well, if draft makes a difference, surely I think Sam9 are feeling themselves very well here.
Man, and we see the same thing this time around. Sam9 wisen up to the tricks of RSG. They're going to do the lane swap into mid. They're going to get the double push in, and they're both going to run top. Look at Chili's aggressiveness as well, zoning them away from the lane swap. Going to cost Tipper to miss farm, and now he's half HP as well. Great presence of mind from Sam9.
Sam9 are going to take a little bit of damage in the bot side. Sagi here will face off against Rich's Rakan. I do feel like, you know, when we look at like Rich and what he does in the what he does for his team, you know, having the initiation, I feel like Rakan is one of the most consistent. It's very easy to play around. You know, you're very quite likely to be able to see that one coming in.
Ooh.
I mean, that's a start. That's a start.
Really good trades here from Arhedge, and he's been trading very well the entire series as well. Just spacing Tipper right there, and I do like the Rakan pick like you mentioned as well. And I got to mention that Rakan is a great combo with a lot of the champions on the side of RSG. Oftentimes you see Olaf run in alone, he doesn't get the backup, he's too deep. Well, Rakan can easily fix that. Battle dances to you and jumps in together. Now Raven and Rich are trying to dominate this matchup. They need to dominate this matchup because they're top side of the map. It's having a hard time here.
Wand over by the side, so they know where Tipper is. That's going to be the Skull Crab going over to Zorveki. They might be able to get a little bit more damage onto Tipper. Stop his recall for a little bit, make his recall a little bit more ill-timed. Raven off to the bottom side, takes a decent amount of damage, has to stop flashing away. Flash from Asagi. Looks for the kill, but misses out on the bouncing bomb.
Not quite enough here, and Rich has gone roaming. You see, RSG, they look so desynced. They lose the top crap, but still they roam up. Still they try to force a play. Now they feel a pressure to make something happen.
Force a play indeed. Rich jumps in over onto Arhedge. I'm not sure this is going to be valuable for them as his game still tries to charge in, jumps in onto Arhedge. It is a kill. It's first blood, in fact.
Oh, he messed up.
SSK gets the undertow back onto Zorveki again. Flashes forward and chases after for the double kill.
But Raven, well, that's the life of a marksman, isn't it?
Left alone to the bot side to its own devices, will fall to the 3-man dive from Sam9.
Makes it very close though. Imagine if he still had flash, there might have been an outplay situation, but 3-on-1, those are pretty good odds, and Sam9, they walk away with the dive. They walk away with some gold lead here for Sagi.
And we have to talk about that setup, right? Because so many things were going on. You said RSG had overextended, overcommitted to play for the top side.
Yeah. I thought it wasn't going to be a kill, and RSG, they managed to make it happen. Enough damage in the early game from the Olaf. That's good right now because he is the win condition for the next 5 minutes on the side of RSG. It needs to be SSK leading the charge. This time around, no more scaling, none of that nonsense. And we see him go for a play again.
I mean, just watch as Tipper trades against Arhedge here. Has to start dashing away. Very nice dodge with the hook shot away from the ultimate from the Riven.
I think they actually spotted Chili on the red buff ward. I feel like that's what happened there because you saw how hesitant SSK was to go in despite Tipper already using the Hextech ultimatum. I feel like that's what happened. And it might have been a language barrier, it might have been communication issues. I feel like it went something along the lines of SSK saying, no, be careful, Lucian's there. And then Tipper is like, okay, I ulti now. And then he goes in. And then it just ends up being messed up. But luckily, Chili doesn't quite pick up the kill here for the side of RSG. They will just back off. But still, bleeding farm on the side of Tipper.
No harm, no foul, except for a little bit of gold loss on the top side. No harm, yeah, quite a decent bit. But I mean, it's a 300 gold lead. It doesn't even amount to a component. Let's talk a little bit about what's going to happen here, right?
Yeah,
now objectives start to spawn. You said that with RSG side, Raven Ridge wanted to win lane, dominate lane. Let's talk a little bit about what the components of that part do, because we have this Jhin. Compared to the Ziggs, what does this offer?
Well, it's going to be tough right now. I feel like the Ziggs is just stronger right now because he's completed the Luden's Echo. His wave clear is going to be insane. He's going to do this, right? He's going to keep shoving out mid lane. His team picks up the Rift Herald, and we know what the combo over there is going to be. Oh, boy.
Well, you can't walk in like that.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks so desynced right now. You always see Sam9 set up first and punish them.
Well, that's a current call. Looking for a kill onto Arhedge. Wither actually takes a good amount of damage, pulls them back in. Transcendent Embrace does good work, but CWJ loses health quickly. That's the exhaust. Arhead tries to flash in onto Raven. We do see the Ignite ticking down. One more auto attack finishes off the kill. Sagi chasing after. Bouncing bombs trying to be used. Flashes out, looking for the fadeaway. Misses that chance. Tipper comes to the collapse on the opposite side with a takedown on the Chili. Tactical sweep back on the Sagi. Knock up on the Sagi. He trains back a kill, but that's Sem9 falling. 7-5 RSG.
That was so close. If he lived a little bit longer, Winter could use the heroic entrance, but he's here. He's gonna try to steal this.
Wait, Winter's back!
Becky's here!
Raven has no HP! They jump back in over the wall, but Rich gets the Rift Arrow through all of that. Auto attack flashing forward from Winter. Takes down Raven. One last kill.
You've heard of Flash Taunt. You've heard of Flash Charge. Winter, he does you one better. Flash Auto, passive proc, gets the kill onto Raven. But at the end of the day,
man.
This is the first fight that RSG have won all series long. Well, it's only been
it's
only
games.
game 2. Sure, but that shows you how dominant Sem9 were in game 1. Not one team fight went close, and now Dragon.
Yeah, but that's the problem. RSG, because of the extended team fight, not prepared for Dragon at all.
But look at the map state right now. It's clear that they just want to give this one up. SSK, he wants gold. He wants money. He wants some gold in his pocket. He's going to be able to get it. Now, we see the Rift Herald get dropped to mid. We talk about how important that is against champions like Ziggs to just be able to get that tower down. It's not quite going to do it, but it's going to get it low.
But we're going to see likely SSK take the tower on the
he will
top
get
side. So
first
it's still going to be first tower to get some gold. It's going to be a little bit infused onto SSK here.
Infused?
Yeah, infused.
A gold-infused Olaf.
Yeah, you got that coffee drip, you know.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they do trade a turret here in the bottom lane. A little bit of gold back to Sem9. They get the Dragon as well. Still a very, very close game state. But playing on a knife's edge right now. RSG, they're trying to raise a tier 2 here.
And if they can get this, if they can get some additional damage, I mean, it's only going to look better and better for them. They get close to taking down a second plating. Not a big issue for them at all. They will take this.
This could be big.
They're trying to force something here. Sagi going to start walking forward. SSK, he's looking a little bit aggressive. Ends up just going for the reckless swings. Might stat one away.
That's going to be RSG holding a 1,000 gold lead, 1.5k gold lead. The mid turret, it's going to be hard to take down because of the Ziggs. Look at how much damage one bouncing bomb does. And I love that Sagi, he's identifying as well what he needs to do in this game. Sure, I can build damage, but I just need to make sure I don't get punished by a Camille, by an Olaf. Double genres for both Shilly and Sagi. They identify the game state very, very well indeed. They just need to stay safe. They just need to not mess up. And SSK, you want to fight here.
Quite some healing coming through. Redemption going to be committed as well. They try to chase after our hedge. Especially makes a big difference. Gets the taunt onto SSK as well as a knock up. Divine Embrace, or Transcendent Embrace, pulls him back in for a second, but they still find the kill.
You see, if you look at the map state, you see why RSG have such a hard time against Sem9. That play was made when Raven and Rich were on a recall. It just doesn't add up, right? Your teammates are in base. You go for a fight there, sure, you trade 1-for-1, but Sagi's always going to rotate first. Very smart call from Chili. Kills the wave here.
All right, kills the wave, but you still see the engage come through. They managed to get this knock up. Quickly still available, but Chili flashes away. Oh my goodness, played so well.
It was pretty botched there by Rich, if I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure if he tapped it or dragged it, what happened exactly, but he just went completely off course. He doesn't quite get the W knock-up on the Chili, and now mid-turret, it's
he hit the hourglass, right? So
he did.
That was going to be tough either way, and Sem9 actually break over the mid-lane turret before RSG do.
Every little mistake that RSG make, Sem9 will punish, and they will punish you to the maximum as well. That's exactly what happens. You fail the kill. Not only do you not get the kill, you lose your mid lane turret here. And Sem9, they're starting to claw back. The goal is basically even.
And when we saw earlier SSK go for that 1-for-1 exchange, the biggest issue was it was on your primary carry, whereas on the Riven, our hedge, he's not that far ahead anymore. He's not really that big of a problem. Chili's down the bot side. He's going to take a decent amount of damage. He's going to be forced away. Tipper was hiding in wait. I mean, that's the exhaust out from Chili, but there's not that much more to gain from this because there's nothing to be gained on the map.
Well, there's going to be a Rift Herald in 20 seconds, and Chili, he's not going to have exhaust. He's not going to have flash. He's going to be in a bit of a precarious spot. Luckily for him, I think the hourglass will come off cooldown by then, so he will have that for the Hextech ultimatum. Look at the team comp. Look at the enchantments really quickly here for Sem9. It's going to be hourglass, 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 and a gargoyles. They know how RSG want a team fight. We're running into you. We're looking to burst you, and their items will deny that.
We're looking for a catch on the R-Hitch, but I mean, ultimately just get away his dash.
He's fine, right? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just not that much value here.
Okay. Pay attention to SSK in this team fight. Olaf, he's extremely strong right now, but TP comes in, they won this.
I'm always paying attention to SSK. What are you talking about? Sam 9, they're going to start walking in. Current call going to be used. They do end up using the smoke screen as well. Tries to block that one out. Rich dashes in, taunts a little bit more damage on the window. Will finish on the Galio. R-Hedge by the side. Goes golden, buys a bit of time. Tipper's off on the other end as well. They finish off the kill. CWJ gets the kill credit. Raven still with full HP, tries to chase after. Doesn't have the move speed. Cannot pursue this kill. Suddenly he walks into a Zorveki and Sagi in the brush, but they give up on that.
You see, you get one kill, but they get the Rift Herald. That's the problem right there. RSG, they had control of the space. How do you want to play out these team comp? How do you want to team fight? You want them to walk into you, and you want to turn. You want to run at them. But they gave up too much space, and Sam9, they controlled the zones of the river so well with the smoke screen, with the Ziggs bombs. It forced RSG into a very tough situation. Now, Dragon is still up. This is going to be the next big objective. Who has the Rift Herald? That's the question I want to ask. I think it's in the pocket of Vaki. So can he drop it anywhere on the map to try to pressure RSG, to make it hard for them to start this Dragon? It looks like that's not going to be the case, and SSK will start this one off.
RSG feel nothing against starting this Dragon.
They need to do it.
They feel no problem. Nothing holds them back. They actually see Raven get caught by the taunt. Has tried to flash, but already used everything he has. He's going to have to use the Hourglass. Tries to live through it all, but the collapse in from S9. The rest of his team won't be there available. The principal problem, SSK still up, but R-Hedge follows through with his own kill. Tipper, he wants to chase after. They finish that one off. Tactical sweep on Zorveki. Now with the X-Tech ultimatum, gets the sweep, gets the auto attacks, and power through, gets the shield through as well. Tipper is still alive through it all.
Oh my god,
Rich
Chili!
now in a 1v1 against Chili. The creep cannon minion still looking to take him down. Dodges away from the Quill, and that's Sam9 losing 3, but trading back just as many.
Grandin, that was a 3v5 team fight. That was not a team fight, that was a 3v5. Raven was out of the fight. CWJ was one shot. That fight started off 3 versus 5. But look at this Olaf. Look at this Rakan. That's the combo we talked about. And Tipper, he does such a great job at trying to clean things up here. Making use of the passive proc to last longer against Zorveki. And I gotta criticize Rich here. He missed out on several key spells that might have turned the fight. Pay attention to his, what's it called? The battle dance, the flawless duet, whatever you call it. That W, if it lands, well, credits to Chili for dodging out with the flash.
The grand entrance.
The grand entrance,
I'm going to
that's
have
the
to
one.
cut you off because look at what's happening on the main screen right now as well.
The fights don't stop.
RSG have walked back in on this Dragon, and SSK, no flash available. This could once again turn out to be a disastrous fight for either team. Rift out off the mid lane. Tipper not available into this fight. That's going to be the current call used early, trying to zone S9 off.
Oh, bad TP.
Not that much they can get out of this. Tipper tries to teleport in. Like you mentioned, is not going to be ideal. Ultimate coming through from Sagi. Look for this initial engage. That's Rich. Finally finding the entry that they need. SK tries to walk in. Undertow doesn't connect at first. R-Hedge still left untouched. CWJ flashes away. Chili chases after. They look for the dive. Back onto the enemy. RSG start to rout out the fight, but they get the Dragon through it all.
You kill 2, you lose 1. The Rift Herald gets a charge on mid lane tier 2. It's going to be low. It's going to be in danger of the satchel charge later on. But right now, that was a win for RSG. We take that dub 2 for 1. We get the Dragon. Finally, something's looking up for them. And no. Finally, a break in the action, right? I guess they got to give us some time to talk. Very top 3 with the teams.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, if you say we have some time to talk, what do you have in store for us?
Where do I start, Brendan? Let me break this down in my head really quickly. This
okay, so do you want me to start?
Go ahead, yeah.
All right, so far what we've seen from RSG as well and Sam9, RSG have jumped into this. They've gone and played for the same idea they played for game 1. But instead of going for the Jax, they've now had the Olaf let through.
Totally different change of pace here.
Totally different change of pace has allowed them to make more risky provocations. They've gone in. The Olaf has done things that were not available to the Jax before, right? The Counter-Strike gives good crowd control, but that wasn't what they needed. They needed raw, unadulterated, unfiltered damage onto their opponents. Why are you laughing, Obo?
You know, everything you just said, right? I could sum it up in 2 words. Olaf aggressive. Gotcha. That's why I'm the color caster. Olaf aggressive. Olaf run in. And that's exactly what SSK has been doing the whole game. But no, look, listen. You look at the setup. That's my problem right now. RSG, their setups have issue. So Raven's getting caught. CWJ's getting caught. You have 2 members running in from the left. You have 2 members running in from the right. It's disjointed. And even though this game they're winning, they're not winning by much.
This shit, Shakespeare said, brevity is the soul of wit.
Yeah. So I'm a witty guy.
Yeah, but have you seen his plays? The guy is not very brief at all.
Maybe he's saying he's not a witty guy, you know?
RSG is about to try and prep around the Baron. It is going to be a difficult one to go for, but this is the first time RSG have got into a close enough series against Sam9. Into a close enough spot that this does matter.
The first time these two teams faced off in the first round robin, RSG, they played a very close 3 games. They even won 1. But ever since then, not in any of the face-offs between these two teams have RSG played Sam9 close until this game. This is the first game since the first round robin that RSG have played Sam9 close, and they are making it look like they could maybe possibly take this one. I want to bring up scaling.
Is this the
right
one
now.
in your 4-1?
This is the one in my 4-1, maybe, right? Let's see. I mean, I think scaling is going to be the big question right now. I think Camille is going to be a big factor here, but the Olaf is it's something that I'm a bit worried about.
Because even as we zoom out, like, they could just as easily ban away the Olaf again and remove away the option for this composition.
Well, let's focus on this game right now, right? Within the context of this game, despite how fat SSK is, look at Zorveki's goal. Look at Zorveki's items. He's basically matching him, and Graves will heavily outscale him.
Yeah, he's right on par. He's able to chase after really easily.
They really want that turret.
They really want this turret. It's one hit away. Surely can find it. Raven has that empowered auto attack, but I mean, it's going to be held together by Sagi and Winter.
Yeah. Oh, Zorveki just a little bit cautious there.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about it. Maybe it's a misclick, right? But I think he was just being cautious. You don't know if... Actually, he knew there's no one waiting in the wings, so he's just being cautious. Now mid-turret finally gets dropped. That's going to be also big against Ziggs. He has no turret to fall back to now. He has to play around his tier 2, and that space on the map given over to RSG. Look at how they're executing on the 1-3-1 setup here. Sam9 though, this is what they always do. They punish a 1-3-1 by jumping you in the side lane.
Yeah, but it's not looking so good for SSK now. He's already used his ult, so he doesn't get immune from the ult.
No, he hasn't.
He has used his ult, but he's still up. Actually, he tries to run in now. It's going to expire. At this point, SSK falls. Chili over the back. The current call looking for the kill. Sagi's going to act as bodyguard.
There's
for
backup,
Chili.
there's backup.
CWJ starts to try and rush in. Gets the initial taunt off the slow, manages to land. Zoreki doesn't have his ultimate this time, but it's going to come off cooldown quite quickly. Rich gets the charm. Tipper looking for an entry angle as well. But it's going to be difficult to get the knock up. No, they don't onto our hedge. Tipper jumps back in onto the ribbon, but they start to back away.
Do you know what happened to SSK there? We can get a look at the replay. That is so sad. He popped the Ragnarok. He did a bunch of damage, right? But did you see how he died at the end? He ate the entire culling from Chili and stood still. Do you know why? He was smokescreen. Look at this from SSK right now, right? He has the Ragnarok. He does 1,000,000 damage. He does so much combo with the out from CWJ. But look at this. He's standing the smokescreen. He gets CC'd. And, okay, well, he got CC. That's my bad. I actually didn't notice that. But he was also sending the smoke screen. So it's a bit of this, a bit of that. And he ate the entire culling to the face.
Well, I mean, if he had seen Chili's positioning out of the smoke screen, he wouldn't be in a position to get like the crowd controlled and get hit by the culling anyway, right? So, I mean, even if you take a look back at this fight, it just seems really rough for RSG to not be able to get more out of that.
So it's 1-for-1, but trades are favorable for Sam9 because especially for the Graves against the Olaf, right? You could argue the Camille will outscale. You could argue the Jin will a little bit outscale the Ziggs. Zhonya's is up.
The Chili. I mean, they'll take this.
Wait,
they
no
get the kill
Zhonya's?
right away.
He's Zhonya at the last fight. He calculated that so well. And that's going to be Dragon as well. And Grandin, this is Soul. This is Dragon Soul
This
here.
is playable, very playable indeed. RSG are looking for the Dragon Soul here with the Cloud Drake. Sam9 looking for the collapse in now. CWJ acting to try and provide them a little bit of space. Rich gets the initial engage. Tipper ulting in from the back. Teleport's going to come in, so now he's looking for the fight onto the back. Arhatch starts to walk in, but I don't think this makes a big difference. SSK still doing work on the Dragon. They're trying to commit onto it, try and finish this one up. Arhatch has to flash away from the root, from the Karma.
Look at that, he just stopped hitting it. Very good presence of mind from RSG to just say stop damage now. And that made sure the Inferno Bomb was nothing but a leash for them. Very good play. This all starts off from Tipper, correctly identifying Zhonya's is down. He gets the solo kill. He forces Ahij up. They get man advantage. They turn on Zorveki. They punish him in that situation. Now RSG was so they're going to look at Baron.
Prepare for the Baron. Starting this one up. Winter's going to come in, use the Winds of Wall, get some information onto this. Sagi's over by the back as well. Has his ultimate coming up
Look at how much
soon,
pressure
but it's
Tipper
going to be
generates.
a little bit too late. So
That's gone.
end up giving away the Baron. Both major objectives over to RSG.
Both major objectives in the hands of RSG. They have the Baron, they have the Soul. It's now or never to take this game. And we said if Sam9 had won this game, that's the series done because you take a frankly inferior draft. You take champions that flex on your opponents and you win with it. Well, they don't look like they're going to be able to win with it as of right now, given this game state. So RSG, maybe they're still in this one.
I mean, Omo, I'm already off my seat. I've been
off my seat since like 5 minutes. Do you realize this game, the fights have not stopped? It's 18 minutes. We have 25 kills. What are we, WCS Vietnam?
I mean, they're committed to this. They really want to have these fights
Curtain's
going.
call.
Curtain's call starts this one off again. They're trying to pick up the mid
They're
tier 2
forcing them off the turret.
Exactly, trying to zone them away. Meanwhile, Timber's off by the side in as well. Also looking for a little bit more value over at the side. Rich gets this initial jump back onto our hedge, but they won't be able to finish off the kill. SSK pops the ultimate, gets a little damage onto Winter, finishes off the first kill. Our hedge over by the back. Tactical Sheep not going to be available. The flash out from Azor Vecchi, but in the smoke screen, Tipper left untouched.
No, Raven!
They get the mid inhib, the top side inhib, soon to fall to the onslaught from RSG. Response none available for Sem9.
And we said last game, the draft was highly favorable for Sem9 and it felt like RSG have no options to play. This time RSG coming in with a much better draft. I said I favored their draft in Champion Select. And look at how important it is. It's still a close game. It was still extremely close for most of the game. And that's a testament to how good of a team Sem9 are. But RSG, they look like they're going to take this one. 2 inhibs down, Soul in their pocket. Baron going to be timing out soon, but I don't think that matters. With only 1 lane of turrets left, I feel like RSG, they're just going to send Camille down there. The rest of the team pressures the map, and that should be it for game 2. Looks like they might just well tie the series up.
I mean, the nature of the champions, they just get so much damage under the Nexus. I think they don't even have to kill anyone on Sem9 to be able to finish off the game. So at any point, Rich looking for the initial engage, tries to get this jump back onto his enemy, but you have to watch out for Winter's re-engage as well. Raven comes in, a lot of damage on the Chili.
So much damage.
Auto attack finishes off the Lucian, and now Sem9 plays a 4 versus 5. Things aren't going to be easy. Current call to finish off Winter. A little bit more damage on the side to take him down as well. Our hedge manages to execute off the kill. The soul through with a triple kill for Raven, and RSG do not count them out yet. Tipper says, I will not be forgotten. Respect me as they go on to the Nexus. Game number 2 goes over to RSG.
Let that game sink in for a second. Was that not a banger? Was that a banger or what, Grandin?
That was a banger.
I'm going to tell you guys something a little bit disgusting right now, okay? Look at our face shield.
No,
you guys,
don't stop.
Okay,
stop.
I won't bring that up. I have another point. I have another point to make here. And that is, Sem9, I'm sincerely sorry that when you swap over to my side, you immediately lose. That's my bad. I'm sorry, guys. I guess just pick blue side now, right?
But what if I just flex and I just run to the other side?
Is that how we make sure that RSG wins here today? We just keep swapping sides?
We just keep swapping sides.
I'm sincerely sorry, and it seems to me like blue side has a heavy advantage this series.
Yeah, I don't feel like you're sincere enough. Maybe shave your head. Well, this series has just been tied up. RSG pulled back 1-1. We're going for a quick little break. When we come back, game number 3 is on board.
Not just hunting in the night, no. Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up. Let's go, dig it. Get your hands up.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
You know when I saw that intro video, Omo, you know what the feeling it gave me? You know, our friends that played with us before, the 8 teams that we started with, they're gone but not forgotten. You know, they're still there. They have their little legacy every time we come back from a break.
Grandin, only 2 teams matter now. Only 10 players matter right now. And those are the 10 players that we're going to watch play right after there's a little bit of a break between the games.
Man, you're terrible.
They don't matter. These 5, you know, after today, I'm going to say that only 5 players matter. The 5 that represent us at C Finals.
And at that point, then the only people that win are the only ones
Yes.
that matter. And man,
Only winners matter. I'm just saying it right now.
Come on, everybody's, you know,
No kumbaya over here. Let's look at live trivia answers. I feel like everyone will know what this one is
surely at this
if
point.
you play the game.
Yeah, fair enough. Wait, actually, let's see. Who does not? So, Twisted Fate, he uses cards.
Sure, so I guess it could make sense.
So
right?
he doesn't have like a real weapon per se, but
Yeah.
Wukong clearly has like a snap.
Senna has a gun.
She has a gun.
Her gun is bigger than she is.
Psychic Detective Senna, she has psychic powers as well.
Does she actually?
Well, I mean, like the
See,
animations
so
and
so
stuff.
I always talk about like how lame lore is. Not only do you know the law of the champion, you know the law of the skin that the champion has.
For sure. I mean, like, it ties in.
Dude, I like how you just justify it. For sure, yeah, nice.
It ties into the universe, right? Because like we have
sure.
we have like the what's it called, night and Dawnbringers, right?
Yeah.
Like that stuff happens, and it ties into like TFT sets, for example.
Okay, Grandin, lore is a meme. But you know what else is a meme? What's coming up on your screens right now? I'm sorry, I'm trying to steal your job here.
No, you're the other meme.
Okay, what is this? Let me decipher this. It's alright. It's not a bad meme. It's a classic. It's an old format, but I feel like there's no suspense, there's no twist, and all good memes need
All right,
that.
so what's your rating?
My rating on this?
Yeah.
It's a pass. I get a pass. It's a 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10.
It's a 5 out of 10.
Yeah,
That's
it's a 5
it for
out of
you.
10. It's a pass. It's a stable, good meme. You
So
can't
you
go
saw
wrong
this
with
see
it.
your timeline. What was your reaction? What, you're on your phone now.
I won't even chotto.
You're scrolling.
I won't even chotto. Not
nothing.
even a.
Not even.
No.
Man, that's a rough one. So 5 out of 10 for you is just like you think for yourself, it's like, that's funny.
If it's a bad meme, then it would get less than a 5 out of 10. This is not a bad meme. It's
Sure.
just meh.
But so not even like a reaction.
There's
you just
no
said,
twist. There's no
like,
humor.
You just sit there. You just go
Granted,
there.
my sense of humor is like shrouded behind like 600 layers of irony at this point. Like my mind has been broken by the internet.
Like that's what you think. That's what you tell
like
yourself.
this is just too basic.
Like that's what you tell yourself.
This is like 9gag memes, you know?
What's our 9-gang memes?
Okay, let's not get into this, Brandon. Where were we?
Look, I found that funny.
I'm not surprised.
I'll give it. To
I'll
them.
believe that.
I'll give that to
All
whoever,
right, let's see.
whoever did it.
What matters here? These two teams. And now,
Oh no,
look, Brendan.
they switched sides again.
Oh no. Let's see if the. Okay, so blue side, for context to the viewers at home, blue side is 100% win rate so far, right?
Yes, 2 games. Well, 2 out of 2.
Still 100% win rate. And every team that has been on Grandin's side has won thus far. Let's see if that pattern holds up.
Fair enough, fair enough. Before we test that theory further, let's take a look at how things panned out last game. This one was much closer.
Yeah.
You know, that being said, you know, when 7-9 beat RSG, it was quite a dominating performance.
It was huge, yeah.
But when RSG beat 7-9, well, not so straightforward. There were still some points that were kind of iffy, 1-for-1 trades that didn't look that ideal for RSG. But in the end, they managed to make it work. And one of the key parts has been Ness Olaf.
Yeah, the Olaf was huge in the early to mid stages of the game. I think CWJ had a much better game. I think Raven had a much better game. Rich had some mechanical slip-ups here and there, but nothing too significant at the end of the day. I think ultimately, though, it's not a very convincing win to me. If you look at 7-9's win in Game 1, they were dominant. This game of inches.
And the other partner has been Tipper as well, right? His
Yes.
performance on this Camille is a far cry from his Garen.
Yeah, it's definitely much better. He looks much more at home on these carry champions. And our hedge, you know, we said that he was the player that we wanted to look out for from 7-9. Not the most impressive performance here on this Riven.
Well, we looked over
1
on
and
this
6, right? I think he was.
something
Yeah.
along those lines. Well, we look over on the side of S9, right? They
Yeah.
still managed to grab the Ziggs and it still did a lot of damage,
Yeah.
but wasn't at that same degree anymore. I mean, what kind of changed there? What was the issue
It's
that they
definitely
faced?
not the Ziggs, right? That's the thing. The Ziggs is not the problem. Ziggs is not the problem. Ziggs is one of the best champions in the game right now. One of the most broken champions in the game right now. You saw every time he landed a bouncing bomb on Raven, Raven had to recall. He loses 2-3 bars of health. That champion is just too strong. I think it's the pieces around that were the problem here. You basically have a full AD comp and the Ziggs. If your Lucian doesn't get a hit, if your Riven don't get a hit, you have huge problems. I feel like in this draft, you will not see a Riven and you will not see a Lucian coming out of 7-9 100%. It doesn't seem to fit their team identity, and you could see that they didn't look so comfortable playing it as well.
All right, well, Sam9 will continue. First things first, ban away the Lee Sin. Get that out.
They're gonna ban Olaf again.
Get that out of SXK's wheel box, right?
Yeah.
Just don't give him any chance to try
A
and play
wheel
for
box. I know the Grand Prix is going on right now, but a wheel box.
that. Get that toolbox.
That's the one.
Toolbox. All right, fair enough.
Sorry to call you out like that, but I want to make a GP reference tonight, so
You got
I got mine.
Is it out of your system?
We'll see.
Can you get it out of the way?
It depends on who wins.
So why was there no reference from when Jin was running fast?
From when what?
Jin's running fast. Gets that false shot
That's
running
a pretty
fast.
bad one. Maybe if someone
Plus
picks
with the,
Rammus.
plus with the karma.
Maybe if
Who's
someone
gonna
picks
pick
Rammus.
Rammus?
We'll see. We'll see. We've seen Stranger Things.
You pick. I haven't seen Stranger Things.
I actually have not seen Stranger Things as well. Just season 1. I think you stop right there. I think it gets worse. Focus, let's focus. Let's focus up here. What's going on? RSG, they ban away the Lulu. Will they ban away the Sat? That's the big question right now, right?
Yeah, that's something they
Oh,
wanted
no,
to get
but they
rid
can't
of.
'cause Fiora.
That was the other
You
big
see?
the other big part of this. They've been
Yeah.
banning away Fiora, getting that away from R-Hedge, and not
Yeah.
allowing that so they don't get that matchup going into this. But at the same time, RSG, I just feel like they have so many things they want to ban out, and even as they
Okay.
release that first pick through, so it's the set that comes in, but we've worried a lot about
Here's
this.
what RSG are doing. I know what they're doing right now. Okay, so they released the Camille. They let Camille through, and they say, if you take Camille, we take Fiora. It's coming.
Okay, so if they get the
I'm
Fiora
sorry to
here,
cut you off like
they-
6 times.
I also feel like Karma has been like a rising popular
Yes.
pick here.
Yes.
Shen, interestingly, not really been played all that much.
But it was hugely detrimental to how RSG wanted to play the game the last time these two teams faced off. Shen just shuts down these messy team comps, and it allows Sam9 to play so well around side lane, something they do much better than RSG. Will we see the Fiora? Will I be proven correct? Let's find out. 15 seconds on the clock. It's gonna be Ziggs. I love that snatch away from Sam9.
Yeah, take the Ziggs away, but this does still open up a couple of options for Sam9 here. They could go for the Fiora plus the Karma, have that kind of enabled there, and really trying to go for the hyper carry. Otherwise, the Galio is also up, so you could have that possible pairing.
Yes, the Galio is going to be a big one. I think that's what we want to be looking out for here. But we will indeed instead see the Rakan for Winter.
I feel like that's a bigger issue, to be honest.
It's a good pick. It's a very, very good pick, especially when you consider how that's going to affect the Ziggs. You're going to be diving a lot onto the back line. And Camille and Rakan in tandem, there's really no counterplay to that. One Zhonya's will not save you.
Wow, going for the Jace. They don't really care so much about the Fiora here. I feel like Fiora has now fallen down a little bit in their priority. RSG now get to have their next pick before we go into the second set of bans. The Graves coming through, so we've gone through for every type of hyper carry.
Drafts.
They swapped drafts. They got for every type of hyper carry.
Man, okay.
SSK.
Yeah, SSK on this Graves. It's something he's played in the past.
Graves.
Yeah, it's 100% different champs this entire series thus far. Raven as well, I think. Tipper as well. Everyone's just changing up their champions. They're feeling it out. Keep in mind, it's not a best of 5. We're playing a best of 7 here. It's going to be a long one. You want to explore the champion pool a bit? That makes sense. That's fine. Banning against the Varus, one of the favorable matchups into Ziggs, as well as banning away the Braum on the side of Sam9. I think that's very good, because Braum shuts down your engage, denies your engage. I think you want to add an Alistar maybe on top of that, and you would be very happy with the game state right now. RSG though, this is the same draft that Sam9 were playing last game, and what did I criticize that for? It makes it hard to win the game. What clear win conditions do you have? You're lacking in that aspect.
All right, watch them go for like hard engage, win condition right now, pops through, thresh or something.
It's probably going to be an Alistar, right? You see, that's what I was talking about. I think they had to ban away the Alistar, because Alistar is great at what your comp wants to do. Camille and Rakan dive into you, Alistar stands there, presses R, pulverizes the ground. That's it. That's his goal.
Easy gaming, I guess.
In theory.
In theory. But I suppose there's anyone that could do it, I would put my money on Rich. You know, like we mentioned earlier, that this is one of the only champions that we saw repeats of in his run through the playoffs. Right? 3 games on Alistar.
4th one right now.
4th game of Alistar.
Yeah, it's a big pickup for him. I think he has very good performances on it. In game, I want you guys to pay attention to how Rich navigates around team fights when they set up for objective. Look at the angles he comes in from. I think it's very creative, and that's a big part of why it's so effective. Do you know what this Lux pick is? Sagi's playing it.
Yeah.
We saw this played, I believe, by Scarlet Petal of Team Watermelon to great effect. It was very effective. And what is the approach to countering Ziggs here, if you think about it, right? There's 2 things you can do. You get on top of him and kill him. Check. They have that in the form of Camille. They have that in the form of Rakan. Number 2, you outrange him. That's always the counter to poke champions, right? How do you kill them? How do you outrange them? How do you outpoke them? Well, you have Jace, you have Lux. 2 of the only champions in the game that could possibly outrange a Ziggs. Sam9 have it.
Well, we're looking to see if Sam9 can execute onto that, because now they do still have, they topped it all up. A little bit more engage as well.
Okay.
Xin Zhao, right? Now you have Rakan engage, Camille engage, Xin Zhao engage.
Wait, so this is going to be a Jace mid then for Chili here. I think that's pretty interesting. I feel like it's not typically a champion that he would pick up. Right, it's something he's played in the past, but I feel like he excels on these control mages. But we're seeing both of these mid laners deviate from comfort, these control mages, these supportive enchanters, and we're gonna see a Jay-Z matchup here as our highlight of Game 3.
But here's the thing, I mean, I look over into the mid lane, I feel like there's no issue there whatsoever for Sam9, right? He loves to play aggressive things. He likes to play for the Lucian, for example.
Oh my goodness, I just realized yet again, they counterpick the jungle. They flex, the fact that they could double flex the Jace Camille allows you to counterpick the Xin into Graves matchup. And Sam9, once again, on blue side, they've managed to get themselves a winning draft. I would say that's a winning draft. They've got,
I mean, you can't kite away from the Xin Zhao and then just not do damage to him, right?
Exactly. He sticks right on top of you. He slows you. And the best part is his ultimate blocks basically all the damage coming in from you in team comp. You think about it, where's your damage coming from on the side of Resurgence? Outside RSG, sorry. Ziggs and Graves are going to be 2 big parts of that. And Xin denies that entire possibility.
So we're looking now to see how RSG can try to respond to this. Now, I feel like they've lost one of their major tools in the form of the Rakan. The Alistar is supposed to be that recovery there. But there is a slight benefit here. Because Rich is now piloting the Alistar, he gets to have the opportunity to do what? Point and click, right? So you can't miss your grand entrance.
Point and click, knock them away, you can do that.
Well, that's fair enough, but you have a buffer.
True, yeah. Hopefully, no clumsy fingers in this game.
I suppose the only one that could miss that is probably you.
Okay. I mean, I felt like there was no need for that personal attack. I thought we were friends here, but sure, granted.
I feel like you've called me out enough times. I need to get one back. Just to make things even, you know.
Yeah.
Right, we gotta keep the tone neutral.
And this series is something that's also very even right now, Grennan. Let's take a look at the draft. It's basically a swap up here. RSG, I think yet again, they have a very difficult draft
right?
to play out.
Is it going to be Camille?
Oh. Now that's interesting. I mean, I feel like there's nothing wrong with playing Jason to Zed. Pick up an early genres, you get a lot of lane priority.
I just feel like it's difficult to play for because your hook shots don't get as much value.
No, right.
In
So my
mid
point
lane,
is, I think they should have just kept the Jace into Zed matchup. Camille's definitely very happy playing into Zed as well, but why, right? I feel like part of the reason, honestly, might be RH wants to avoid that matchup because that's a very 50-50 coin flip matchup that comes down to individual small mechanical outplays and jungle intervention, right? But Jace just has to lead this entire lane phase.
I think we have to watch out for how this one plays out. If you're able to shut down Tipper's Riven early on, I mean, that opens up a lot of the game for you. At the same time, you know, if SSK is going to be prioritizing a lot on his farm, I mean, think about what needs to be done on the side of RSG. You need to get Tipper a hit, you need to get SSK a hit, and then what happens there? I mean, that just means that you have constantly see Rich trying to roam over. I feel like it's on Sem9's side to deny a lot of that from happening and just punish them.
I love that you raised up that point as well, right? Both of these supports, they are looking to roam this game. Lane doesn't really matter here. Lux against Ziggs, let them AFK and wave clear. We will roam, we will try to affect the solo lanes, and I think that's going to be the name of the game. But I think yet again, our Sem9, they've managed to draft themselves 3 winning lanes on blue side. Combo with that, with the fact that you have a Xin into Graves jungle matchup, it could be very brutal here for RSG.
Well, we talked a lot about what RSG needs to get done. Sem9 side, on the other hand, what's our focal point? Who are we looking out
Seems
for?
pretty easy. Just press all your buttons and run at them. Or genuinely speaking, I think it's another draft win here for Sem9. And so far, draft win has equaled game win.
All right, let's take a look at this one. Game number 3 coming your way between Sem9 and RSG. As this does start to seem like we start to break away from the rut that RSG has been in.
It's one game, Brandon. Calm down.
A little bit. You know, it's a start. It's something.
It's a start. It's definitely something. And it was a good game for RSG. Tipper looked a lot better. And honestly, part of the reason why I think Sem9 has been winning so much of this matchup against RSG was that our Hedge has been stepping up huge in this matchup against Tipper. Today, that has not been the case. He had a good game 1. He had a shaky game 2, but we really need to see the MVP performance, the MVP caliber RH come out here if Sem9 want to take this series.
Oh, what you told me was draft gap.
Well, draft gap is part of it, but RH also needs to step up, right? That's another key factor here.
So actually getting a pretty decent lane overall against CWJ with the Camille, as well as a strong lane with RH against Tipper. Let's take a look about what happens in the bottom side. You mentioned 3 winning lanes, but at the same time, you know, depending on how we see how aggressive this one plays out, we could see a bit of a difference being made. Movement from Winter's side into the mid lane does mean that RSG gets a little bit of free space onto Sagi as well.
This comes back down to the laning phase as well, right? The fact, oh,
on misses, looking for the knockup, flash away from CWJ.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a tricky timing there. I think RSG, they didn't spot the roam timer because both bot lanes had cleared the waves, went back to their fruit, and that was a good timer for Winter to disappear and not get noticed. Now they're setting up for a dive.
Yeah, mid lane doesn't work out, then you go to the top side instead of Zoroveki as well as Chili. Make a play onto Tipper, look, gets the stun, the key strike, flash away from Chili, and under turret, first blood to Sem9.
Nowhere to go here, and now this allows Winter to come back down. I love this translation of lane states from Sem9. We shift our bot to mid, our mid to top. Now RSG, they want our answer.
Where's the knockup?
That's
flash
it. Yeah.
away from Rich. I'll flash in from Rich and flash away from Sagi. They don't get this one anymore.
They still want it, but Chili's here.
They're committing to a 4-man play, looking for this initial knockup. They get it instead onto Rich, who does not have flash anymore, mind you. They get this kill as well. Chili gets the knockup onto CWJ.
And that's going to be it. In Sem9 right now, they're controlling the map. They're controlling the lane state. The best part of all that is look at where RH is on the map. He crashes the mid wave. This is just so nice from Sem9. It's poetry in motion. We move our support to mid. We move our mid to top. We reset. We move our mid to bot. We move our top to mid. We answer every single wave on the map at once, and you don't have an answer to us, RSG.
Well, tell me a little bit about how this is poetry in motion. Why couldn't you find...
I literally just did, Brandon.
How could you... Why can't... No. I want to know why you use the term poetry in motion.
I don't have a clear reason for you. It just sounded good in my head. Monkey brain, remember?
Look, well, I mean, there's so many things that are happening here.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is poetry. This feels like an art piece.
It is. It's a smooth translation of forms. That's what I really love about what Sem9 is doing right now. And the best part is because of how they shift their lanes around to do this, Their jungle has not stopped farming. Look at the gold right now. Sure, Graves is a hit because it's Graves and he power farms and he did not leave the jungle basically once this entire time. But Vecchi's doing a very good job keeping up. And with the 1,000 gold lead for RH, he gets to punish this matchup for that much longer. Now, RSG, they want to answer.
We talked a lot about how there was the need to roam around. Rich was going to look for that focus, and that's exactly what we see happen here. He actually steps out of the pressure sec.
Did you see that?
That's the heal. So Tipper's actually trying to stay far away, so maybe they don't get to see the heal happen?
I think he doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know. So RH is going to be left isolated here. He does have that flash ignite going to be used early to get the key strike stun available.
I
they
love
just want to
this
try
from
and get
Rich.
back in onto the brush. Rich holding all his crowd control and keep aiming close. Oh my goodness! Just use the spell!
He held that, but too long, too much damage coming in from RH. And now Raven gets answered on a disaster.
And they dive onto the bottom side.
that's not
CWJ's
Raven.
been killed off.
Yeah, it's CWJ that gets killed off. Sam9, they're winning across the map. It was very smart from Rich. Honestly, he did the right thing. Woo! Raven with the snipe right there. Be it Jin, be it Ziggs, he gets the long range snipes on the ultimates. It was a smart play from Rich, but I think he just didn't expect that damage from RH. Honestly, RH could have still gotten out.
Okay, here we have it. First knockup comes
so
through.
close.
Ozareki will secure the objective. SSK starts to jump in. They get the kill. Trades back onto Chile. Now
You
they can
see,
start
the
playing
goal
with
is
Rift Herald.
even. I think given how the game started, I kind of expected Sam9 to run away with this one. Given the history between these two teams, given how the last few matchups have played out, I thought once Sam9 gets a lead, they're going to run away with the game, but still it's pretty even. The gold is even. Shock Blast missed. Now we're going to see this crab get taken down, and RSG, they should be able to just start away the Rift Herald here.
Looking for the Rift Herald, but starting it up is going to be a little bit more difficult than just going straight in for it. CWJ's off by a silence, and Chile's going to match, but CWJ... Well, actually, both mid laners don't have their ultimates, so I suppose not being included in this fight is actually beneficial for both ends.
Yeah, I feel like the one that crashes the wave, which is CWJ right now, should look for a timing to move, and that's their cue to start the play off. But I also feel like the problem here is you want SSK and you want Tipper to get their completed items first.
Tipper gets to jump onto our hedge. Initial.
Oh, he messed
misses
up!
out the ultimate.
Wait, what happened there?
He pulled it. He didn't tap it.
No. It wasn't even that. He had the Q tree the entire time, and the Q tree would have let him solo kill. I don't know why he held it so long.
Well, he got the knockup. He had the damage needed for it. Well, Rich is going to be called off, so he has to use the Unchained. But look at how much damage he's taking here. Prismatic Laser is going to be used as well.
Oh, no,
They take a bit of damage on the exit, but Raven and RSG have been making mechanical mistakes, unlike them.
Oh, that ward was actually the MVP for Raven here. Lets him win that trade out.
Yeah, just gets so much damage on the Sagi.
Yeah. Sagi was trying to camp for Raven, but actually because of the ward, Raven gets the jump on Sagi. He acted dumb. I like that from Raven. He acted like he didn't see what was happening, and he just tossed the bomb right on him. But Tipper, it's only game 3. We're in for a best of 7, and it's looking like we might see the whole set.
Yeah, we have to think about what happens here. If Tipper's missing out the chance for these individual kills here, then he's going to start facing off.
Look, let's be real. That was 100% a kill.
That was absolutely a kill. If his ultimate had landed in the correct direction, unless he was thinking that RH was going to flash it away, but that was no way. He already saw.
Right?
He already saw the flash, and if he did flash that way, you knew you were going to get the kill, and so it just feels strange now that we have Tipper now on a champion that he was supposed to be more comfortable
his
on.
main, it's basically his main at this point, right?
Supposedly more comfortable on, not being able to do what he needs to do. Well, let's try and recompose here, focus back up on what's been going on. Initial catch off onto Rich. He doesn't have his ultimate, so he's going to have to start running away. Flashes out as well. SSK with his own, tries to get a little bit more damage on the exit.
That's what we talked about, right? The potential to use collateral damage, chain with this combo from Ziggs to really just do a bunch of poke damage from a screen away, but SSK, he missed out on that one. Now ultimates down from RSG means they likely have to give this Rift Herald up.
Which would be unfortunate. RSG had finally managed to garner a bit of a gold lead over on the top side. Chile gets a catch onto Tipper. Wants 2 versus 1 now. Gets the initial knockup, but too much damage out from Sem9. Tipper caught out once again.
I mean, was that not obvious that they were doing Rift Herald, right? They forced your team away. They start off the Rift Herald, and Tipper goes in for a fight while that's going on. Hextag Ultimatum holds him in place, and nothing he could do right there. Turrets get traded. CWJ gets the bot turret for himself, but Sem9, they trade the top turret while still having Rift Herald, and this can be used to then go on and punish the mid turret, take that one down, don't allow Ziggs to AFK and way clear in mid lane. This is a huge win on the map here for Sem9.
I can't talk about any of that, but did you see what Rich did there?
What did you do?
He slammed his hands down in frustration.
The Alistair did?
Yeah, it's like he saw the turret going down, and it's like, man! This game is tough.
It's a very frustrating game, and honestly, if you look at Tipper, uncharacteristic mistakes coming out from him, right? Like, we know he likes to get caught in side lane. We know he likes to take fights with a numbers disadvantage, knowing he's going to get ganked. But mechanical misplays, now that is uncharacteristic.
This is legitimate like protagonist buff.
Yeah.
When like the protagonist exists for some reason, all your things miss. Like you shoot a bullet at the protagonist, the bullet swerves around the guy.
Yeah, and our hedge might very well be our protagonist here. Wave gets shoved in for RSG. Dragon is alive. This could be the next big objective right now. They see Windsor.
Okay, so RSG start to position around it, but we start to have... we also see the Scrying Ops going to be used. Zorbeki with a bit of an initial engage, but looking a little bit suspect. Raven takes a lot of damage out from the poke.
Yeah, this is what we talked about, right? You outrange them. The Ziggs doesn't do well against the Jays,
Rich
against
has to block
Lux.
this to get the jump on the SSK. He's flashed away, but nothing's going to be able to keep him out of this one. Rich with the knock-up on the turret. Zorbeki takes a little bit more damage to the turret shots. A killing spree for the Sinjao.
Do you see the difference between these two teams now? When Sem9 were playing against this sort of team comp that dives into you, keep in mind what they bought. Just as Jonya hourglasses across the board. RSG, they don't have the same... I don't know what word you would use to describe this. I guess caution. They're throwing caution to the wind. They don't have a single Jonya's hourglass. Well, one on Raven just gets picked up. But because of that, that allows Sem9 to just punish them, to dive into them. And honestly, at the same time as well, is Jonya's the answer to all their problems? Not quite, because Sem9, they have a ton of poke as well. And Jonya's, it's pretty useless in the poke.
Well, RSG will give away the second dragon of the game. Sem9 claim it for themselves. On the other hand, though, RSG have managed to keep the turret score quite close. Tipper has now picked up his Hullbreaker, committed to the split push life.
Look, honestly, if you look at the items, okay, they try to go for Chili.
Which is not looking too bad for them right now. Raven's going to get a decent amount of damage back onto Chili first. A little bit more will finish off the kill as SSK claims it for himself.
Chili gets picked off now, and RSG, they're gonna be pressuring the side lanes. That's the name of the game.
Double
Rich is looking to roam.
Hullbreaker.
Double Hullbreaker tells you exactly how they want to play out the game. If you looked at the game state 2 minutes ago, that tells you how RSG want to play it. We're gonna lose mid turrets, that's fine. If you get Rift Herald, you will get a turret, but we are looking to just perma pressure side lanes.
But Arn is trying to match as well. He's got his own Hullbreaker, so he should be able to deal with one of these lanes. But the issue is dealing with both of them.
Yeah, think about it. So our hedge will have an issue dealing with either one of these lanes as the game progresses. Jace doesn't win a 1v1 against Riven, doesn't win a 1v1 against Zed, once they have, 2-3 items, and we're rapidly approaching that point.
It's like we said, protagonist buff. What happens in protagonist buff happens.
Well, then if our hedge protagonist buffs them, then there's nothing to really say about that, right? The counterpoint to that is Chili. I think he'll outscale both Tipper and CWJ on the side lane. So your Jace might lose out later, but he can just be weak side, while your Camille, that's going to be our point of attention. That's going to be your focus.
But Chili hasn't been having a very good run this time around as well, facing off quite a number of issues. Hullbreaker completed on both RHEDGE and Chili, so it's 2 for 2 on the Hullbreakers. I think both teams are committed to going to that split push side lane line. 1-3-1 game. And why not? I mean, Sem9 clearly have no issue directly confronting you, playing into what you want to play for.
Herald gets started out, I think, here.
Yep. A little bit of damage onto the Raven.
Zorbeki keeps dashing in.
Okay, Rich is going to try and lead the charge. Raven gets a little bit of damage with his own ultimate, but the Rift Herald will go over to Sem9.
Yeah, it's gone.
Not able to get much more out of this one. Bitman plates completed on both supports. The initial engages, they jump, flash in onto SSK to try and take him out. Like you mentioned, no hourglass means the Grace will go down. CWJ joins back into the fight, but Tipper now entering in as well. Gets a key strike off Ignite, taking down Winter. That's 2 kills over to both sides. But Tipper falls finally. CWJ looking for a little bit more damage, but Zorbeki gets the knockout. Rich tries to pull attention away. Living Shadow will not get him out.
So
Raven picked off by Sagi, and 4 did on RSG with a flash in from a Zorbeki to make that a full team ace.
Did you see what Zorbeki was trying to do there? He was trying to make the W buffer flash go over the wall and kill Rich, but it won't be required. I said what? Because I thought it was overdive. But did you know why that was so clever from Sem9? They know that SSK has no hourglass. And
I know,
because he has no hourglass, you're just too good, Random. But because they know he has no hourglass, they just dive in, they one-shot him, no reprieve, no counterplay. It looks like an overdive, but well, it wasn't really, was it?
No, yeah, SSK just goes drops for the fight
goodness.
immediately.
CWJ outed the Xin Zhao, and because the Xin had ultimate on, the moment you pop back to your original Shadow,
you don't do additional damage.
Nothing does damage.
Exactly, right. And then you see CWJ gets kited here at the end of it all. And he does have that hourglass, but it doesn't really matter now because he's already taken too much damage. The moment he comes out of it, his team's out of the fight. They don't get to layer anything else.
Yeah. That's a huge win there for Sam9. They get the mid turret, they get an ace, and that's going to be a 2,000 plus gold lead right now. And this is the point where we start asking the S word, Grandin, who has scaling here? And honestly, I'm going to give it over to Sam9. I think this Xin Zhao has immense value in this game. He's 3 items right now. Zhonya finally gets picked up for SSK. And of course, Sam9, they have the Dragons in their pocket. They have the Camille piloted by Chili as well. They have many win conditions in this game, but it's not over just yet. It's still winnable for RSG.
Yeah, but we still see the side lanes go decently for RSG. While talking about RSG, Sam9 finds some initial engage. SSK, like we mentioned earlier, now has that stopwatch. The Hourglass will make a bit of a difference. He doesn't lose as much health. Tipper gets engaged on Chili. Looking for this. The knockout comes through from Winter. They take down the Riven. Trade back from Raven. It's 1-for-1 so far, but the support for top laner not that worthwhile. Raven tries to dash away, has the satchel charge, a little bit more damage on the exit. It's a bomb and a retreat for RSG.
It's a bomb and a retreat, and they keep getting picked. Sam9, they're playing these team fights so well. It's the usual thing they always do. The push and pull. They dive in, they get what they want, and they pull out. They don't overcommit. They don't overdive into you. And I love how they pick off individual targets as well. Number one, let's go for SSK. Okay, it doesn't work out. Let's back off. Let's pull back. Look at Tipper. If he dives in here, we can catch him. Right now, Chili is screaming, look at Tipper, look at Tipper, he's overdived, and because no Zhonyas, he has TP, they pick him off, and all the while, CWJ is tied up dealing with R-Hedge, who's doing such a great job kiting him out here.
Yeah, I mean, the satchel charge does make a bit of a difference for RSG to get out of that fight. Without it, probably would have seen RSG entirely get wiped.
Yeah, and right now, 3 Dragons picked up for the side of Sam9. They have a minor gold lead, but they have a massive objective lead here. And now this is the point of the game where I think Camille, she's just happy to side lane versus anybody. There's no one that can match her on the side lane.
Yeah, we don't feel much of a problem here for the Camille. Chili has been able to not only be in the side lane, but also rotate over quite quickly as well. I mean, we see him initiate a lot of these fights. You would think with the Hellbreaker, you would be off in the side lane, but realistically, just having that item to match the 1v1 potential from RSG.
Yeah.
Because RSG have committed to the item as well, so they're not behind in any regard, right?
The Hellbreakers basically cancel each other out at this point. It's like doing mathematics in school.
Value, right?
I don't know about that, but I just know that it cancels each other out. That's what matters in this situation. And you see how Sam9, what matters right now is how they are positioning on the map. I love how every time Chili crashes away, he does this.
They get the catch off. Should be able to finish off
Nowhere to
Raven.
go.
He's been caught out, tagged by the binding. And Rich
that might be game.
finished off as well. I mean, Sam9 have 4 members rushing through the mid lane. CWJ, he's looking for an entry angle by the side. SSK is going back under turret to defend this directly.
And this is definitely going to be the mid turret down.
Alright, SSK.
Nice disengage.
And CWJ trying to trade back a little bit more here, but he's been caught off by Ozoroveki. I mean, just no way to defend this realistically. He has to start dashing away. A little bit more damage on the Ozoroveki, but when becomes lightning, finishes off the kill. CWJ trying to cut the minion away, prevent things from ending here and now.
They nearly found Tipper as well. That will be the mid turret dropping 10 kills on the side of Sam9 that they have over their opponents. 5,000 gold lead, first inhibitor broken, and they're starting, well, I wouldn't say starting, they're running away with this game at this point. This comes back down to this catch, and that's what Sam9 does so well, that RSG constantly fails to identify. Every time Sam9 pushes side wave, crashes side wave, they look for plays on the mid lane, and because of those turrets being down, this is exactly what I talk about. It makes the Ziggs have such a hard time to just be able to wave clear, to be able to cause any sort of pressure on the map. He has to step up, and if he steps up, he just gets jumped on, he gets taken down, and he dies. If he doesn't step up, they lose pressure.
Here's the thing, Omo. Which side are RSG on again?
Yeah, exactly. They're playing on the close side of the map. They're playing on the 0% win rate red side. But if this pattern holds true, then well, Sam9, they're in a good spot, aren't they? They started off on blue.
Yeah, they get first pick. They'll get more first picks throughout. So hopefully, I
Yeah.
think blue side is looking quite good for this now, which is very interesting because it's deviated away from our initial view on like blue and red side in the MYSG region. And it's more in line with what we've seen from more of like the eastern regions in the competition. Tipper now trades off against Chili, but I mean, we're starting to see some issues happen here. The laser from the Lux. Tipper's been caught in place. I mean, 2 global ultimates used, but it's Chili that comes up ahead, and by a far margin.
By a far margin, it's not even close, and this is what I talked about. Your Jace is gonna start losing side lanes, but your Camille is gonna start massively winning. There was no fancy mechanics going on there. He stood there, and they right-clicked each other, and Camille just wins.
And this is even despite Well, this is with, as a result also of having a slight gold lead, but it's not substantial enough that it makes that huge of a difference, one would say. RSG are looking to try and trade back a little bit. Our starts to come in here. Winter gets a kill on CWJ somehow, gets that kill credit, whereas Sem9, I mean, the rest of the team, they're running them all down. They've finished them all off. It's a full team ace, and the mid lane has been left open. The door's been left wide open. Sem9 with the 2-1 lead.
Sem9 with the 2-1 lead. Blue side maintains the 100% win rate, Grandin. That was exactly what we expected. Your side. Sem9, they started off the game cleanly, fantastically with early rotations to get leads and decrease any possibility to get punished on the other side of the map.
You got
and
any
they
more
just ran away with it.
Got any more adjectives?
No, I really, I keep it simple, Grandin.
Keep it simple.
Just like these teams should be doing. I don't know if you guys have realized, but the easier team comp to execute, the team that we said has a draft win, has won every single game.
Right, which is exactly what has been kind of the issue here, right? When we talked about what has been going well for Sem9 and for RSG, Sem9 have been reading the meta so incredibly well. They've been pioneering a lot of the things that we've been seeing in the competition, and RSG, I feel like we mentioned earlier, you know, it's an issue that comes about from not having the time and resource to commit to it, and Sem9 have developed immensely, tremendously throughout the...
Nice adjectives there.
Of course. throughout the duration of the MYSG split.
Yeah, and I gotta point out as well, this Xin Zhao pick, I said it had immense value. Think about how it started in draft as well. They used a double flex to get the counter pick on that. Veki, one of the early pioneers of the pick in our region, used that to great effect here.
Let's see what else these drafts and these teams have in store for us. We're going for a little break. When we come back, this series resumes.
Here we go now.
Always trust your spirit. We must all make our choices. answer lies within.
Yeah, I want to be wild and free so much. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda cooped up. Yeah, on the count of three, I'm ready. 'Cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me, run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go with you. I'm on a countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
As we continue to walk down this path, watching this series between RSG and SEM9, we get to see, glean a little bit more information on how this one's going to play out, and what the strength of our region is going to look like as we start to play off against the rest of Southeast Asia.
Do you see that, Brandon?
You getting a little excited about that?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm excited about that. My predictions here was that SEM9 were going to come in and they were going to fall 1. But so far, you know, the win rates have not lied. But back to your original point, what can our region demonstrate on the regional stage? Both of these teams, they've shown clear strengths. They've shown clear weaknesses. But so far, RSG, I would say they are showing more glaring weaknesses. And SEM9, they're doing a great job at punishing it.
The ability to punish that has been something that has distinguished SEM9 over RSG. For you guys back home that are joining us in this broadcast here, we have a couple of things up for you guys. First things first, we have another live trivia question. So the last one, if you guys missed it, was which champion says, imagine if I had a real weapon.
Oh, come
now this time
on.
around,
Wait.
which champion is not known as a yodel?
Oh, this is a trick
in
question
Wild
too then, right? Because you would assume they're all yodels. Wait, are they not all yodels? Who's not a yodel here? Do you know the answer to this? You don't have to say it, but do you know the answer?
I do know the answer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I guess reading the law does pay off sometimes. I have no clue who's the answer here.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I want to say it out loud, but I don't know if production's going to scope me again.
Yeah,
I
they're
think
absolutely
it's a
going to screw
Mumu.
you. They're absolutely going to screw you.
I think it's a Mumu, but I'm going to say less, right?
I
Because
don't
he's dead. So, like,
well, I don't know. I mean,
okay, let's move on from this. This is for the viewers at home. You guys will know the answer better than me for sure. And yeah, we'll just leave it at that. I don't want to think about that. It's putting some stress on my small brain.
I want to say that let it doesn't read law,
Yeah.
but then I feel like you could just say the first two words. Let it doesn't read, or like
Fair.
first four words.
Very fair. Let's take a look at the meme, though. That's what I do read. Let's see if this one is up to par. Sometimes. What's the joke? What's the joke? Where's the joke?
It's very much in your face.
You want to explain it to me? You can't break this down for me here.
Sure. So so that person over there is Albert Einstein. You know,
Sure.
the founding father of relativity. You
Right.
know, he was the one that said energy equals to mass multiplied by the speed of light squared. E equals mc squared.
Viewers at home, type in nerd girl in Twitch chat right now because that's Grandin.
And so in this one, in the original quote, which is also misquoted by the way, it says something along the lines of like insanity is the process of doing the same thing over.
So how is
and
that
over
related
again,
to this at all?
And so this one is supposed to be quite straightforward. It's supposed to be like Sam9 will win. So it's supposed to be like from a
Okay, so it's an
credible
anti-joke.
So
kind of
this is called an appeal to authority. So an appeal to authority is saying that because someone with authority says it, therefore it must be more relevant.
I feel
so
like
when
you're reading into it a little too much here.
So when you say, like, for example, when you have an argument with someone and says, like, no, but then this scientist said so, that's an appeal to authority, even though the authority might not be necessarily correct, just because by the nature of them being an authority
I also
figure,
say that Sam9 will win WCS MYSG on 10th April 2022. I have said that here today too.
Yeah, that's called a logical fallacy of the nature of you being you.
Well, they have the lead up here. Let's see if the blue side 100% win rate holds true, because if it does, then maybe my prediction is wrong. Well, then my prediction is wrong because I predicted Sam9 4-1, right?
Yeah, I said 4-3, so I'm open to like the full 7 games.
Let's see. Keep in mind, this is going to be a best of 7, so even if Sam9 does win this one, it's not over just yet. We've got a full 7 games potentially coming your way. And I love the way the meta has been developing throughout the series as well. The picks have been changing, the bans have been changing. Let's see how it develops further in this one.
Sure, I mean, there's been a little bit, quite a bit of that movement going on, but I also feel like a big part of that has been with Sam9. I feel like Sam9 have been the one that's been most comfortable with that, because it's very easy to go and pick different champions every game. The problem is trying to turn that into a cohesive team composition with some direction moving forward. Sam9 have done that very well throughout our matches.
And also, the question I want to ask is how many tricks do RSG have left? Because they had a good draft in Game 2. The Olaf worked for sure, but then in Game 3, they defaulted back to a lot of champions we've seen from them before, and it wasn't very effective. Let's take a look at the post game. We'll run through this one a little bit. Sagi on that pocket Lux pick here paid off huge. We talked about outranging the Ziggs, and that's exactly what Sagi and RH managed to do here. I think the draft strategy from Sam9, it was cohesive, it was good. The Azura, Becky, Xin Zhao, 8-0 and 7, did not die a single time. I love the way that Sam9 played out the team comp as a whole, just punishing the lack of Zhonya's on the Graves until much later in the game.
I mean, we have to pull back to the point that you raised earlier, right? The fact that they flexed those 2 picks and allowed Zureki to get the counter pick with the Xin Zhao towards the end.
I think that was just huge, right? Because Sam9, they managed to flex around their draft so well that this Xin Zhao pick basically just 1v9 the game. Look at the damage that he dealt. I know he took a lot of damage, and that 22,000 damage taken does not count damage which he blocked with his shield as well, I believe. Or rather, with his ultimate as well. So keep in mind the fact that he tanked the most damage in the game, he dealt the most damage in the game, and he was just generally an obnoxious, tanky boy blocking away half your spells. Just shows the immense value that Zin had this game. I really think he 1v9 the game. I mean, of course, guest credits to Sagi, Winter, whoever as well. But this was Azura Veki's game to shine.
And this was despite early on RSG having picked up the Ziggs. We felt like the Ziggs was going to be a strong contender, felt like it was going to have a lot of impact. And it did do a lot of damage, but unfortunately for them, once they started realizing that having damage and having wave clear doesn't necessarily stop the dice, because they'll still commit for them either way.
And this shows you the preparation difference between these two teams as well. When the Ziggs is piloted by the members of Sam9, it seems like RSG don't have a clear answer to it. They pick some sort of dive composition to try to get on top of him. But when you pick the Ziggs on the side of RSG, Sam9 say, we give it to you, we give it away. And we have 3 different counters here. We outrange you, we dive you, and we block out your damage. Amazing preparation, amazing draft strategies from Sam9 as a whole this series, this entire playoffs. And let's see if they keep it up here as we head into draft.
Well, continuing on from this side, RSG have again moved to the blue side, so hoping to make a bit of a difference with that, having the first pick. I see you looking over here.
Yeah.
I see you looking over here.
You've blessed the teams on your side so far, while I've cursed every team on my end. Let's see if the pattern holds
Nothing on you.
Yeah, I do tend to be a jinx.
Once you stop voting for RTP, they started winning on their side.
They won 1 game, Brandon. It doesn't count.
That was the game that I was there, I think.
Did you vote for them?
No.
Okay, right. So,
but I was there, and you weren't.
So you might not be a blessing, but I am definitely a curse.
Yes, that is correct.
Fair enough, fair enough.
So
we'll see.
Doesn't matter where I move as long as you're not here.
Well, let's see if that holds true this game. We are in draft right now. The bans, I think, are very likely just going to be the same. I don't foresee any changes. But one thing I want to point out, one champion has had a 0% win rate this series. Do you know what that is? Well, actually, there's a few, right? But Riven has 100% loss rate in 2 games here.
Sure, I mean, if you want to go off of that, like 2 for 2, yeah, losing 2 games.
But there are champions that have 100% win rate with 2 games as well. Rakan has won both its games, whether piloted by Rich or whether piloted by Windsor has been very effective. The Graves, the Riven, though, have been much less effective. And I think that these two champions are symptomatic of a greater problem. Hard to execute champions, hard to execute team comps have been losing this entire series.
Yeah, but then again, you can't really run away from the difficulty of the challenge. Ultimately, they still have
to... You can! You very much can, Brandon.
Ultimately, they still have to have that preparation there in the event that they end up having to play for it, because sometimes you just don't get your most ideal composition, you don't get your most ideal draft. Like you mentioned earlier, we're likely going to see very similar bans. It will be the case. Some differences do include the fact that the Olaf is not banned, the Gragas is not banned.
I love this adaptation. Let me run you through the mindsets of both these teams right now. The Camille ban from Sam9, they want to get rid of that first pick here for Tipper. Of course, it could be flexed to SSK, but Tipper played it to great effect. I do believe Camille is also 100% win rate this series. They get rid of it, and immediately RSG answer with the Jace, because they know if Sam9 snatch Jace, they don't have a clear answer to it with Camille gone. Because you think about it, what can Tipper play into the Jace? Only thing I can think of is maybe a Garen, and finally, it's been banned all series long, but Hedge's Fiora, it might be here.
Yeah, I mean, you just go from giving away the Olaf to picking up the Karma Fiora, and we know we saw this prior as well. I suppose, yeah, even with Lulu unavailable, there really just is no good hyper carry scaling option with the Olaf.
I want to point out why this 1-2 Karma Fiora is so broken here on the side of Sam9. They're on red side, granted. Finally, we see a red side team utilize the fact that they can double flex. Sam9 did it on blue. They're going to do it again on red. They're going to double flex these two picks. And RSG, they will have no idea where these picks go until the last pick. You could potentially have Jungle Fiora, or you could have Baron Lane Fiora, and that forces Tipper to say, what are you going to pick? What is your answer here? If you pick a tank, we can match you with Darius. If you don't pick a tank, if you pick a skill matchup, we can take something to neutralize the matchup as well. The ball is firmly in Sam9's court. So RSG, they have to just pick a good, solid, all-round team comp, and that's what they've done so far.
Yeah, they've gone for the Senna and the Gragas. I feel like with the Senna here, what we've seen so far, still does decently, but when you look at it against the Ziggs does so much damage to it. The Senna ends up losing 60%, 70% of her health before the fight's even able to start, just off of a single spell. With the Gragas, hopefully they're looking for a little bit more damage, maybe trying to finish off these kills, and Rich has been known to favor his initiators a lot more. But it still doesn't answer a lot of the questions that have been raised by Sam9 with their first 3 picks, because even as you look towards this Fiora, look towards this Karma, how do you stop them from just scaling and snowballing out of your game?
You really can't, right? But the best thing you can do right now is try to play your own game, draft into a strong comp for you, and right now that's looking like 5v5 team fighting on the side of RSG. I think it's good that they acknowledge we can no longer really beat you at your game. You're gonna outscale us, you're gonna outside lane us.
I love this.
So let's do a good 5-5 here.
All the Baron lanes that Tipper has been playing the most in playoffs,
you forced him to play Garen.
Removed, only giving him that single option left, the Garen. Otherwise, you get some unideal matchup.
Yeah, and if you pick the Garen into Fiora, sure, you might survive the lane, right? But what's stopping Sam9 from just 5th picking a Darius here? Keep in mind, Hedge has not played that champion for a very long time, but we saw how scary he can be on that Darius. The first time these two teams faced off in the first round robin, he basically destroyed RSG on the Darius. I hope that's still in their mind.
Fair enough, right? Could really still make that one work, having the Darius as a potential option here. But I think for S9 side first, we'll see what else they want to try and go for. RSG will have to show their entire composition with this next pick. The Garen goes through for them, actually.
Interesting, yeah.
So is Vector or Zorvecchi on the Fiora?
Maybe not. I think it could be a scenario where they have a Garen support.
Oh, that's actually true.
I think this might be a Garen support angle.
Safe lane with the Ziggs.
Yes.
A lot of tankiness with the Garen.
Free scaling, basically, right? You want to scale, we'll scale alongside you. It could very well be a Garen support, and I think that that's what's so cheeky about Sam9's drafts. They get the flexes, they get the counter picks, and it forces RSG into an unenviable position. You see, he picks the Darius now. It's going to be Fiora top. He's going to play the Garen support, and they're going to 5th pick jungle. I believe that's the case.
Well, there we go.
That's my prediction.
There we go, having all that calculated out.
Yeah, I think it's a trap, right? I feel like Sam9, they are too calculated as a team to not have this as a trap. I feel like this is intentional. They don't leave the crumbs randomly lying around. They leave the crumbs there so you stumble upon it, say, I can counterpick this, and that's where they get you.
RSG will go for
what
the Seraphine.
What champion is that? Haven't seen that one in a while.
At the end of that, they were desperately looking through all the enchanters in the game.
Yeah.
Figured
Karma's gone, Lulu's gone. What's left?
Seraphine.
That's the one, and Seraphine does combo very well with the Olaf. It's a pick we see a lot in Europe as well.
It
EMEA.
did very well. In previous iterations, Seraphine, Sona,
Olaf.
Oh
my god, it's gonna be a Vayne top, I think. Wait, no, Karma top actually.
Wait, let's calculate this. Karma top.
Okay, I got this.
Sagi has been playing more Vayne recently.
Yes. Hedge has also played Vayne in the past.
Sure, but I feel like our hedge isn't going to look for that right now. I feel like there's been more games with the
Man,
Vayne.
I love this. Whatever it is, wherever it goes, I feel like Sam9 just have a good draft. Like they just planned out a good draft. Yeah, it's a lot of flexibility, but I love also that RSG have leaned into what works for them. They've leaned into the 5-5. They've leaned into the team fighting. Darius as a frontline tank, get the reset offs, the Olaf.
Split push isn't working.
Split push doesn't work. I feel like in this game, you know,
5v5 team fight.
Look, we're Malaysia, Singapore. We're not the best region. Let's just team fight, guys. Let's just keep it simple. Let's just not try to do fancy stuff like I'll go side lane, buy Hellbreaker, 1-3-1. Team fight, and that is basically the name of the game here for RSG.
I love that. You know, keep it simple.
Stupid. Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. I'm not calling you particularly stupid. I'm just saying that's the
Sure. Sure.
It's not a personal attack.
I can never tell with you.
That's the fun.
That's the fun.
Keep you guessing. Keep you on your toes, Brandon. Just like how Sam9 always keep RSG on their toes.
I feel like it might actually have to be the other way around, because I feel like it's Sem9 that's crushing, right? So
they are.
RSG is the one that's keeping them on their toes, saying like, yeah, you guys
Fair
win,
point.
but you guys have to be prepared for that, you know, in the event we start playing stuff like the Olaf.
Here's the thing though, right? What is the answer to the Olaf this game? I feel like Vayne does a fantastic job at that, and to some extent, Garen is also pretty happy standing there and taking damage. Yeah. Let's see how the lane's shaped up. Wow, they're willingly taking the Garen matchup into the Darius.
It's not that bad.
It could be pretty bad, but what I like about this, it's back to the old Sam9. It's back to the Sam9 we saw at the start of the split, where they had one clear goal. Becky's gonna carry, Sagi's gonna carry, and Chili and RH, they do a great job at doing their jobs. They do what they need to do. And this is what we said about Sam9 throughout this whole series as well, right? They won't make mistakes that lose them the game from laning phase. RH here on this Garen, he's gonna say that this entire game. He's gonna say, I'm gonna be stable, I'm not gonna lose my lane. Do what you want to me. Sagi will carry me at the end of the day.
What's the consensus here from Sam9's side? I mean,
it's a good scaling comp.
We've talked so much about how RH has been rising up in popularity. You know, he's been doing better and better in lane. We saw him take some decent matchups against Zipper. I mean, now he's relegated into a more supportive, facilitative role for the rest of his team to try and carry. I mean, is this just Sam9 trying to give every player some time in the sun? Or is this just genuinely them saying like, hey, this is an actual composition, this is a kind of strategy that we have prepared for in the past, and we want to try and execute it to make it work?
I think the answer to that question comes down to this Olaf pick. I think Sam9, they've asked themselves, what do we ban this game? Because last game, game 2, we lost against the Olaf. So they're asking themselves this time, how do we counter the Olaf? And they've determined the answer here is going to be Karma Vayne. So what do we draft around the Karma Vayne to facilitate them to greater success?
Well, we're going to find out here with Sam9. They've gone for the scaling on their side as well to take down RSG. RSG have run it back. They've said, game 2 looked good for us. We're going to try and make it happen again in game 4.
Yeah, and Sam9, they do outscale. They get immensely tanky. They have the Fiora, they have the Ziggs to wave clear, to scale. They have the Vayne that does Vayne things. But RSG, they have a massive power spike in the mid game. There's a point of time, somewhere around 5 to 10 minutes, where RSG's team comp just goes crazy here. And that's what we need to be looking out for. That's their timing window.
But RSG have made mistakes before. You know,
lots.
Where they just don't correctly identify that timing window. They end up playing too passively. You know, maybe overestimating Sam9's strength sometimes. So it's going to be very much down to RSG's execution this early game. They must be the one to seize this tempo on their own accord.
Yeah, they truly do, and that's the thing right now. You see the Seraphine and the Olaf start walking around together. I think that's exactly what they need to do. This is the combo, Seraphine, Olaf. Not quite funnel, right? But it's
kind of funnel.
You're giving him gold for sure, but he gets gold penalty at this stage in the game, right? You just want to get the wave prio in.
But like as much as possible, because Seraphine didn't take a single creep there.
Yeah, you're basically funneling the gold, but the main thing is you get the wave in, you get the prio in. I like that early heal from Winter, keeping them topped off under the turret. We might see a bit of a skirmish here, but it looks like Sam9 have to give this one up.
They know exactly where this is going to come in from.
Oh, he stole it away? How do you steal that away?
Just dash in with a smite.
It's frankly insane to me, because that should never happen. Reckless swings into smite is basically 100% secure. SSK must have been slow on that.
Well, Sam9 will get that one, so either way, I mean, nothing really lost from Sam9's side, nothing really lost from RSG's side.
Well, you lose some tempo, right,
It is just going to be that tempo.
Yeah, but you do secure double crap for RSG, which is the upside here. Chili?
Oh, but he gets the hunting fruit in time.
Yeah,
Chili survives.
As well. I don't know what happened with Tipper here, though, but he gets taken so low.
Well, I mean, Flash could have been caught by the Flash as well, so
yeah,
wouldn't have been too bad. But the hunting fruit, good play from Chili to hold his own in lane right now. SSK going to continue trying to siphon a little bit of gold away from the mid side while he starts to clear out his own top end of the jungle, looking towards the bottom end. Raven, they tried to make the center work in their previous games. Yeah. Has been a little bit lackluster, unfortunately, I would say.
Yeah, it hasn't been working great for them. Now they're looking like they might just get dived here. Raven does base though.
Yeah, Raven's committed to this. They don't want to try and make that play. That Tipper tries to heal up, but will lose his life to the Ignite and the following onslaught of kills. Zem9 with 2 on the board.
Granted, it's a disaster. Tipper misplays. Rich left alone under his turret there. I guess the upside is that at least Raven wasn't here, so he didn't get dived as well. It wasn't 2 kills going over to Zem9.
It's now 2 for 1.
I guess that's the upside, but when that's the consolation prize, it's kind of a sad game state.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is very sad. This is in black and white right now. The sad piano music going on.
Yeah,
it's raining outside the window.
Tipper getting solo killed in this matchup as well. That's brutal to look at. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, how we got to that point, but he clearly dunked a bit too early, and RH, he answers very well with the Ignite. The flash through the Q as well to not get tagged by the outer ring. The only ray of light here for RSG, it's this Olaf yet again. SSK needs to hit that power spike window 5 minutes in the game, around the first objective, 4 minutes in the game. He needs to go crazy with the help of the Seraphine, and that will give RSG some reprieve. They need to chill right now until the 4-minute mark, which is rapidly approaching.
Yeah, first spawn coming up. SSK is going to try and maximize the time as much as he can before he goes for his first recall, pick up a couple items. Should be just on par with Zoreki coming in with 2 components, looking for these first pickups. We do start to see RSG actually making a move a little bit faster than Zem9, which is quite different from what we've seen. A lot of the objectives have gone over to Zem9, basically uncontested. In the first game when they fought for it, they kind of got swept.
Yeah, Zem9 have done a very good job at stabilizing objective contests by getting early movements, by getting early priority. A lot of that is from the draft as well. The champions they pick allow them to shelf waves, control zones very well in the river. This time around, though, RSG, they're trying to move first, but it looks like they've given up the control yet again, and we might just see an objective trade here as SSK approaches the Rift Herald. But he's alone for now.
Alright, Howlbreaker completed by RH. This first item, so you'll see how much damage he's able to output onto Tipper. Zoreki starts up the Dragon, a trade on both sides. RSG content with the Rift Tower instead, especially since they don't want to have to deal with the Ziggs Rift Tower combo.
The thing is, you need to break this mid turret against the Ziggs, right? Getting 2 plates does nothing. But have you done enough work to get the whole turret down? You need to get 1 plate down and then Herald, and that's 1 full HP bar turret, right? Looks like we're just going to see a race here. SSK is not quite going to drop the Herald, I guess.
Yeah, they want to try and trade sides. I see the value of trying to hold that in the mid lane because
this is really nice.
Clears out really well here. Zem9 having a difficult time looking for this dive. Not unless Rich just finds the knockback like that. SSK with the exhaust back over onto Sagi, loses health to the turret quickly. Rich is now going to have to reposition. Sagi tries to stand forward with the tumble, but Chili won't be able to finish the kill onto Rich in the meantime.
I love what both mid laners did right there. Chili rotated top to alleviate pressure from the dive, while CWJ rotated bot to try to save Tipper as well. Both of them doing their part to keep their side laners safe here. Ultimately, it's just 1 kill going well with RSG. It's just the support. It's no big deal here. Tipper gets some plates, sure, but it's really just a minor thing at this point. What we need to look out for is the Rift Herald drop.
Exactly, Rift Herald, right? Because against a Zem9 composition with this control mage, with the Ziggs, it's so difficult to take down this turret organically. You have some range with the form of Raven, but he's not going to have a lot of it, not online for quite a while. So you want to try and accelerate and open up the game a little bit more, so you want to commit that Rift Herald. Also, why Rift Herald wasn't used topside, which is why the dive was much more difficult to execute.
Exactly. I think it's good presence of mind from SSK to hold that one, but he's going to be holding it for a while because that mid turret, it's still full HP. Chili has no real need to leave it. Frankly, if you think about it, both teams have great wave clear. It's going to be hard for both mid turrets to drop, so I think the value in that Rift Herald is immense this game. Let's see where SSK wants to drop it. They're approaching top lane yet again. They've got a 4-man unit going up, but Zem9, they're well aware.
Tipper's losing health quick, and RH has the ultimate prepared.
Well,
Jump on the Tipper, has the flash available over by the top side. SSK's been taken down. Rich now has to start running, but Sagi's popping off the triple kill. Looking for the Quadra, but it's stolen away by Zorveki. Doesn't really matter, does it?
It's a full ace here. Sem9, they aced the entire team of RSG. Saki with the thumbs up as well. Triple, I don't know how that fight started. We need to see how SSK got dropped right at the get-go. There we go. That's exactly why, right? He was overly...
Wow, huge shot, and actually gets the kill back onto Winter, but I mean, it doesn't really matter if you get one shot here, does it?
You need to find Sagi. That's the problem. They weren't able to find him. And just the nature of the champions, Fiora, Vayne, if they're left untouched, they will clean up.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. They will clean up. That's exactly what they did, right? And the problem to me this game is while this Darius should be a pressure point into this Garen, it's a pressure point for the Garen, which is just frankly wrong in my books. It should be the opposite.
And Sem9 have been in such good position throughout this game. You talked about how they had this window.
Aggressive exhaust.
Wow. Just diving in on Rich. I don't know what else is there to be. What else there is to be
That's pretty much it, right? But 3 sums used to pick up Rich there. Oh no, Ozorvaki, good presence of mind.
Yeah, just dodges away from the with the repulsed. I mean, Raven is
nowhere to go.
Not long for this world. Let's put it that way.
Frankly, nowhere to run right there. And they want more. They want to dive mid.
And it's looking out well here. CWJ is going to be caught in between turrets. Sem9 with a massacre in game number 4. You hear the pain in my voice, Omo.
Brandon, this is the Sem9 that I expected to see. This is the best form of Sem9. And this is how this matchup has played out the last couple of times these two teams have met. Destruction right now from Sem9. You give them an inch, they would take a mile. They take like 20 miles right now. This game state, it looks all but over. Sem9, they have the scaling comp, they have the Vayne, they have the Fiora, they have the Ziggs. And still, they're winning the team fights. They're destroying the team fights, in fact. 2-10, Sem9. I mean, this game looks like they have it in the back.
And it's such an issue here for RSG. I mean, even looking at the itemization, for example, Tipper just lost the early game.
We're gonna flip the game here, Brandon.
Oh man, are we really doing this? I'm not prepared for this, Omo. Okay, well, RSG are. They're gonna start trying to walk in. Sem9 contests this quickly, though. Redemption used over by the side. Rich losing health quickly. They manage to knock back Ozorvaki. Unless they finish off this kill, doesn't mean nothing. But they do take the kill down. Hedge over by the back. He has the Heartbreaker, so it's not gonna be as impactful in these fights. They're all corralled in over by the Crux side. SSK over by the back. Sagi with the knockback with the Condemn into the wall. Finishes off the kill. They trade back onto Hedge as well. A little bit more damage is all they need to finish off the 2 key targets. With the post back, CWJ. They have so little HP, but Chili's still in the way, and they cannot finish them off.
Everybody's 1 health. Grandin, Raven, CWJ, Ridge, Saki, Winter. They're all a sliver of health away from death. And RSG, they started off that team fight so well. Props to Rich, holding his spells for the right time, knocking back into the team, making it a 4v5 from the get-go. But the problem is, both junglers here got too aggressive. Both junglers smell blood, wants it more, and overdive. Look at SSK here. He flashes onto Sagi. Thought he had the damage, but the size of the shield from Winter saves his marksman and lets him continue the team fight. That was nearly huge there from Raven and Rich, but not enough at the end of the day. And RSG, they trade some kills back and forth, but it's not enough. They need more.
It will still be Sem9 with the Dragon through all of that, though. They're now looking for a potential re-engage here. CWJ stepping far forward, and was almost punished by that. It's now Sem9 start to rotate over towards the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they should be able to get this. They do objectives so quick with their team comp.
Teleport from Tipper.
Tipper's just gonna walk in. He has no TP right now. It's
gonna
be a bit late. I mean, I guess he's holding it. Look at Vaki's position.
They want to start trying to fight for this Rift Herald. They're gonna try and move in now. Redemption being used. Okay, Charm also managed to connect, but it's only really on the one target. Rich tries to lock in with the damage. SSK starts routing away from the fight.
The reset.
Becky is still alive though. It's not quite over yet. Tipper starts to lock this one up. Raven gets them into the Shrouds and is still gonna be untargetable. That's a 2-for-1 win.
They get the Rift Herald, but they pay with the lives of Vaki, they pay with the lives of our Hedge. Now
SSK gets so far forward. Why is he stepping up there? He gets condemned to the wall. Sagi's still alive. Sagi does so much.
It's a 5-3, but basically with the health bars that they had, RSG, they weren't in a position to fight. They had to take a reset first, but the problem is they really want that mid turret. Ziggs does things to a man. You want to take his turret, but he doesn't ever let you do so. SSK steps too far, he gets punished. The Herald is still there for Vaki, and Sem9, they're losing players, but keep in mind, they have the scaling team comp right now. These fights being so even, I think they're happy with it.
The creeping insanity of the Ziggs.
Yeah, Ziggs does these things to you, honestly. It's just an annoying champion to play against.
Some Lovecraftian horror stuff going on here.
It's Ziggs right there.
In the middle of the night, I wake up in cold sweats thinking about Staring at my phone, I see the Ziggs.
Thinking about my
taunting me.
wave never getting past the halfway point of my lane.
Terrifying.
It frankly is. It frankly is. And they want more now. They're coming back again. They're coming for the mid turret. 300 health on it. They don't dare to step up, right? That's the thing. Vayne punishes you. Ziggs punishes you. You have to be so careful. Frembil Winter? Am I looking at this right? Is that Frembil Winter Karma? Is he buying it just because his name's Winter? I mean, it is a good item, right? When you slow people, you get a shield for yourself. It's fine.
No, I mean, it wasn't about that. It was just how terrible of a joke you just made.
Well, that's all my jokes, right? But look at what RSG are doing right now. They're creeping on Sagi.
Okay.
No, the flash! I think he had Merc Traps. He must have had Merc Traps.
He had the tenacity. Now they're still looking for a fight on Zorbeki solo, though. They can get this initial kill off. It will all still be all right for them. They managed to take down the Fiora. SSK's over by the back, but he doesn't have anything left. There's no more encore. There's no more cast. No more re-engage from RSG. They just have to accept things for what they are. Flash away from Raven, trying to keep alive. SSK's off in the side lane. He's committed to trying to find some value elsewhere.
Now this game is getting close, but I gotta re-emphasize, Sam9 can scale. Sam9 have the scaling. Zoroveki, he's gotten caught a couple of times. This is a huge flip from his last performance on that Xin, where he was 1v9ing the game. A completely different champion dynamic, and frankly, he's not been delivering on it. This play right here, it comes down to the Mug Threats. Frankly, it was just that. It was the Mug Threats.
Mug Threat difference.
Yeah, and then he go for Veki. I'm not sure exactly how he got caught out on the back line, but the fight's over, right? Because all your outs are down here on the side of RSG. Or rather, all your impactful outs, all your playmaking outs. We've seen like 6 skirmishes so far. But this mid-turret, 353 HP, it has not moved from that.
Let's take a look at that, because I have to see if he has the Mug Threats. Once that is
He
available,
does.
they're looking for this
Oh,
initial
look at this
pickup.
Karma!
Wow, such great roots coming through. Raven's almost been taken down. He tries to heal up. He has some previous wounds tagged onto him. SSK's finished up, but Sagi is just on a rampage at this point. He's unhappy about how things have gone for them. They have decided that this is going to be their moment.
Frankly, Winter is just 1v9ing on this Karma, constantly getting multi-man roots, running in knowing he has the Fembu Winter Shielder, not being afraid. This guy has just been popping off on this Karma. Aggressive, proactive, team fight starting Karma here from Winter. And what was the problem there from RSG? They didn't have ultimates. Their team comp was reliant on ultimates, but they didn't have the on-call. They didn't have the center out as well. What's it called? Dawning Shadows? They didn't have the key ultimates, and because of that, they weren't able to take the team fight. Now, imagine this team fight with Sam9 running into you, and you have an on-call. It's a completely different fight, but you don't have it, and that just allows Vaki and Sagi to clean house.
Such an issue for them
Look
now.
at Winter, man.
We're starting to really see things fall apart here for RSG. Not able to execute according to the win composition. Tipper not being able to find the lead that he was looking for, or even just hold his own. He was getting solo killed by RH throughout the laning phase, throughout the mid stages of the game.
Honestly, RH, he's been doing a number on Tipper in this game. We said if Sam9 wants to win the series, we have to see RH deliver. He must have heard us, because he's doing an insanely good job this game.
Inferno Dragon goes over to Sam9, the third one of the game, but unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see the fourth.
I think if you do some math this game, if you do some stats taking, Sam9 have had consistent objective control throughout the series. You count the number of dragons they've taken. I'm sure they've taken like triple the number of dragons that RSG have.
This is Extinction in its prime.
It frankly is. And SSK right now, they're trying to catch Zoroveki, but I don't think you can.
Well, they do manage to get a little bit of damage on their Zoroveki right away. The riposte going to be used. The Ziggs ultimately comes in as well. Dawning Shadow gives a little bit more of a shield. Undertow will go the distance, but Zoroveki picks up that shield along the way. SSK routed away from the fight. Winter and Chili will finish off the kill. And S9 identify, well, you have the Olaf, but guess what you don't have? It's the Karma. And Sagi under turret takes down Raven. Now with the Baron buff in the bottom side, I think things are looking grim for RSG.
And that's what a 10-0 Vayne does to you. Sagi has been consistently good this series, playing together with his team. Now 20-second death timers, this might be it.
This is definitely going to be it here, Omo. Recall's not even channeled out from Tipper anymore. There's no chance of stopping this one. Rich comes back under turret. I mean, look at these guys. They're just doing so well in this series. On to the Nexus. They have 2 creeps to play for. Oh, wow. Actually, maybe not as close as I thought it was going to be. Well, trying to clear out the wave now. Transcendent and Embrace back over onto the Gragas. They want to finish off Rich and finish off the kill. Sagi chasing after.
The wave is here.
The wave is here and escorted in. There's no more time to wait. Sam9 going for this one. One more auto tank from the 6. And Sam9 pull ahead 3-1.
Might have been different if Tipper recalled there, but I'm not sure what was going on. Maybe Veki was cancelling his back. I wasn't able to quite see it. But at the end of the day, that's what we talked about in this game. You have a very clear timing window. If you are RSG, you need to go in with the Olaf Seraphine combo. You need to win these team fights. But honestly, the problem here, twofold. One, your Darius, which should be a positive pressure point for you, ended up being a negative. That can't be allowed. Secondly, that team fight at the top lane they took, where SSK was forced to flash away from the start, and they gave Vayne a triple kill. Frankly, that just spelled disaster to me. Look at how close the next few Dragon team fights were. Imagine that without a trio of A.
Yeah, we needed just a little bit more on the side of RSG, especially in the early game, to keep that tempo going. We saw some pretty good moves with their rotations from especially the mid laners on both sides to really match pressure from CWJ as well as from Chile. But ultimately, it seemed to be that RSG just were not able to keep up.
Not quite enough.
We're almost getting pretty close to his predicted score line. We're 1-3 now. We're going for a little break. When we come back, maybe the conclusion of this series.
Here we go now.
I find them unworthy. It must be done. Our wills align.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent, top spot I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'm a ball till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Had my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment.
Here we go now.
Well, Sam9 have brought us to match point quite early on, Omo. 3-1,
Yeah.
They are demonstrating an absolute masterclass on how to take down the contenders in the region. WCS MYSG Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Grant, and with me here is Omo. So far, has not been quite a conductor of fun. He has become more along the lines of like the assistant coach of
both teams, Rick, frankly. I mean, the thing I like about this series, the thing that gets me so excited about this series, is the fact that both teams have very good ideas of how to approach the game, of how to approach the drafts in particular. But I think Sam9, they're just doing a much better job. They're impressing me consistently with the draft and their in-game plays. And if they're going to be our WCS Finals representatives, I hope they keep this up.
And before we continue talking a little bit about these teams, let's bring up the live trivia answer for the previous one that we just saw. Which of these champions is not a Yordle? Do you understand why?
Because he's dead.
No.
He's a zombie.
No, that's not the reason why.
He's a kid.
He's a kid.
Oh, that's so depressing, actually. It's not fun. That does not fit me. That does not fit this conductor of fun. I refuse to acknowledge this question.
So a Yordle, right? So you've actually taken a look at.
I know it's a different species.
At Teemo's base model, he's exactly 100 units. So you think about your movement speeds, right? It's like
I know
300
people use a Teemo as a model of measurement.
Because he's exactly 100 units, which would make him just exactly.
Can we not do
1 meter.
math on this?
So he would be exactly 1 meter. So the 100 units. So you think about when your champion has movement speed, for example, right? You have like 300 or something movement speed. That's the distance. That's how many Teemos you're moving at, realistically. You bring the decimal point up.
Sorry, I turned my ears off.
Yo,
Let's look at the mean.
Is it not always off?
It is actually, in fact, always off. Almost always off.
We'll take this.
What do you rate this one?
Okay. First off,
Yeah.
I mean, it's Arnold's biceps, so it's immediately like.
Sure. Should we recreate that? I mean,
no.
Okay, yeah, go on. So give it a score.
Yeah. So first things first, Arnold's biceps.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna bump it up. I'll give this like a 7.5.
Okay, that's pretty high.
Almost threw me off.
Why so high?
No, I mean, like I said, I think it's just like well put together enough for me. I feel like it could be a little bit more brief.
Right.
You know, but barring that, I think I'm
okay. You want to know my score?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fail this one.
You failed this one.
So the reason why I'm failing this one is I feel it has too much positive energy.
It's pandering.
I
too
don't
much.
like. It's a little pandery. Yeah, it's a little pandery, but it also puts out
Does that
too
work?
much happy, positive energy into the world, which is frankly quite negative for me. I'm kind of like inverse on this, and the fact that this is so like kumbaya kind of turns me off at a bit. I'll give it a 3.
You give it a 3?
Yeah.
Like a little tiny tree or like a big tree?
A number 3. Granted.
You give it a 3.
I will give it a 3. Luckily, no one has picked trash here today. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I can't pronounce my R's, so...
It's not the R, it's the H. The sound,
yeah,
it's like
the
a TH
sound.
The TH
yeah,
sound.
the THR sound.
Yeah.
we're not talking about my weaknesses here. We're talking about RSG's weaknesses and what's gone wrong for them this game, this series, right?
I'm a positive person, half glass, half full kind of a guy.
Yeah.
So I look at Sam 9's strengths.
Sure. And that's completely fine, right? So let's do it this way. Let's break this down this way. Let's take a new approach here. I'll talk about what RSG did wrong, and you can address what Sam9 did right.
Okay, let's go for it.
Okay, so you should start first.
Okay, so first things for me, I see R-Hedge. I like his item path. I like his item builds.
Yeah,
he started
great.
off with the Howlbreaker, and that gave him a lot of kill power over Tipper, especially because they were isolated in a lane by themselves.
Yeah.
When we saw R-Hedge got 2 solo kills onto the Darius, a strong point for RSG, then became a weak point.
Yeah. I love how you just rephrased what I've been saying the entire game and took it as your own, Brandon. But that's fine. I also want to give shouts out to Winter. This guy was
Wait,
aggressive.
you're supposed to give us some weak points for RSG.
A quick side note here, a quick deviation from the system. Winter did a really good job at initiating teamfights on Akama, which it's not something I say often, despite her new ultimate and Wild Rift being so effective as well. And of course, Sagi popping off in this vein. Now, what did RSG do wrong? Number one, Tipper. Huge mistakes in this game, right? I feel like getting solo killed in this matchup twice is frankly a little bit unacceptable. And if you look at how the team fights played out as well, I think RSG, they tried too hard to force certain plays. Yes, they acknowledged they were on a timer, they acknowledged the timings they had to fight around, but still, taking fights, being in aggressive positions when you don't have your ultimate available, when you're not in a position to do so, getting picked off. Now that was a problem here from the side of RSG.
Alright, next good thing that I saw from 7-9 that I really liked was Chili being able to use his ultimates in the silence to prevent a lot of the dives from happening. SSK had set up with long CWG along with Tipper to try and look for a dive, to try and make a play, but we saw the wave clear it out, and that made the difficulty raise up by 2 steps. RSG could no longer do so.
Chili this entire series has been doing a very good job at playing the wave states and understanding the waves. He's done this on Lucian as well, just using ultimates to clear waves to deny plays from the side of RSG. Now going to what could be a final game of the day here, Brendan, of the entire WCS MYSG. This is match point. It could be it, given how 7-9 has looked at this entire series. There are certain things I want to look at from the draft. Number one, no more Senna. Show me something a little bit new here. Show me something a little bit unorthodox from the side of RSG. Maybe not unorthodox, but something stronger, something more stable. Because it seems like every time they've picked something predictable, like the Ziggs, like the Senna, 7-9 have had a clear answer and they've shut down that bottom lane. So
and
let's see something a bit stronger.
And perhaps that's the reason why as well we saw some initial difficulty for 7-9 against teams like Upcar Esports, right? The fact is that Upcar are curveballs all the time. You know, as we went deeper into the competition, teams started to understand them a little bit better, and that was when they started to falter. But before that, you know, just 7-9 just does not seem to have that much adaptability quickly, but they pioneer a lot of things and have a lot of preparation in store.
And something 7-9 has done so well as well is the fact that they do not adapt within the series, but you can see how good their prep is, how much adaptability they've gone through in the entire season, granted. They're not a series team, but they are a season team, and they've made leaps and bounds improvements throughout this entire series. Now RSG, they're gonna be back on blue side since they lost the last game. Blue side no longer 100% win rate.
Unfortunately, you know what? Put down the Shen, put down the Jace.
Yeah,
and we also see the Lulu and the Lee Sin removed as well. Same things have been happening. You get rid of a strong tempo jungler, you get rid of a strong enchanter support, and then suddenly you start to see the Karma rise up in viability, especially when you know that you need the Olaf on your side. You need something else to go with that.
I think the problem here, something which I don't particularly like, is this Jace ban. I feel like the Jace wasn't exactly the reason why you lost the game. I understand it causes complications in your pick ban, but Jace is not the reason why you lost the game. Now, RSG, back to this Olaf pick. Are we just going to see a run back here from the side of S9? They honestly could. Karma +1.
Karma +1. I mean, the Ziggs felt like a good option for them before. Chili did a great job of that, being able to clear out those waves. They were able to put out consistent damage. I think you hit it exactly right on its head.
I always do.
The problem with, I felt like with RSG's composition was that the center just was read too well. You know, the idea that, okay, well, we want to scale. We want to try and get to the late game. We want to get to a strong point. Well, you're not going to be able to do that. Your Olaf's going to fall off by then. So you just have to go for something more aggressive here. I think Raven is no slouch in that regard. If you really want to try and push for something a little bit more aggressive, something like the Kai'Sa, or even having Tipper try and snowball with the Riven.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. Here in match point, they want comfort, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. Keep in mind, the only game that RSG has won here in this series was when Raven was playing Jhin.
I love the Rakan.
Yeah, I love the fact that Rakan comes out in tandem with these champions. You want aggressiveness, you want engagement. No more Senna, no more Rich farming. Let Rich be proactive. Let Rich make plays with you, for you. And this, I think, is very likely going to be our hedge back on that Jarvan top, something we haven't seen in a while here. But that's a pick which I think is very effective against Riven. You have good poke. Riven can almost never all in you because of the nature of the matchup, the way the trading patterns play out. And this puts Azor Vaki back on this Fiora. Fiora into Olaf, you have a pretty good isolated matchup. We saw how hard it was for Olaf to kill the Fiora in the side lane. Even with the Seraphine, Fiora is just too slippery for Olaf.
And something we've been talking about since the second games begin has been this idea that while these two teams, they've had so much history, so much backstory going behind them, whatever name they try and represent.
There's been a lot of organizations in the past.
Yes, if that's going to be RSG, that's going to be Sam9. All these players have so much backstory, so much rich history behind them. But now it's a fresh chapter. It's a new start for a lot of them. WCS, the first season for Wild Rift Esports in general, the first true season of Wild Rift Esports, the first step is winning regions.
So would you say that in the grand scheme of things, Darken Gaming, they're not a true world champion?
They're not.
Alright! Well, there's a reason they're no longer in the league, but that's besides the point here.
Controversial point or not?
It's okay, Darken would never find out you said that, so it's fine.
Yeah, but it's true. It's the truth though.
It is actually not controversial, it's the truth. It's just like how Fnatic's not the real world champion in League of Legends as well. It's the truth, right? But look at the draft playing out on your screens right now.
Okay, fair enough. I was gonna ask if Taipei Assassins counted.
Ooh, wait a second. Sam9 missed a ban here, Grandin.
Interesting choice from Sam9 here.
To miss a ban?
to miss the ban, yeah. It is a choice, you know. It's like you being late to the airport, right? It's a choice.
You didn't have to call me out like that. I still caught my flight. I still made it here to the grand finals. But RSG seems like they're the team that didn't quite make it here. They didn't quite show up for their flight.
Okay.
There we go. Something a little bit cheeky, something a little bit off.
Everything to the walls.
Yeah.
RSG are desperate. I think this reeks of desperation.
Maybe not desperation, right? But the fact that they want the ball in their court.
Here's the thing, Omo. Individually, all these picks, absolutely fine. RSG has made all these picks before.
Yeah.
The problem is, they've never made all these picks simultaneously.
Is that true?
In the same game?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't think so.
Well, but yeah, I see your point, right? It's basically everyone wants to carry. Everyone wants a shot to carry the game.
Yes.
They might get it. We'll see. I mean, I like the Draven into Ezreal. That's one of the most brutal matchups for Ezreal. Maybe something like a Caitlyn could have been good here as well. I think the long range is going to serve you extremely well into what Sam9 have. But at the end of the day, Sam9, they're playing a very Sam9 comp. Chili on an Enchanter in the mid lane. That's going to allow Azor Vaki to do his best in the jungle to just pop off and carry the game, which we know he can do. Of course, our hedge, he's going to be stable yet again on the Jarvan. And that guy's a great initiator as well. So seeing him on a champion like Jarvan, that's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, the Draven into Ezreal matchup, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be one-sided. But if Draven ever dies, that Ezreal could get real out of control.
Yeah. And on the other side as well, I mean, you have a lot of engage coming through from RSG, but a lot of disengage as well. You know, with Winter having the Braum, like the Glacial Fissure just stops a lot of stuff coming in. You know, as you try and dive in with the Grand Entrance, you just get to see the Glacial Fissure come in. It stops the Rakan engage entirely, and you're playing the backline. You're playing to try and get SSK ahead.
Did you know that when Sam9 play Braum support, they actually get a buff?
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because Braum is from the Freljord, which is always cold, and his name is Winter, and he plays Braum. Do you see what I'm getting at here? There's a bit of a set bonus going on. He gets an extra buff when he plays Braum. That's the last joke I'll make for the day. It might be close to the end of the show here, but...
I'm just gonna put this down and...
You could very shortly, because it looks to me like with the draft that we have played out...
Just stop talking.
Okay, I'll leave it right there. Thank you guys for listening. It's been fun.
It's been
Brandon,
great.
take it away.
I'm taking over. I don't think I need this guy anymore. If this is the quality of content he's gonna bring to the table for us.
Twitch chat is saying cringe right now. I know.
Oh, 100%. Every chat is saying cringe right now.
And they will be right to.
You know, I can't even.
Let's move on from this. Let's talk about the game
I'm
here.
kind of having a hard time too. I'm kind of having a hard time. All right.
Let's look at the
final drafts again.
It's gonna be the Hedge Fiora finally. I want to see this.
Fiora.
I want to see this. Yeah. This gives you two good things, right? One, the Jarvan into Olaf matchup, which allows you to dodge the 1v1s on the Olaf. Just one flag and drag, and you say, see ya, Olaf. And of course, the Cataclysm to really just lock him in place. But while the Cataclysm is extremely effective against the Olaf and against the Draven as well, the rest of the champions don't really care about that. They're all mobile enough to get out of the Cataclysm.
So you've said a bunch of times at this point.
Yeah. What did I say?
The team that has the more cohesive draft that wins draft.
Oh yeah, it's the red team. It's
game.
Sam9. Sam9's going to win the game. 7-9 won draw yet again. I mean, the only win... You see, let's break it down this way, right? What's the win condition for RSG? Number one,
they pop off.
Draven pops off, and Olaf pops off, right? I like the fact that the Ahri and Olaf are paired together this time. That's good. You have a very aggressive mid-jungle duel, and frankly, I could see both mid-jungle and bottom lane on the side of RSG just turboing this game. But keep in mind, what's the trend? What have we always said? 7-9 have not lost a game in lane yet, and I don't think they will. So
That's true.
If they survive the storm of laning phase, I think once they make it out, their team fighting, the ease of execution is much higher.
It feels like R has just so much confidence going up against Tipper at this point, right?
He's
been winning lane against the guy almost every single round. Well, wait no longer. We're jumping into game. It's game number 4 between game number 4 set up. Game number 5. Game 4 games already gone.
We're new to casting best of 7s. Bear with us.
Game number 5 coming your way with RSG and Sam9.
Yeah, and our head back on his Fiora. I said I wanted to see this. We're finally going to get to see this. Oh my god.
Wow, was that a double?
Yeah. Is that a thing? I don't play Fiora. I don't know that. Man. Interesting mechanic.
I think just one lane, Leonard.
I think he did too. And honestly, look at the trading. Both mid and top are getting good HP trades now.
Raven will have some strength against Sagi as pretty much expected, but it's like you mentioned earlier, I mean, Tipper and CWJ are losing a decent amount of health. One thing that is looking very nice still, again, with that Karma pickup, they will have that skilling going for them.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Tipper trades off against this, but watch out for the Ignite on Zoraveki with the dive up top side. One more auto attack looking for the repulse, but he gets to the hunting fruit in time, and Tipper survives.
I love the idea there from Zoraveki.
He held the flag and drag.
Hold the flag and drag, but he gets away slippery enough there, and that's just gonna be 2 for 1 in flashes. Tipper's gonna be happy with that one.
He does have to kind of reset a little bit earlier than he would like to, I imagine. I mean, the matchup against our Hedgie, but both Summoner spells.
Bot lane here.
But they're trying to set something up here for sure. SSK is going to make his way down. Sagi and Winter both expect something coming. So they've stepped away for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just giving away the blue buff. It's a small price to play for surviving a potential dive.
Yeah, and they know now that Zoraveki cannot be here because Zoraveki one buff gang top. He showed his position, and if you one buff gang top and then go guard your bot lane, you're gonna be turbo behind in the game. Good aggressiveness. Look at RSG just farming behind the turret here. They can still dive this.
Yeah, and they're trying to push for something
nice
now.
Heal.
Exhaust already used. Sagi's still gonna be tagged. A little bit of damage out from them.
Nice
First blood
heal.
over to RSG as SSK will walk away for the turret.
Really good play there from the side of RSG. I love the thumbs up back at Sagi, who was spamming that at them last game. Little bit of banter back and forth here, but because of that dive, sure, you steal away Zoraveki's blue buff, but he will get double crap, so he's okay with how the game's going right now. It's not great, but it's fine. Now SSK, he's still in position here to guard his bot lane. Are they aware of this?
Yeah, main thing was still that kill first blood over to RSG. Raven loses quite a bit of health. Winter is going to come in here. His flash was used earlier. That looks like a kill over to the Draven.
That's huge. He gets the cash in, and you blow Winter's flash. He thought he had enough to proc the passive, get the kill onto Raven, get the adoration stacks out of there, but it wasn't quite enough. Zoraveki not having the flash there. This really all comes back down to that level 2 gank attempt from Zoraveki. It's a flip. You're taking a risk, and I think it's fine. I think he made the right call. They should have gotten the call on Tipper. It was just close but no cigar. But because of that, RSG, they did a great job at coming back into the game and answering this time around, which is something they failed to do in previous games.
Yeah, very important that RSG manages to win this one here. Still needs to try and draw up the game a little bit closer.
Yeah.
But things are going to be difficult for them. But with this 2,000 gold lead, I think they are steps closer towards that. Let's talk about first spawn coming up and how these two teams need to prepare for themselves.
Well, it's really simple at this point in the game, right? This is one of those games, one of the first few games this series where neither team has clear advantage. That means nothing like a Ziggs, nothing like a Varus. And because of that, a bit of action, but it's going to be all good here.
Yeah, nothing too drastic.
So because of that, we're likely going to see both teams swap their bottom lanes into mid. But because of the nature of this Draven matchup, what RSG could want to do is just not leave this lane, keep pressuring this lane, and just trade an objective.
Yeah, and they're getting some chip damage onto the turret, so given some space to themselves, if we do see the over-rotation out from Sam9, they could just get some gold off in the side lane, trying to pick up a turret for themselves. You see some good trading back and forth, but RSG are actually looking for the recall so they can start preparing for the first objective spawn.
Yeah, they get the shove in first. This is the power of lane priority. It gives you two things. One, of course, you feel better in your lane, being able to have priority, being able to win trades, but it lets you roam. It lets you get superior recall timings.
I think they heard you, Obo.
Yeah, they're not going to go for the recall. I think we're going to see a trade here. What's going on? What's RSG's play? What's in their mind?
They're staying lane. Raven's staying lane, farming up a little bit more.
No, they're trading objectives here, and they stopped the Rift Herald. That's nice of them.
Oh no, he's come back in lane. He's already made the recall.
Has he actually? No, he hasn't. He's been sitting on this BF Sword plus shot for a while now.
Right, yeah, so he hasn't made the recall.
He hasn't made the recall. He canceled the recall. They both canceled their recalls. That's the thing. But they will not even start the dragon, right? They're saying we haven't bought yet. Maybe, I think it's probably due to not having enough gold for a full
There
item.
we go, yeah. So not just not having enough for
and now he has the Storm Razor, so he's good to go.
Should be fine. I mean, it's quite a substantial gold lead. It's actually going to be the difference between a full component. But I mean, with the Muramana coming up, yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while for Sem9 to scale here.
Yeah, Tipper gets the ward down onto the Rift Herald. That one will get spotted out, but it's looking like we will see RSG want to contest this. They're running over now, but are they too late?
Yeah, but these fights have always gone over to Sem9's side. RSG tried to look for a play, but Rich has been caught out once again. He just does not live long enough to make an impact and make a difference. Tipper's been caught off again, and it just looks like Sem9 exclusively win every fight around the early objective.
Why do Sem9 win every fight around every objective? Because they are always there first. RSG, they're too greedy, they're too selfish. I want my item timings, I want my wave shoved in, and I want so many things. Everyone wants so many things, but Sem9, they sack, they move, they play for the team, and RSG, they get punished yet again.
Give RH his Fiora again.
Yeah, RH is 2-0. He has the Sundra, he's 1,000+ gold lead. They have the Rift Herald. Wait, SSK stole away the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean...
I didn't actually even notice that.
I mean, he gets the Rift Herald, but I thought that was part of your analysis.
I actually didn't even notice that. Woof, we take those here.
So now you just change, flip the script, everything's different now, because you got the Rift Herald.
It's still a win for Sem9, but this Rift Herald is going to be huge. It's going to break the turret.
Yeah, it's going to get them turret. RH is going to still defend against this. It's looking for that dash, a little bit of damage available where they can. I think turret will go down here, but they don't want to try and make a play.
But all the gold went to SSK. None of the gold went to Tipper. It's not going to help him at all.
Well, maybe try to get SSK up if Tipper isn't feeling this series. Oh my goodness, Sagi might just die here. Good re-engage comes through. The exhaust is going to make a difference.
Oh no.
As they try to channel the Blade Death.
The problem there was Raven held his Whirling Death for too long.
Oh yeah, Whirling Death, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. I know the name, you see.
I knew it was Whirling something. Zorveki's actually been caught out. CWJ is Cataclysm, splash damage, almost finishes off Rich. SSK's running over, desperately trying to get that in time. Chili's gonna die as well. It's a double kill available. SSK doesn't have the flash, but he has the undertow and the smite.
Not enough.
Tags it onto Winter, but he gets to stand behind me back on the minion. How long can you persist on for this kill?
You can't get this, there's no way.
Back with the Whirling Death. Sagi sidesteps that so confidently. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Reckless swing available soon? No, gets stunned. Wait, can he go for this?
Oh no!
Who goes on the turret? Gets caught by the Q. The Ezreal gets the kill. It's a shutdown for Sem9.
The Whirling Death misses, not quite close enough to hit Sagi and Winter. Combo that with the fact that it's Ezreal and Braum. They're so mobile. They're so hard to kill. They just kite you and kite you and kite you. And Olaf with no Ragnarok, nothing he could do right there. Look at his items. Right after that, he picked up the Righteous Glory. Not gonna happen again.
Never again. Chase is on for RSG. Not just for those kills, but also for this series.
For this series as well. Look at the items coming out from Rich here. I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but that's the item that reduces the cooldown on your active item. Mega Drive?
I just hope that RSG win this game so they can.
You want my prediction to be wrong?
Yes,
right?
that is correct. That is correct.
So as long as RSG win this game, my prediction will be wrong. If Sem9 win this game, I would have predicted the match score correctly. I think the first time ever.
And in the grand finals, I think that counts for extra.
I think I get multiplier points for that one.
Yeah. So I just need RSG to do it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. I mean, given how the game state's playing out,
it's
I feel
possible.
Like it's very possible. RSG have a lead, but keep in mind, yet again, they've drafted themselves a very Feast of Famine comp where they have to get a lead, they have to hold the lead, and they can't throw the game. That's the thing. They can't make mistakes, because if they do, Sem9 will just outscale them in the game, so they have to be very careful here. And I don't feel like that's a quality which RSG as a team have.
Yeah, tell you what, though, second Rift Herald is going to start spawning up pretty soon now. RSG were late to the fight last time around. They weren't in position this time. Maybe they can make a difference. Maybe they can be there on time. Come on, guys.
We'll see.
I know you guys tend to be late, but you don't have to be late to game.
For that to happen, they need to be in position right now. We can't see anyone leave the situation, and that looks like what RSG have done. They're going to start this one out on spawn. Tipper's going to move over now, and he's going to be a little bit quicker than our hedge.
All right, well, depending on the pathing, it does look like Tipper is going to be the difference. That
he's going to
is going to have 2 members of RSG lying in wait. They're going to start moving over. CWJ, he doesn't want to use the charm just yet. A bit of damage over onto Raven. Is still trying to hold on to things. There we go. That's the initial engage. Jump into the back line. Can they finish this one off? Blue team gets the Rift Herald. Zorveki was not able to escape from his Cataclysm, but SSK has already fallen, and CWJ corralled onto the other side. Our head joins in the fight just in time for it to make a difference. Sam9 will smash apart RSG.
It was a terrible team fight from RSG. I don't know what they were trying to do. Everyone wanted to do a different thing. Rich dived the back line. Half the team is saying, dive the back line. Half the team is saying, kill Zoraveki. And they just do completely different things. Look at how divided RSG as a team are.
It's not even Zoraveki, it's Rift Herald first.
It's Rift Herald and then Zoraveki. But Veki does a good job of locking them up for Sagi's ultimate. Good team fight combo here. And you look at his Tipper, he doesn't dive the back line, he dives Zoraveki. You can tell that the team is not on the same page. And RSG, you get Rift Herald, but at the cost of 4 players' lives, I don't think that's worth it at all. You get the mid turret, sure, but that only evens up the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, we saw RSG start from a 3,000 gold lead prior to that fight
this doesn't even do anything.
To Sam9 now, just closing it down to less than 1,000. I mean, it's very unideal.
It's rough.
Very unideal.
And honestly, the Karma pick has been doing so much work as well. Where the piloted by Windsor, where the piloted by Chili, where the piloted by CWJ. This pick has done so much work. The AoE route, the potential to just run into the team fight.
Because initially when we saw it, we thought it was a damage-heavy build. We thought that Karma was supposed to do a lot of damage in lane. But the true value of the Karma is off those roots.
Wait, who thought that? I always thought the value was from the shields and the roots.
I knew it was from the shields, but I thought it was shields and damage.
No, but the thing is, right, what PC players have this conception that Karma does a lot of damage, but in Wild Rift, Mantra Q doesn't really do all that much, right?
Exactly. When I saw it, that was my initial impression. It was like, oh yeah, it's going to have a lot of damage, it's going to have a lot of shielding.
But that the fact that she can AoE root you, use her ultimate to force the AoE root anytime she wants it, now that's just extremely strong.
Exactly.
Right?
Very strong.
Well, let's take a look at the items right now. 2,000 gold lead here for our hedge. This Fiora, you know, we talked about this a while back. We talked about this at Sea Champs. We talked about this at Horizon Cup. When there's a Fiora in the game, Granted, do you remember that sound that we keep hearing? The clock that goes tick, 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 tick. The timer that Fiora puts you on.
I feel like it establishes it's your tinnitus.
It very well might be, but our hedge's game, well, the timer, the clock, it's about to strike midnight. He's about to just take over the game. Look at the poke coming in.
I'm going to try to hold on to the turret, but they've nearly lost all their health in the process.
Yeah, Ezreal Karma says, no you don't.
And even when they land the charms, very little that's gained from all that.
Yeah, they just get completely outscaled.
Oh my goodness, Transcendent base flash forward for that.
That was a bit ambitious. A little bit ambitious there from Chile, but it does the job. You force them off the turret. You're stopping the recalls. How annoying was that for Zoraveki? But I think he did the right thing. Stopping the bats. Using a flash to stop the bats.
Oh my god, they still can't recall.
Yeah, they still can't recall.
They're almost dead.
And on this wave, Sam9 will try to take the tier 2.
They do.
They're gonna try. They have 2 cards as well, so maybe.
Maybe. Well, as this game is back, it's gonna clear out the wave. I guess they're gonna back off now. It's not too bad. Not too bad.
Not too bad indeed. But while all of this is going on, keep in mind that there's a whole nother battle going on here for the solo laners. Arhedge against Tipper. And Arhedge, he has full priority. He controls the lane. He controls the game.
Just having that 3,000 gold lead, I mean, that's where the difference in gold is coming from. While we do see SSK hold a good gold lead, it's nothing compared to what we see from our hedge right now.
Look at the team comps. What can an Olaf do into Karma, Ezreal, Braum? He runs at them, they run back, and Olaf just does nothing. Olaf was so effective in Game 2, but because of that Game 2, Sam9, they've said, we're going to drop the round it, we're going to drop the round, shutting him down, making him ineffective, and they've done just that, yet again.
Well, Infernal Drake coming up pretty shortly. That is going to make a pretty big difference, I think, for Sam9, because if RSG end up trying to play for that, I think Sam9 have the damage to try and rush down the Baron, or at least force them into that play. We've seen what's happened at this point, just playing towards the Rift Herald. The Baron side of the map has been a struggle for RSG.
Yeah. Well, frankly, at this point, the whole map is a struggle for them. You started off with your bot lane winning. You started off with your jungler having a lead. But now, what do we say? Once you make a mistake, Sam9's team comp will just run you over. And even though the gold lead's just 1,000, that 1,000 means so much more when your team comp scales better. Now, Dragon, this is it, right? If RSG need a big win here to keep themselves in the series.
Not all gold leads are built equal, and
Exactly.
like we had anticipated, Infernal Drake is going to be within the sights of both teams. RSG start moving their way over first. Sam9 with some decent poke back, trying to make this one a painful one to go for. Azoraki with a flag and drag in. Timber misses out on the chance to try and jump in. Sagi with a prediction, dodges away from the CWJ. The backline is just too impactful. Our-Hedge is over by the side as well, killing off the members of RSG. A new chapter of fresh for Sam9 in the Wild Rift in the first season, and Our-Hedge's Fiora leads the way.
These guys, man, the legends of Malaysia, the veterans of Malaysia, Our-Hedge, Azoroveki, and Chili. Now Sagi and Winter joining them. I guess you could call them fresh blood, but not really that fresh, right? They've been around for a while now. Still, together, these 5 players, they're writing a fresh chapter. They're coming anew. This team fight, it wasn't even close. What is there to break down? Look at how disjointed RSG look, and look at how combined and just how good they are as playing as a team. Sam9, this is a team that we're seeing on your screens. We talk about the 5 players, we talk about their caliber, we talk about their status in Malaysia, in MYSG as a whole. That all doesn't matter now. This is a team that just runs the game once they get a lead.
Sam9 have done an amazing job of this one, just charging in against RSG.
Yeah.
And like just so many additional combos. I mean, having Winter with this Braum, with the Fiora, you can see the value of the passive in these fights. Fiora's greatest weakness is just not having crowd control. Guess what? With Braum passive, you do.
That's one way to think about it.
All right, here we have it. A final stand, desperate move from RSG. Our-Hedge gets a kill off in the side lane, but they take down Chili in this time. Teleport coming in now. Raven trying to kite away, but the exhaust is going to stop him from being able to do so. Winter's just going to stand within the depths of RSG. They're unable to finish him off. Sam9 all the way through will finish off the ace, and that's going to be game.
You kill their carries, you kill Chili, you kill Sagi, but it doesn't matter. This is what we talked about. Our-Hedge's Fiora, he saves it for game 5.
Unstoppable, indomitable, and Sam9 will march in onto the Nexus, and their toughest competition were not even close here. Sam9 with a 4-1.
Sam9, 4-1. Guess who called a 4-1, Brandon?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I've never heard of a prediction in my life.
Great performance coming in from Sam9, frankly. The new chapter for Malaysian Wild Rift, for MYSG Wild Rift. This is the first page of what's hopefully going to be a long, illustrious one for them. They're going to be our region's representatives at the WCS finals. So this is really just the first step for them.
Yes. But that being said, though, I have a lot of confidence with them moving into the regional. I feel like, you know, there's something to be had here.
As a Singaporean, every time we go into regional competitions, there's a bit of doubt, there's a bit of dread. But now with a Malaysian team representing us, maybe things will be different this time.
Can you tell that to them after this?
We'll see, we'll see.
We're gonna let them know that you have to.
Let's be frank here, both our regions have not had a great track record at regional competitions. But hopefully this changes now. I have hope. Honestly, they played so well. And this is by far the best team we could send, right?
Again, could you please tell them this?
We'll see that. We'll see them later on for the interview. But for now, I want to like just draw the storylines up a little bit to see how big of a gap there is, right? We have 2 teams that only won 1 game, all the way at the bottom of the standings. We have a bunch of middle of the pack teams that have done a great job throughout the season. But ultimately, you see the top 3 teams just have a massive discrepancy in power level. Phantom 6, 0-4 against RSG. Now RSG 1-4 against M9. You see the clear level jumps between each and every one of these teams, and now here the best possible team by far we could send to regionals. I'm hopeful to write a new chapter for our region.
Oh, absolutely. It is quite an interesting effect having this because of the nature of our region. We aren't as competitive, I would say, but we do have. Well, don't laugh about this. Go on. But we do have some strong teams leading the way. Yeah. And with that trickle down, hopefully we get to see more coming by. We've seen a lot of new and prospective talent happening here. The introduction of new teams that we haven't seen so much of. Even though RTP and Todan dropped out early, you know, they gave us some good performances throughout. We got to see the introduction of Upcard Esports. We got to see a good showing from Watermelon. You know, we just get to see new teams also demonstrating it's an unfortunate reality that only one team gets to win and make their way through. Yeah. But it is a start.
I want to keep my eyes in the future. I want to look forward. All those teams that we've left behind, they're behind us now. Let's look at Sam9. I want to look back at where they started. I want to look back at their past. Keep in mind, before this split, RH was not a Baron lane player.
Fair enough.
This guy was a mid laner. And now they come in and team together. Chili, keep in mind his history as well, right? A long history of losing to Veki, to RH. Now they're on the same team. They're making it work. RH swapped to Baron lane. Not only is he the best Baron lane in our region by far, he's destroying Tipper, who was one of the best Baron lanes in Thailand as well. Champion of the Summer Super Cup. And RH makes it look easy every single game against him.
It just feels like there is that qualitative gap, and then you look towards
Huge
the
gap,
other sides of the map. Even in situations where you think, wow, this is a really strong matchup, you know, RG seem like they're winning lane. Ultimately, it doesn't mean very much because some way or another, Sagi and Winter are so comfortable playing from either a strong position or a weak position. They will find a lead back in the game. Even in matchups where they were quote-unquote losing lane, you still see them end with some of the best scorelines overall.
Just very stable as a whole. That's the best thing I can say about this team. And that's a huge compliment, right? Stability is massive. Now, going up against the best teams from Vietnam, Philippines, Thailand, can they maintain that stability? A lot of questions to be asked. I think if you look through the games here today, Sam9, they don't look flawless. They've shown some errors. I think it's clear to pinpoint some problems with their team compositions as well. Veki can be shaky on carries. Chili can be shaky on carries. Does this limit them strategically? But I gotta say, their strengths are huge. And their weaknesses, rather avoidable. Maybe this team could bring us to Icons.
Let's take a look at how that game shaped up. The end of this one and the end of that series, Sam9.
11-0-2 here on RH.
I like how we both went for the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just too obscene. It's right there in your face.
And Veki as well, right? 14 assists. To be fair, a lot of assists on Jarvan is kind of cheating as well.
Yeah, because
every
he
time
just
he
drops
drops
the
flag,
AoE.
yeah,
You get some like bonus
assist.
attack sheet.
But the same thing for Chili right here. 13 assists on this Karma. Every time you AoE shield, you get a bunch of assists. But it speaks to how well Sam9 function as a team. They are willing to sacrifice for their teammates. They're willing to take L's and draft to ensure their teammates take a dub, which leads them to a bigger dub at the end of the day. Overall, I just like the way this team functions. I like the way they think. I like the way they perform as a unit. Overall, we came in today, Grandin, saying who are we gonna pinpoint? Who are we gonna look at the hero of this team? We said maybe RH, maybe Winter. But at the end of the day, can we say that the hero is all five of them? The power of friendship, kumbaya.
You're such a hypocrite. Like you hate Kumbaya, you hate teamwork.
But
you like
true.
the idea of like
true,
everyone
Brandon.
gets along, gets together. But when it comes down to the team winning, in retrospect, victory-based analysis.
I mean, that's true, right? But honestly, if you ask me to vote on who the MVP of Sam9 is today, and most of their games as well, I have such a hard time choosing.
I 100% agree with you. It's very difficult to say because even in fights where you see RH pop off and he wins the fight for his team, like he's getting the triple kill, we saw towards that in the Dragon Pit, right, where he got that triple kill onto RSG. One of the key factors I felt like why he was able to do that was because Sagi hid it away from CWJ. He didn't get killed. He didn't get hit by the charm. Because he lives, he's still able to output more damage. That's a constant threat. CWJ cannot rotate to help his team. I mean, there's so much to be said about these players because every single one of them contributes to the end of the fight.
And that's the big thing as well. If you think about how this series played out, all 5 games here, well, it's a best of 7, not all 7 games, but 5 games here, you can think of individual games where you would award MVPs to different players. For Sagi's Lux game, for his Vayne game, I would give him maybe MVP. For Winter's Karma game, for his Rakan game, I would maybe give him MVP. Jarvan and Xintao, definitely MVP performances for Zarveki as well, and of course Chili and RH, they had their share of carry performances too.
So overall, I mean, just a really good showing from Sam9. We've had some pretty good moments from them, and yeah, I mean, it does definitely inspire a vote of confidence from me. Knowing that
this is it.
knowing that we have something going for us and for our region, and it is like we've been trying to allude to this entire time, the idea that this is a fresh chapter for them. You know, in the past they've played against each other before.
We weren't alluding; it was very in your face.
It was, I mean, it's quite clearly been expressed at this point. You know, regardless whether or not that's going to be. It is very much literally playing against each other, playing with each other. Now this is the iteration of Sam9 that we're looking at. This is a team that has come together to play together. and we have high expectations and hopes for them.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna like pay too much attention to these highlights, but what I want to draw your attention to is look at how well this team plays from behind. Now you could ask the question, maybe they play so well from behind because RSG is innately a flawed team that has too many flaws to really beat them out and to really carry this little win through the greater victory. But maybe Sem9 are just really good at coming back, because I genuinely do think that's the case. This is a team that understands their win conditions, that understands their timings, and just really understands how they want to play out the game. I feel like the only teams they're gonna lose out to are teams that will manage to smash them in lane. And going to C champs or C finals, having a hard time adjusting to the name. It took me a while to adjust to WCS as well, but I think it's gonna be interesting to see how the top teams like Buriram United, how we're gonna see teams like Team Flash, Cerberus Esports, Fano Adversity, how they're gonna challenge Sem9 in lane. And I want to see how Sem9 adapt, how they overcome outside of lane. That's the big narrative for me going into WCS champs.
I know you love your chess analogies, right, Omo?
No, absolutely not. Can we not?
I know you love your chess analogies.
Okay.
And so, in chess, when you make unless your opponent makes a mistake, perfect play results in a draw.
Sure.
And I feel like that's kind of the situation now, right? In going into this one, what we saw was RSG allow themselves to be in bad positions in which Sem9 punished them quite easily. Against their tougher opponents, that's not going to happen. It's not going to be so straightforward. It's not so clear-cut. That being said, though, what I do really enjoy about Sem9 is they never truly allow the gold lead to expand and balloon beyond a point that they can control.
And that's the thing. They're just too stable because no one can punish them in this region. Let's see if that's true. Let's see if that holds up regionally. I have high hopes for this team. I've said that a bunch of times, and I feel like they can deliver on a regional stage, but there's a lot of things for us to keep in mind. Let's come back to this victory that they had here today. Commiserations, of course, to RSG. Definitely the second best team by far here in the WCS. You talked about the other teams. Phantom 6 making a huge comeback at the end of the season. Upcar with the upsets. Watermelon with the mechanical geniuses on their team. Honestly, a lot of potential here. Not just a new chapter for Sem9, not just a new chapter for these Malaysian players, but for maybe our entire region as a whole. I have high hopes. I know I've been very toxic this entire season. I know I've flamed a bunch of you a lot of times, the region as a whole as well. But keep it up. Keep it up.
Well, I mean, that's fine. They don't really have to care about your opinion anyway.
Fair
So
point.
let's take a look at it. Let's have an interview with our champions of the WCS MYSG in a little bit.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hi guys. What's up? I'm one of the players.
I used to be a player.
It's okay, it's okay. We know who all of you guys are. So the players, I know they're celebrating right now. I know you guys must feel great being the champions, being our representatives at WCS finals. What's the vibe in the house right now?
Ecstatic. I think our neighbors are angry because we were screaming the whole time. I was screaming in my room. They were screaming in the living room. Everybody's screaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're really excited and we really want to take it to the next level. Since we built the team, our goal is to go to Worlds. So yeah, hopefully we can do it lah.
And talking a little bit about that and your guys' futures plans today, we've basically locked in most of your competition going into the regional into the WCS finals first. Are you guys looking forward to any of the competition you guys are facing there?
Ooh, yeah, it's gonna be tough. We're gonna fight strong teams. Buriram, EVOS, FLA, RRQ, One, Flash. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of strong teams. It's gonna be so exciting. Can't wait.
I want to bring back to the point that you mentioned as well, right? About Worlds, about Icon Global Series, right? Honestly, it's attainable. I feel it's attainable. I'm cheering for you guys. Do you guys? Yeah. So what's your plans there? What's your goals there? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Top 4. That's the target. Yeah.
Top 4 in the world, Malaysia, really?
Let's get that top 4 and then go to Worlds. Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I don't want to I'm not sure how much I can say about the format, right? But you only need to win a couple of best of 5s, right? I feel it's attainable. Yeah.
To go to Worlds?
Yeah. The WCS finals is a couple of best of 5s and then the top 4 goes through.
But do you think that format is good for you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Do you think that format helps you guys, right?
Okay. Winnable. Winnable,
Winnable, right?
Let's go. Let's go to world.
Yeah, so I feel like you guys are a team that does such good preparation behind the scenes, and I'm sure like as coach, a lot of that comes from you as well, right? Do you think that being the format, like being best of 5, like do you think that helps you guys as a team?
Being in a best of 5.
Yeah, because you guys are only playing best of 5, right? Like you don't have to play groups.
Oh, right. For finals, yeah.
Yeah.
It's always better to be playing in the best of 5, best of 7 for sure, because you can read their game, you can come up with counter drafting and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely best of 5, best of 7 all the way.
So I have a short follow-up to this, right? Like I feel like you guys have a great vibe in your team, like a great atmosphere. After losing games, like how do the players like adapt and overcome that?
We straight away identified like Chile. He was just straight away watching a replay of the game 2. Then he was like, okay, so the mistakes were not like the picks or anything. It's just individual mistakes during team fight and stuff. And then we identified that, okay, RSG came into the game wanting to play this way, Olaf and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, never mind, we can move forward with the draft and hold back, be patient with the gameplay as individuals.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, but I see Vita behind you shaking his head like as well.
Just woke up, by the way.
We listen to coach.
Really?
Wake up to the win.
Wake up to the win, yeah. What's the plans for celebrations tonight?
Yeah, he just woke up and then he was like, "Oh, I'm champion already." Oh,
yeah. I know we buy some good food. Yeah. Hopefully, good food.
Yeah. We're gonna go have a good dinner.
It's on the org, right?
Well. Yeah.
Sorry, what?
It's gonna be on the org, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, put them in the trap there. Whoa. You have to. Your boys played amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on this as well, because like you guys have such an experienced roster. How is it like working with a team like that as opposed to having rookies come in?
As someone with an analyst position, right? I can just provide data, and now I can't really help the players as much because they are already there at that level. They need to help themselves more. There's no coach available.
I mean, everybody. I mean, the way we do this is every player is great already.
Yeah.
Me as the manager, I have no input on their gameplay or their strategy. So what I do is just performance monitoring, reporting, and the way they train is they coach each other.
Yep.
So like Wacky used to play like support back then in the PC. He also plays mid. So they train each other like 1v1, 2v2 bot lane, 1v1 Baron lane. So the secrets are all within us, So like all the like micro things are all they train themselves.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how good it is to be in a team like this, where each individual puts in all the effort. So yeah.
Okay, so we see Vita sitting at the back as well. Like, how do you feel about like going to C finals? I know you guys have like you plus one more sub, right, for the Baron lane as well. So are you guys like planning to? How are you guys planning to like help the team or like be involved for like C finals? Are there any strategies in play there?
Cheerleader.
About this, we as sub will just practice much in solo queue and get better, and hopefully can play in the scrim too. So other than that, will be their cheerleader. Yeah.
Awesome.
Join me to cheerlead together.
There's a lot to cheer for. You guys, I think I have hopes. I have high hopes.
It's okay. You got your main cheerleader right here too.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
You kind of flipped the script on me today, though.
Yeah, I truly did. I mean, I
you guys had a very good
bit,
banter going on. It was nice to hear.
It's okay. We're here to talk about you guys.
Yeah.
We're here to talk about you.
Focal point is on you guys because there's still a lot to be seen, right? But it's like the first a good step. This is the first good step for us, and I'm just really curious, like if you guys have like. You talked about how you guys train each other. At the start of the season, I don't think we made the claim that you guys had a super team, but it was a difficult claim to say you guys had the best players in every role. Now I think we basically have by far best players in every single role. Like how is that confidence? Is that you guys feel that's true on your side?
For the players in Malaysia, in MYSG, yeah, I think they do feel that they're the best in each role. But for like internationally, we'll have to work as a team and they know this. They know this. It's a team game. At the end of the day, it's a team game. They know this very well. So, yeah, going into it, they will still have the confidence, but yeah.
Very nice, very nice.
I think you guys play amazing as a team as well. I mean, I don't really have too much else to ask. Is there anything you guys want to say to the fans, to the players, to anyone looking out for C Finals?
I mean, just
thank you for supporting us.
Yeah.
Sam9, the MYSG scene as well. Thank you for watching all the way.
Yeah, we want to thank our father, mother, our brother, sister. Of course, Sam9 as an organization. Our boss Tommy, boss Kevin, Brian as well. Shout out to Brian.
Yeah.
And everyone is amazing. Everybody has been really supportive. And
very nice,
including the fans as well.
Yeah. I'm just glad it's finally over, so I can play Valorant with Shinsakai. He's always he always keeps telling me, "Sorry, bro, I need to train. Sorry, bro, I need to train. I need to win you guys next week and stuff." So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just wait for the finals.
Speak up for now.
Just a word of advice. Maybe you don't want to play Valorant with Shinsakai. I don't think it's fun.
We did play together.
That?
It's fun.
Oh boy.
It makes me laugh.
Alright, fair enough. So for you guys as the support staff behind the team, who was your vote for MVP today?
Becky. Is it?
Everyone agree?
Agi. I would say you must choose. If must choose a player,
You must choose one.
Must
Sagi.
choose one.
Okay.
Sagi for me. I think that's the best pickup in my managerial career. Like, since the BJD days, I found him, and I think he's a superstar since day one. And until now, he's I mean, according to some,
his butt since day one.
Wow, he's been improving so much, and he shows it today. He totally deserves it.
Everyone played amazing.
Everyone.
Of course.
If I had to choose someone, it's the captain.
Yeah,
the shot caller.
Captain as well. Everybody. For me, it's everybody.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look at who our MVP was. Everyone was amazing throughout this series, but one is more amazing than the rest.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Surprising us all.
Always consistent.
Yeah, it's consistent.
Yeah, always
I guess
consistent, I'd
that's
say.
important as well.
Yeah, always consistent for sure. He did his
Those
job,
skills he
right?
did.
And his zigs was pretty scary as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's nightmare-inducing.
Number one
he's
control
one of
mage
the-
player.
One of the oldest League PC players as well, and
Yeah.
he has a lot of experience playing for Vijaya Dragons back in Taiwan. So he learned a lot as well in that scene. So I think that contributes to his consistency.
Yeah, very stable for sure, right? Well, honestly, we agree with you guys as well. It's like anyone could have gotten MVP, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's how well the team played.
Could have been Swan.
Right?
You know? The analyst
Hey, the drafts were
draft
MVP.
gap,
I feel like the
draft
drafts were
gap.
MVP.
Draft gap.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, we definitely think the drafts were MVP as well. But one quick question here. How does the drafting work in your team? Like, is it you? Is it the players? Is it a mix of both? Like, who does that?
It's the players. It's mainly
Okay.
Becky and Chili. And then our
Veteran
veteran
experience.
Very nice,
Yeah.
very nice. Well deserved then. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations again on winning the WCS MYSG. We're looking forward to you guys' performance. You know, do us proud in the regional stage. I'm sure we have a lot to... I mean, you guys are seeded straight into like the playoffs, right? So, see you guys at Icons, hopefully.
See you. Thanks for the great cast.
All right, bye-bye, guys.
Thank you.
Enjoy your night.
All right, very nice. Good energy.
Great energy. That's the thing I love about Sam9. The vibe in the house always seems immaculate.
Smart players, too.
For sure. Like, I'm in love with their drafting, frankly.
Like, you could have very good mechanical players, but
Yes.
if you can't communicate, you're not smart about the game, that's a limitation. You have there's a ceiling that you just cannot pass.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So these guys, they've got the hands, they've got the thumbs, they've got the brains as well. They've got the nice words as well. I feel like they
No, sure. They're
love
quite
them on
eloquent.
interviews. Yeah, for sure. Sam9, I feel like we said everything there is to really say. They're going to be a champion. It's going to represent us at WCS Finals. They might not have that high hopes, but I have high hopes for them to make it all
What
the
do
way
you
to
mean they have
Icons.
high hopes?
They said, can we? They were kind of like wishy-washy about
They
it,
literally
right?
said goal is top 4 Icons.
Goal is top 4, but whether it's feasible now, that's another thing. I think it's feasible.
Fair enough, maybe.
Who knows, right?
I mean, you set a high goal so that you can so you go further, right?
Well, then if that's the case, they should aim for champions, surely.
Well, you want to be realistic.
The goal is Okay, so you're saying it's not realistic for Sam9 to be champions of CE icons?
No, they're not C icons,
sorry.
global icons.
You see, there's like 6 names that I get too confused. Alright, let's take a look at the brackets.
Yeah, let's wrap this one up. Let's save Omo the embarrassment. Man is obviously confused at this point.
Truly.
But there we have it. 2 games, 2 series in playoffs before the grand finals.
Grandin, do you realize that it was predicted all along that Sam9 would be champions? Look at the swirl there. What color is it? It's not blue, it's orange. That's the color predicting that it's... Okay, you know, see, Grandin's just disappointed with me. Just terrible jokes from start to finish today.
Yeah. I should have left while I should have left while I was hit. I should have left while I was hit. You know, remember that point where I said I'm gonna take off my headset?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this myself. I should have just done that. Clearly I made the wrong decision of giving you another chance.
But you see, this is what we talked about as well, right? You look at the score lines here and you see how big the gap is. P6, they 3-1 UCE, and they just win like every other match throughout playoffs as well. But the moment they play against the top 2 team, the 2 juggernauts of the league, RSG just followed them. And then Sam9 against RSG, what else is there to say, right? 3-0 into 4-1. I think these teams, they faced off, 4 times throughout the entire season, right? Twice in group stages, twice in playoffs. And if you combine the score, if you collate the score there, so Sam9, they're 4-1 in group stages against RSG, and in playoffs they are 7-1. So what is the math there? 11-2.
Yes.
11-2 win rate against RSG. I think it's without a doubt that this team is by far and away the best team here in MYSG.
Well, for you guys at home, the games don't quite end. We might be coming to the end for the WCS MYSG, but there are more matches going on, and not just for the WCS, but also for the FSL Wild Rift Open. That competition starts in April, so coming up very shortly. You guys can start registering pretty soon. The FSL is the... I think it should still be the female esports league. I'm not sure if they've changed like something like, so it's just the acronym or something like that. Yeah, and I've casted for that a couple of times. You know, I enjoy working with these people. I feel like this is a great space. You know, if you for the ladies back home, if you guys are trying to get into some teams, I believe they have some matchmaking systems as well, so you guys can find a team to play with.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? If you have a team to play with, please go and sign up. The tournament will be from 18th to 21st of April, as you see on your screen right now. But like Grandin said, if you don't have a team, I do believe they have a matchmaking system. They'll pair you up with some teammates, can meet some new friends to play some Wild Rift with. And the dates are perfect as well. Can we mention that? It's a great timing to fill the gap before C Final starts.
Yeah, exactly. We have the perfect timing before that begins, before that starts proper. Up to the 21st of April, and you know what? Something we haven't talked about at all, Omo, because it's just been like none of this hasn't mattered, because the most important thing was just winning.
What do we have
to
talk about?
It was there's a bit of a prize pool gap between first and second place.
Oh, that's true. Wait, for WCS MYSG?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there really?
20k USD and 16.5k USD.
You know, we've been caught up in the drama of it all that we kind of forgot about that. Cold, hot cash. 20 grand USD going over to Sam9. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to those guys. Amazing performances. Definitely well deserving of it.
Okay, and before we wrap things up, we got to speed run through all these memes.
I've been let down so far. Give me a good meme here, please.
The living meme himself wants to see his brethren. So let's pull up these memes and let's take a look at this. Okay.
A little disingenuous. I would rank it pretty low on my score. What would you give it?
I feel like this is a little bit too graphic for me. I'm a little bit positivity.
Yeah.
I appreciate the effort. I'm still gonna give it a 5.
Sure.
Yeah, I give it a 5.
I think the thing that's missing in this picture. You know what? I won't say it. Never mind.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay.
Next meme. Let's go. What else do we have in store for us here?
Well, this one comes a bit late, right?
No, this one is pretty good. This is pretty good.
I'll give it. I'll pass it.
You'll pass it?
I'll pass it.
This is pretty good.
This is no longer a graded class. It's now pass-fail. I'll pass this one.
Okay, I will pass this one as well.
All right, it's a pass. Not bad. Let's take a look at the last meme of the day. Finally, the memes left much to be... the best one.
It's pretty good.
They saved the best for last. This is the only good meme I've seen today.
Fair enough.
No, but you know what would be better if you make it so that UCE come back around and shoot Sem9, because that's how it played out the first time around, right?
No, but
it's untrue, but at least it's funny.
It's the meme quality, you know. It stops there. It's like
I think you could have taken
so
it one
much
step
into
further.
You know what? You want to know the thing, Omo?
Yeah.
I've never even seen this, so I don't get.
You've never seen this meme format?
No, I've seen the meme format, but I've never seen the actual thing, so I don't know what context you're talking about. What first time of stuff? Irrelevant.
Okay. So it doesn't matter. But this is a pretty good one. I'll definitely pass this one. In fact, I'll give this one a plaster there. I'll put a tick next to it as well.
So it's a pass check.
There's a little gold
pass.
heart there as well.
Gold heart.
Yeah, I'll put a sticker. Gold star. Yeah, that's the one. Gold heart. Gold star. It's been a long day.
Has it though? We had 5 games. We had 5 games. We could have.
It's a full best of 5 series. Not too long. Not too bad.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to game 5.
Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the matches at home, right? That's the main thing. Wild Rift, we're all about the fun. We're all about the action here as well. It was only 5 games. I kind of wanted more. Some of those games were really close. But, you know, we'll see some more exciting games at WCS Finals for sure.
We had a lot of you guys joining in with us for the first time as well. I hope you guys like what you see. There's much more in store for you guys.
Definitely much more in store for you, though. Yeah.
WCS.
Hey, why are you standing so far away from me?
The further, the better.
I'm taking control of this desk now, Brandon.
WCS Finals only gets better. We're gonna have that live set, more talent, more stuff going on.
Yeah. Go on, keep going.
Looking forward to a fun time. Maybe less letter, hopefully.
Well, we're not quite done with the show yet. We're here with you guys a little bit more. Of course, follow the socials, right? Wild Rift MYSG, I think that's run by ESL. They did a tremendous job. Follow our socials as well. I wouldn't know where to find it, but follow the socials of Wild Rift Finals as well, because that's coming up really soon. Like we said, FSL is going to be from the 18th to the 21st.
Well, that's why you follow his socials, our socials, because then we'll definitely post about it.
Yes, we'll give you the dates.
We'll tell you guys more about it when we get information.
And the Finals starts on the 21st, and then we have Icon somewhere around. I think it starts in June as well. That's online. So we have a bunch of Wild Rift action coming your way from now up until about July, right? The action just doesn't stop. So if you guys want some fast, quick, fun Wild Rift games, you know where to watch it.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of interesting things lined up your way. And especially some big changes that I'm looking forward to, Elemental Rift.
True, that's going to be coming. I don't know when. I don't read news. But when it comes, it'll be fun as well.
It's pretty soon. It's pretty soon.
They're adding a lot of things into the game.
3.1a it's coming in 3.1a.
All right,
so
amazing.
It's coming in really soon.
Oh my god, is it going to be here for C Finals?
It's going to be here for C Finals, I think, right? So we're going to see a lot of interesting stuff happen. And I mean, Elder Drake so far, it's been nice, you know. It's the current version of Elemental Elder Drake has been okay, but you know what's really fun is having that execute.
Exactly.
And games just go boom.
Games are already going boom. You see how exciting these games were today? I love that. I love the biggest of booms. And of course, thank you to the viewers. Thank you to the fans. We would be nowhere without you guys. Keep playing the game. Wild Rift, they're adding new things always. It's always going to be fun to play. I've been playing a lot recently.
Yeah, fair enough.
You hit plat, right?
Yeah, but it's
you know what rank I have?
I know you're diamond. It's a bit. He's just.
It's not great, but you know.
It's just trying to flex on me, but
I don't even feel proud saying it. Now I feel ashamed.
Yeah, why would you embarrass you and me?
If I go down, I'm taking you with me, Brandon. But of course, once again, I want to remind you, shout out to the viewers, shout out to everyone at home, the co-streamers as well. Big shout out to you guys for like always watching and supporting the show. We'll be heading to C Finals soon, so I hope you guys keep watching and supporting that one as well.
Yeah, so on behalf of us, the production, everyone involved, thanks so much for watching the WCS MYSG. Your champions, ladies and gentlemen, Sem9.
History will never be the same. Everybody gon' remember your name. You're a winner. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners. From an early age, I was destined to be the greatest thing out here, high stepping. Soles to the pavement, I'm ready for whatever. Watching the greats like, man, I could do better. And I ain't waiting to asking if it's my time yet. Slaying legends, I ain't even hit my prime yet. Cause it's the ones who want it, who work the hardest. Never giving up, I came to finish what I started. So put me in your history books. My life, how your epiphanies look. Let's grab the champagne. The ones who reign victorious, the conquerors, glorious. The fighters and the warriors who wanna go to war with us. History will never be the same. Everybody gon' remember your name. You're a winner. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners.
champion, victor, winner, triumphant, front runner, no contenders, finisher, prize winner, finalist, hero, stepping on losers, failures and zeros. This how you describe a king, the only ones who prescribe the rings. You turn from a man to a myth, cause every century only a few exist. So go and check your history books. This is how your epiphanies look. Now let's grab the champagne and the ones who reign victorious, the conquerors, glorious, the fighters and the warriors who wanna go to war with us. History will never be the same. Everybody gon' remember your name. You're a winner. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners. And I always knew I'd be somebody special, cause I believed in myself. So no matter what challenge or adversity or problem comes my way, I know I'll be an overcomer. I know I'll be a victor. You know why? Cause I'm a winner. Let's make a toast to the winners. The ones who reign victorious, the conquerors, glorious, the fighters and the warriors who wanna go to war with us. History will never be the same. Everybody gon' remember your name. You're a winner. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners. The ones who reign victorious, the conquerors, glorious, the fighters and the warriors who wanna go to war with us. History will never be the same. Everybody gon' remember your name. You're a winner. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners. Yeah, let's make a toast to the winners.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Thank you.